Fireman is the 2014 Hearthstone World Champion!
For one whole year will call himself the best.
Kaka will be your 2015 Hearthstone World Champion.
Pavel is your 2016 Hearthstone World Champion.
Tom 60229 is the 2017 Hearthstone World Champion.
And Hunter Ace becomes your new Hearthstone World Champion. Lion becomes the first woman to reach the pinnacle, your 2019 BlizzCon champion.
Glory from Japan is your 2020 Hearthstone World Champion.
There, Possessi is your 2021 Hearthstone Grandmasters World Champion.
World Champion of Hearthstone could be the best player of all time.
Through 2023 for Pocket Train and the most deserving of Hearthstone World Champions.
To Yan Ming, our 2024 Hearthstone World Champion. This is why we cast Hearthstone.
Welcome everybody to the 2025 edition of the Hearthstone World Championship, and we will see if we get to add a new name to that list at the end of today. Going to be showing every piece of action through the day leading up to finding out who wins this time around. With me to open the show is Edelweiss. Edel, what do you make of it all so far?
There's been a lot of high highs, a lot of low lows this weekend, really keeping us on the edge of our seat. And I feel like this is really the APAC and China tournament, right? We see 6 out of the 8 top 8 players come from either APAC or China. Incurro and Phil are the sole EU players remaining. Of course, we see how they all got here. Yeah, Spring Championship, Summer Championship, all the championships, 4 players. We had, our 4 players coming from China. You watched a lot of that qualification process. How would you describe it?
Grueling, honestly. It must be for a player. It's fantastic to watch. We had quite an in-depth system this year in our system, which goes, from qualifiers to playoffs and in, qualifiers being open cups largely. The Chinese system, they start off right at the bottom of the pyramid and just work their way up slowly but surely through all these different levels. Some of the first lower down levels are sort of invites as well, some qualifications, that's some points going to that, and by the end of it, you're still playing a group of 6 and you play all just to get into the top 8, and then how you do in that group depends who you play in the top 8. You get to choose your opponent and stuff like that. It was amazing to watch. It was fantastic, and I think at the end of it all, Banterface in particular, who watched even more than I did, was saying that I think Rekvam agreed the best 4 players from China did come through that system, and it's shown 3 of them have made it the top 8 here.
Yeah, curious enough, the first place player is the one who has not made it into the top 8, but of course, Conquest as usual. Players will be bringing 4 decks of unique classes. You get to ban one of your opponent's deck, and you cannot win with the same deck twice. This is the prize pool they're all playing for, but if we're honest, it's probably that title that's on everyone's mind.
I'm sure they'll like the mix of the two. I know we love to say that, they're playing for the title. I'm sure that is largely true. But $100,000, sure, I wouldn't mind that as well. That's a large chunk of money to take home for a year's Hearthstone playing. So good luck to everybody concerned. There's the schedule, which is a bit late. I guess if you want to watch the VODs, this is important. Go back to Thursday, rewind all the way back there, have a look at Thursday's matches if you want to. But I would stay here and watch the live matches and see who's going to be the world champion. As you can probably tell, I am hyped for this top 8. It is absolutely stacked. Edelweiss, anyone stand out for you in that lineup? It's such a stacked lineup.
Just on, sort of the past couple days of competition, right? Definition and LoveStorm, I feel like had sort of the smoothest journey into this top 8. Of course, there were 2 other people who made it out of groups, no problem, but I feel like they had 3 O's.
Yep. Definition was 3-1-3-0, but yeah, near enough.
Near enough. And then Chonsu, you know, had a slightly rough start in groups, but then was looking very, very clean on Elimination Day to make his way to be facing Definition.
Well, this is awkward because the 4 players I would highlight are none of your 3, so we've got a good chance. Incurro, for me, has looked like the best player in the tournament. I know he did lose a match, but it was a really tight affair against Maxibon. Yanming is the defending champion. You can't say much better than that. Shouti was my pick before the tournament started, though I would shift to Incurro if I could right now. And it's the longest day of the year in the Southern Hemisphere, and what better for Maxibon than to spend that day winning the longest Hearthstone tournament he'll ever have played, a year-long series of matches to try and become the world champion. Looking at the Twitch extension now, if you play around the button on the right-hand side that will pop up when you hover over the screen, you can look at the matches, the schedule, the results, the decks. You can hover over cards to see what they do. You can hover over basically everything. And if you're sort of less familiar with how Hearthstone works, or even if you've got a memory like me, you can refresh that memory and look up most of the information you would ever want to see.
Yeah, really, really nice feature to finally have. We've been sort of wanting something like this for a while, because as great as it is for us to sort of, you know, highlight cards and things, sometimes, you know, maybe you're just popping in, maybe you missed something we highlighted. Having the ability to check it out yourself makes it that much easier to follow everything that's going on.
And we're not messing around, Edelweiss. We are going in with Definition and Chonsu. There's 5 main decks that people have been bringing. Chonsu has not bought the Rogue. Definition has not bought the Shaman. And the way it's been panning out this weekend, I would like to be on the person who hasn't got the Shaman, personally. I don't know about yourself.
Yeah, certainly I think Subtle would agree with you there. And looking at most of the Rogue performances, I would say I would put a little more faith in the Rogue. You know, if you are a deck that draws your whole deck, you're going to be, I feel like, in some ways more consistent than one that has to kind of get the draws in the right order for things to go smoothly.
Yeah, I wouldn't mess with Chonsu, though. He was a semi-finalist in 2016, 9 years ago. So, you know, I think he's been there, done that some time ago. He's got all the experience in the world. He's done really well in all of the Hearthstone systems we've ever had. And, you know, it is a small lineup difference at the end of the day. Let's see how he gets on. We're going to see this Rogue that Definition has looked very, very clean on in the early stages. Almost forgotten he was here, like him and LoveStorm that you highlighted. They sailed through on day 1. We haven't seen anything of them for 2 days. And Chonsu is on this Death Knight, which I think, along with the Shaman, has been one of the decks that has been slightly more disappointing for the players through this tournament.
Yeah, it sort of is, you know, strong enough that 12 players have felt that it has to be brought, but I think that just in a couple of matchups, honestly, I think in some ways this one in particular, it's just seemed to struggle. It has sort of that awkward amount of draw where it's sort of just enough to be, you know, consistent and functional, but that means that a decent amount of the time, you know, you are finding yourself with no draw to keep things running. It's that amount where, like, well, you're never gonna, for the most part, be having issues of too many cards, as, you know, some more controlling decks like the Warrior can sometimes have in certain situations where you feel like you have to dump things because you're drawing so much. But if you're not able to sort of mount that counter pressure, keep up the good draws, sometimes this Death Knight can run into trouble.
Yeah, Definition, they're unable with this really nice hand, by the way, to get the Phoenix down, which would be a shame for him there, apart from the fact everything else is looking good in his hand. Obviously, would like to be able to get that down so he could replay it with the Web Weaver. Chonsu, as you say, sort of this DK does have a pretty good early curve. It needs it to generate the corpses it needs to power the deck. So the early curve is not only really good for controlling the board, keeping control of, you know, not taking too much damage. We saw a turn 5 kill yesterday with the Discover of a buff from the Elise location, so it can definitely put things on the board and hit you. But at this exact moment, his hand is looking a bit clunky, corpse-reliant hand without the corpses, and Definition has to choose which moment he wants to go in. I do wonder if he would just try and find some unpleasant turn here and go off next turn. But the unpleasant turn is really unpleasant. It's like play Thalnos. I don't think he can settle for that. He is going to go for the map and see if he can dig up some more cards.
Yeah, is going to be able to cycle a reasonable amount, taking, you know, this prep. Can prep out the O Manager, which is enough to get Everburning Phoenix in play.
Yeah. Has to stop and think, just count how many cards he has drawn this turn. I think the number is 6 or 7, which means if he does swing here and hits the MG, I think he can play it because he's got that coin.
Yeah, it does
And petered out.
whiff on the EMG, but yeah, I understand wanting to be able to clear up Xavius there, and you know he's going to be thinking about a Webweaver turn next turn, so getting a little information on, you know, what minions, what plays they'll have access to be able to do that. Ooh. And yeah, just sort of throwing out the Webweaver to be dealt with. Got to get this new Tusk equipped and hope that something better comes off the next two, because next turn is spoken for with Coin Insidious.
Yeah, he's got the Coin Insidious, which is what we're looking at quite often in this deck. Again, just to reiterate, we have said this a lot over the course of the tournament. For those of you who have just joined in for the finals, you know, I understand that. Some people like to do that. You want all your eruptions to go off first, clear the way for your asteroids to hit the face. That's not always possible, but in this situation where you've got everything set up so nicely, Definition does have a very good chance of just going through those motions. But first he would have a look to see if he can get an EMG down, you know, get some extra chip damage. The DK is on 33. But as that draw step sort of peters out, he does just go for the old Incendious, leave it there, make them clear it up, and then see what he can do next turn.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Chonsu, you know, I thought it was interesting. The Xavius pick earlier went for Ziliax with extra Battle Cry, right, which can present a pretty significant board. Felt a little optimistic to me, as we've seen a lot of these rogue games kind of be decided well before Ziliax would be able to come down. But this has been a slower start from Definition, so maybe a bit of a combination of that and a hope of, you know, hitting an Exarch Maladar or something later on. Maybe Chonsu is figuring, okay, maybe I take some damage, but then there's a board that I need to deal with while healing up, and then he'd have the opportunity to have that big game-ending swing with the Ziliax.
Yeah, the reason this has been a bit slow for the Rogue has been he sort of got, I want to say baited, but it's not that because it was probably correct, into the good card draw he got very early on, leading to more good card draw, made him have a look for the EMG early. And when you miss, you burn a lot of card draw, you then do have to take a turn or two often to recover that, you know, get a new weapon in play, that sort of thing. And so he has ended up being just a little bit slower in the, you know, the turns 4, 5, 6, but not the next one. And now he's making up for that lost time, and hopefully for him, drawing through a lot more stuff.
Yeah, has to use the Shadow Step on Platasaur there, just to kind of keep the draws running. This is, you know, not a spot the Rogue wants to be in. Usually you have so many instances of draw 3 that you don't have to rely on that line, and you want to save the Shadow Step for Moonstone Mauler. But decent size board here. No eruptions though means that 8/8 sticks around, and Chonsu, if he can like clear while pushing, that counter pressure could really mount up.
Yeah, I mean, it is doing, right? We can see 11 on board. The Leech, if it was one off lethal, you can make the Leech go face by being the last point of damage. So there's plenty there, but it needs to be more than plenty. There's a very good chance from where he's sat, we can see it's not quite that clear cut, that he's dead next turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's that tough spot. If I have an 8/8, my opponent's at 20, I really, really want to set up a 2-turn. But, yeah, so many things on board. Throw a wrench into those plans. Chillfall Baron coming out. Another unplayable card. Looking like just Hero Power and Vested Breath.
Yeah, do you want to take 14, leave your opponent requiring 20 to win, or do you want to set up a lethally, make your opponent beat you? It's often a tough call to make. Oh, you have to wince watching that 8-8 go into a 3-6. Surely that makes any Hearthstone players eye water, I think.
It has to be done, though, right? It's so frequently, you know, if you are in this dominant position that Chonsu is in terms of having these leeches going, right, up to 36, I suppose 34 with you factor in the 2 minions that can swing. It's just important to try and get out of range. Has already seen one Shadow Step used, here a second Shadow Step used. That reduces significantly the damage that can be done. Thalnos, I think, Thalnos was shuffled away, I believe, actually.
Yeah, he really needed to hit card draw from that Shadow Step Plateau just to get this rolling again, and he has hit it. So he did manage to get rolling again. Chonsu won't be killing him next turn. The location is a small one. Just show you what that is right now. That's the location that is in play. So the Discover might be handy. See what he hits with that. But Definition will be setting up the... He probably doesn't die next turn. Maybe considering playing the Maestra down here. But probably going to play the EMG because it's just so much more stuff. You really don't want to play a 6-5 for 5 if you can help it.
Yeah, I think just going to get as many minions in play here as possible. Set up a hero power. You know, going to save the Moonstone Mauler so that he can make sure that those rocks are going to go face when they're drawn. And that they will be gaining the spell damage from Blood Mage Thalnos.
Yeah, some good rolls there for Definition on the EMG as well.
Wave of Tar is a huge hit there, I think, because, yeah, just taxing those minions for a turn seems like exactly what Chonsu wants so that he can set up something like that Ziliax. You know, if you can take the damage in stages and not all at once, right? It makes things like your Pterodax, like Ziliax, much more useful.
Yeah, I think Definition has to win next turn. He has 3 Eruptions, which will do a total of 9 with the Thalnos. He has a Mauler in the deck and Mauler in hand. That's another 18, which is 27, plus what he has on board, plus the weapon swing.
Yeah. Chonsu hitting a good pickup in the trinket there with Amulet of Healing.
Ordering absolutely crucial, but he won't be able to play all of the Maulers probably. And with only 27 damage left in the deck, plus the weapon swing, there's no O manager, so a total of 28 available. He's going to need something on the board, and with that, he decides to go for the Maestra and say, okay, I can't win with the damage left in deck. I have to find something else.
Hagatha, that would be sort of taking another turn off to go Hagatha next turn, but it is a way that you could, you know, generate a lot of spells off of these minion plays. You know, combined with Everburning Phoenix, it gives you a sort of consistent value engine. But yeah, Rakara, understandable. It's just sort of like, well, I know I can get 10 damage out of this weapon. I know I get a 2 damage hero power. Also gives, you know, a lot of defense in the 10 armor and potential, you know, increments of 4 armor from the hero power. So we've seen a lot of Rakara picks when
and the
players
cheeky weapon hit, right?
Yeah, if you hit something big.
If your opponent plays an 8-8, you might just get a cheeky 8 damage you weren't expecting if they don't know what hero you've taken. So sort of looking for the scam, as well as, like you described, the long-term effects of it.
Yeah, Chonsu doesn't even need the full power of this amulet. It just says, you know what? 36 is better than 35, and I have Ziliax next turn.
But the Ziliax has to have something to hit. So will Definition just play the Rakara and chill for a turn and say, okay, hit me one more time, this armor will protect me. You're going to take, you know, another 10 for the weapon potentially.
And also, yeah, hurting the Ysera, you know, even though it's sort of 4 damage instead of 5, you get to sort of reduce stats in play while still damaging the opponent, right? So it sets up those eruptions nicely. A little bit fortunate, honestly, that Definition didn't draw the eruptions right away, because it puts Chonsu in a weird spot.
Yeah, the difference between that Sura being on 7, just building on Edelweiss's point, and being on 12 is it's now below 9. Those eruptions, if he doesn't draw one off the top, will do 9 with the Thalnos. There are 3 eruptions and 1 Mauler, so he's likely to draw 1 or 2 of them first. But in the world where he's going to win this, he's going to need a little bit of luck. So he's setting up that to take as little asteroid damage as possible after the eruptions hit it. And at the end of the day, let's say he hits 2 eruptions, they do 4. You play your Thalnos, you draw your last cards. That's another 3. That clears that out of the way. Then you play your asteroids. Then you eat the Imp and eat it into all those asteroids you put in your deck. That still is 27. Everyone he draws off the top will lower that by 1 because he won't have a Thalnos in play. 5 from the weapon. It is going to be close.
Oh.
Not so close now.
Interesting. A little bit surprised to see the Ziliax just come down here, but I guess it's the best way that Chonsu can soak. But there's still...
It's the last turn, yeah.
They're going to take a lot from the eruption, so...
Oh!
You know, it leaves you with 6 ones, but...
He lost them all. He needed to get the Thalnos down before drawing the Mauler so that he could clear this board with eruptions, and now... Basically, he can't win in any real world. He needed the eruption to do, one of the eruptions to do 3 to clear these up. He needed it to be, you know, one of the bottom 2 cards, which is very likely. And now he's got to have a worldie of a set of asteroids. He's going to have to end up sticking a board at some point. This is unpleasant. He will take one of the minions out. But now he's going to have to win on board somehow, and that seems unlikely.
Gonna set this up to minimize fatigue taken. Gonna play that Wisp at the very end.
These all have lifesteal, so does actually need to take them out weirdly because again of the miss on the eruptions.
And now I'm just gonna put this out there. I'm not saying it would have been correct, but just consider 7 shaman spells in hand right now.
That would be a lot of shaman spells. But Corpse Explosion ends the game, I'm pretty sure. Don't see any way back from it. He's actually just making sure he hasn't got a lethal immediately rather than the Corpse Explosion. Because there's worlds where you can play Maladar into Shaladrasil, into Awakens, your opponent's fatiguing as well. Maybe he's added that up. Maybe this is Awakens, Hero Power, Nightmare. The opponent takes things and yeah, gives up. Definitely sees the lethal. Chonsu sees the lethal and takes a 1-0 lead to build on the amazing day he had yesterday.
I do think that, you know, with some of the things that have happened this weekend, I would not have pressed that concede button quite so quickly.
Same.
You know, there's a 14-12 in the pool of minions there for Chonsu. I guess maybe it was high enough that even 14 damage wouldn't have been enough. You know, you can get up to 16 with the hero power hit, but you know, just maybe let it pan out. Just see.
Yeah, I must admit, it's a little bit of a meme, but yeah, also, yeah, let's just see it's the World Championships. But he was so far behind. I think he needed so many. I think Chonsu could have let the cat play that turn for a turn or 2 and probably would still have won the game. But yeah, takes that early 1-0 lead to settle down. Not that Chonsu needs settling down. He's just seen this so many times now. But yeah, getting the DK, which has been one of the worst performing decks in the tournament, you know, for everybody, out of there. He gets to play some Hunter. He does have to play some Shaman, but Definition will be ruining the fact that he doesn't have a Hunter, and Chonsu does, I think, right now, because it's been banned.
Yeah, every time we get to see a Hunter, it's sort of like, hang on, how did that happen? What what was the line here that we left Hunter up?
Yeah, I mean, the Warrior with the 4 good deck lineup, if you like, the one without Shaman, the Warrior is pretty decent into that. It tends to beat the Rogue, it tends to beat your Death Knight. You don't want a 50-50 mirror. if your other two aren't favored, so I get it. But really, the Hunter deck is so powerful, and it is the powerful version. It's not the version with the Asira and such stuff that seems a little bit slower, a little bit less dangerous early on. It is the powerful version.
I see you have a preference in your Discover Hunters here.
Oh, I do, absolutely. So there's two versions. There's the version with Asira, Elise, and stuff like that, which is much better built to go against warriors because the mana you get from the Asira allows you to save up loads of damage, and the warrior can't really get away from you like you can the 10 mana version. But you do pay for it in early games. Sometimes you just get run over a little bit. So yeah, it is a preference, but in terms of these matchups, I think I would rather have the slightly more aggressive version. There's a lot of lip service paid to both versions. Like they both play Incendius now. I think both players in their Hunters in this match are playing Bob as well, which is sort of always makes me wonder, well, why don't you go the whole hog and play an Elise then? You're nearly there. You might as well carry on. But yeah, it is a slightly quicker version for the early game.
And those takes on Hunter can, I think, be a little bit tricky for people to navigate. Like, okay, how much of an edge does it give in the matchups, right? Like, can affect those bans, but I don't know. Just the flexibility for all of them feels a little bit spooky, particularly when
he's got turn 3. Double EMG against Shaman, exactly what you need, and rolled a plushie as well.
Yeah, why is this one not called Miracle Rogue?
Because it's not even a miracle anymore, it just happens every game. Yeah, I don't know. It is, like you said yesterday, I think it was, it's Miracle Rogue, but you just don't need the Auctioneer anymore, right? It's just draw the cards without it. Here we are.
This is your equivalent of a... gosh, it's been so long I've forgotten the name. An Edwin Van Cleef pop-off, right?
That's the one. Eventually didn't dodge another one. Eventually got nerfed and left.
I remember this place well.
Yeah.
Going for a 5, probably gonna be... I think it was rushes there because you have to deal with the board. You know, you ideally want, I think, rushes and armor when you're this far behind, but yeah. Rush and discover a spell.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of good AoE in Shaman, right, for discovers. You can get volcanoes and lightning storms and stuff, so
yeah,
I need to hit something.
And Baking Soda Volcano is extra nice since it does heal you.
Yeah,
up to 10.
Absolutely.
But yeah, this is usually the kind of thing where, you know, someone's like, yeah, this is why I prefer the rogue over the shaman, because sometimes this happens.
Definition's looking at the cards like, well, what do you want me to do, like, for the next 2 or 3 turns? There's nothing more I can do until I play Incendius now. Like, my deck does this, it's done it. Now I've got a handful of 0-1s and 1-1s and 1-2s. Well, what do you want from me? And what we do want from him, obviously, is to get that extra coin so he can play Incendius on turn 5. Absolutely makes sense. If Incendius is the next thing you're going to do of any note, get it down on turn 5. Why wouldn't you?
I think this has been a display of, like, just the earliest possible that you can make any of these things happen, right? Like,
yeah,
earliest possible double EMG, earliest possible Incendius with double coin.
You are basically right. Yeah, I am actually traumatized because somebody managed to get it down on turn 2 against me and get rid of my web weaver in the mirror.
Double EMG turn 2?
Yep, double EMG, 2 preps, 2 eats.
Yep.
Set up the dubious purchase on turn 1 with the collector. Also, they were on the draw, so they had the coin, and they just did the whole lot.
Jeez.
I think it was only 1 EMG, but they rolled a 7-7 actually, just to be safe. But yeah, I was sad.
Yeah.
Still am.
Chonsu, you know, pretty calm here in the face of this, but I think, you know, he's just gonna do his level best, but understands we're probably not getting there on this one.
Yeah, probably not, but you never know. Like, we've seen misplays, you pointed out, but also sometimes all the eruptions can huddle together at the bottom or something, and you can dodge all your card draw and have a handful of Maestras, and I was going to say things like that. There is nothing like that. It's just Maestras. There's not enough cards to fill the gap I'm trying to fill.
Yeah, and that is most of them. No Moonstone Maulers picked up yet, but I'm sure they are incoming.
Yeah, and you know, the world where you set up some 2/4s with armor and somehow clear with your location discover and then find a Ziliax or something. I don't know. You don't quit. You need to be shown the lethal.
Yep.
When you've seen most of those things go, but it's coming.
Yeah, I think Chonsu would need exactly Baking Soda Volcano to have sort of any hope of staying in this game.
We might still see Mauler, Shadow Step Mauler yet, although there's not much time left yet. He's not even going to go for it. Some mana short, I think, doing that.
No healing. You can discover a battle cry. Maybe find healing that way.
Does the Thunderquake get rid of the whole board, and then you shut your eyes and hope the Mauler's the bottom 2 cards? Might not matter.
Once upon a time, you know, could theoretically discover a Rush Lifesteal, I suppose, or generate rather.
Yeah, you go for anything at this point, right? Once upon a time, just summoning some random 3 costs, basically, from different minion types.
Oh, wait. Plushie costs 4, not 3 now.
Ah, yeah.
I mean, it's been 4 for ages at this point, but...
There's always a card.
I guess the thing going for Chonsu in this moment is that pretty much all the eruptions have been used, right? I think there's maybe one left. So if enough things can absorb rocks, and actually, if things absorb rocks with that Murloc in play, that could be a big deal.
There is only one left, 2 Maulers. No Thalnos either at the moment, so they would have to go face twice. And yeah, with the Murloc with Cookie in play.
Definition needs to hit that eruption to kill the Cookie before doing anything with rocks or trades.
Yeah, and it needs to be this turn because Ziliax is lurking.
Yeah. And that's all he needed was that eruption, so...
That was closer than it could have been, considering that the Rogue did everything it wanted to do, but it is leveled up now. And suddenly from nowhere, in this almost mirror lineup, we have 4 different classes remaining.
Yeah, how about that? We'll get to see the Hunter at some point, I would expect. And yeah, Definition gets that Rogue locked up. Has got basically the 2 control decks remaining.
Sure, yeah, indeed. The Shaman versus the Warrior has been very interesting. We've seen quite a few of those now where there's those crucial turns when you get to 10 mana where the Shaman does a powerful thing 3 or 4 turns in a row, depending how they've set up their wish, depending how their Shudder block went, that stuff. Versus can the Warrior just have enough removal to get rid of it? We saw Incurro put on a masterclass against Fury Hunter late last night with exactly that, where he didn't draw his removal and somehow kept removing things. Like he got removal spells from the location and he scrambled around to draw cards and get another removal spell and somehow wiped out a whole army of nonsense that Fury kept throwing at him. Sometimes that goes the other way. You scramble you're 1 short and suddenly, you know, you don't get the time warp and you get deaded the next turn yourself. So it's quite an exciting matchup. And again, both sides having DK in the lineup and Chonsu having won with it could be the big deal right now, I think.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I called DK a control deck, but it has just got sort of the one Corpse Explosion, relies on rush minions in Pterodax, Dreadhound Handler, and sort of other discovered things to kind of keep up that controlling element. Leeches, I think, really are just such a potent part of that package, being able to remove while gaining you life. But it hasn't got quite the clear potential of Quest Warrior, hasn't got the armor potential of Quest Warrior, and so, you know, sometimes I think it is a little bit more susceptible to, like, the good shaman draws.
Yep. I mean, the good shaman draws are why this deck is brought. If you just go turn 1 Murloc, turn 2 Location, turn 3 Hagatha, not much in Hearthstone stands up to that. And that was the LoveStorm strategy. Just draw those 3 cards over and over again and you'll be fine. But it's the other games that are much harder to navigate. The ones like this where your hand is fine but doesn't do anything immediately and isn't immediately obvious exactly how it's going to pan out. Bird watching with no big spell in hand right now. Like, your bellhops might not be good, but you've kind of got to hope your deck does what it's designed to do. See what he picks out.
Oh.
There we go.
Oh, gotta take the Hagatha.
Yep.
It's the name of the deck.
It is. Okay, definition with a decent looking hand with a new height. I mean, that's a decent looking hand. Have you got new height?
Yep.
The definition of whether it's a good hand or not.
Yeah, and, you know, not seeing even, you know, the Murloc Growfin in the opener, right, which, you know, may not seem like a big deal, but a pair of 1/1s on turn 1 to start just, like, chipping away at you can, you know, do much more damage than you would expect.
Yeah, they can do 10. No joking, they could times 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, that could do 10.
And Chonsu has the very powerful turn 5 of, you know, Fairy Tale Slime with Frosty Decor.
Yeah. We've seen Warriors struggle to get their Ancients down early in this matchup as well because they're under so much pressure, and Definition's been able to take a turn off to do that, which is a big deal for him.
Oh, and going for the high risk, high reward, but well, I guess not really high risk, just do you have it? And if not,
yeah.
High reward play of Muradin. And if this sticks around, representing, you know, 14 damage on turn 5. You know, not a good brawl here, right? So.
No, it's a great board to present to a warrior. They need Shield Slam really here. Because all the other stuff is, like you say, brawl. Well, we're having to do this, but don't want to brawl here because there's a good chance it just doesn't win. And obviously the 3/5 not useful against a 7/7.
Okay, yeah. If you lose that 1 and 4, it's potential you're just losing on the spot. Chonsu is going to burn a Furious Fowls, but you're somewhat okay with that. A little surprised to see this Wish Upon a Star just get turboed out there.
No shutter block in hand, right? So it's now or never in a way, or now or wait and hope. So it is a 9/10 in its own right. So I like it. I think it's unfortunate you'd rather have the shutter block, but you haven't got the shutter block. So
yeah, I guess I just am used to more like, you know, trying to get that board set up with things that summon, right? Maybe you play the slime that makes the Frosty Decor. Maybe you wait until you can play the Growfin on the same turn, so you get the buff on both the front end and the back end there.
I imagine his thought process was, oh, Definition just had to brawl my king, so didn't necessarily have a good position to get rid of a big minion, so here's another one. Let's see what you can do now.
And to his credit, I mean, Great Draco Rex is a nightmare for this deck, right? And the board that he made was not very good to Draco Rex into. The fact that Definition did it anyway, I think, kind of tells Chonsu that, okay, he's really not got a lot going on, you know, in terms of clearing big minions. So ability to not sort of fall into that trap of making a board that's perfect for Draco Rex to attack into, and is going to be able to clear it up pretty nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. Just trying to work out how hard he wants to go here. Obviously, he can get 9 in the face, but it's how much does he want to put out there? And he's decided, you know what? I'm going to put it all out there because this is a Ziliak's turn coming up, and this board is not going to be. It's almost going to be not impacted at all by Ziliak's. We're taking armor off you, not health. I don't care.
Yeah, that's one of the sort of weird things about Ziliak's for the warrior is like the sheer amount of armor gain means that very frequently it's used just for the rush divine seal, and the life steal doesn't always come into play.
Yeah, this might be one of those weird turns. I'm not saying it is because I haven't looked at the rest of the options. It's probably a brawl. Sometimes the turn is Ziliak's your go. Not even attack with it, just leave it there. Does look like a brawlable board, but you know there's more coming. This is where that wish has come in handy, right? It's not the great, a massive wish that puts things in, but it has put your minions just out of the range of Ziliak's and Draco Rex and those cards. So it was enough to put that little bit of elevation on the health totals, and the power that they're representing is a lot.
Yeah, just having to throw out the brawl. Hope that something smaller wins.
Kinda doesn't.
Nope, that's still 9 damage. Chonsu now can throw out the other bumbling bellhop, the slime, and just totally refill. Both brawls used. Hostile Invader much less effective into a board like this. I think Definition not using the Unleash the Crocolis last turn was to be able to go double Hostile Invader safety goggles on this turn, but yeah, Bob might change things.
Yeah, that's a good spot with the invaders. That's a lot of removal. It does 8, right? So that's perfect here. Let's do that. Save the Bob for the next emergency, which you know is around the corner with the grow fence. And each time you tick off one of those turns, that quest is getting nearer and nearer. That ceaseless is ticking down. You've just got to hang in there and see if you can get there.
And Chonsu now, lots of rush minions available. Might want to use the static shock just to ping off the last health there to start.
Yeah, it's a nice clear. And when you work out that makes the rest of the turn a bit more straightforward. This is a fairly natural play now.
Definition trying to work his way towards that ceaseless being playable. A lot of times that is the point where you know you've turned a corner, is when you're able to drop the ceaseless safety. And for now, yeah, just has to get the Ziliak's down, probably clear up the smaller minions, and then try and block out the others.
Yeah, if he decides to attack at all again.
Yep.
Plenty of options here for him.
Yeah, I think Chonsu and perhaps most of the Shaman players, I don't think have Hex here. Yeah.
Seen one, doesn't mean there isn't one, but...
Yeah.
Definition is at the point now where he's going to get to play Bob Elise on the same turn, possibly look for a 10 to buff them the turn after, or to do some good stuff. And then obviously he will get a chance to quest reward on top of that around that time. Yeah, he does take down one of the bigger minions.
Yeah, shutter
rely
block.
on 4/5s being smaller than 6/5s.
Yeah, not not great trades here unless Chonsu wants to use Furious Fouls or his own Ziliak's, which is a common response.
There we go. We've seen it so many times.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And yeah, Definition now. I think you put it correctly. It's gonna Bob Elise or Bob Latorvius. My guess would be Elise for a 10.
Yeah, could look for a 5. The fact he's playing it first means he might be looking for a 5. to play alongside the quest reward next turn. He's gone for the 10.
Yeah, and my best guess would be Raptors. The more minions that you can, summon and kill off, the faster that Ceaseless is going to discount, and he'll know that. Using the Crocolis for the full board freeze, making sure Chonsu can't, play anything like an Alakir, forcing him to have the hammer, which he knew was there, but, hammer at this point, it's not been upgraded. It's a couple instances of 6 damage, but not nearly as scary as what's in play.
Yeah, and the other part of this is the spell. It's tempting to take armor, but look, what's 12 armor doing against this?
When Discover a spell so frequently, you saw the insta pick there of Heavy Plate, so frequently just is armor, right?
Yeah.
But has that flexibility of, maybe giving you additional removal tools, right? Yeah. Particularly when you've used both your brawls.
We've seen like executes and things come in big handy as well from there at times, so.
And yeah, we're at that point where Ceaseless is going to come online next turn. Chonsu had a pretty decent draw, able to pick up the Hagatha early, but not sort of the best draw. And yet, even with what seemed very, very solid, all these minion buffs, these huge boards after a huge board, Definition has just managed to keep up.
Yeah, I'm going to add so far to that. This hand still has some mileage, right? It is starting to run out, but there's still stuff there. Ceaseless is only a 10-10, and in this world of Shaman's buff minions, who cares? Not who cares, obviously you care about it clearing, but he does need to find time to get the quest reward down, and I think that partly is why he'll be thinking so long here, because he'll have a Ceaseless tracker, he'll know it's at 14. Yeah, and I think that's part of the reason why we're seeing not many things done this turn.
Yeah, I always wonder about, Shutter Block being held for so long. I guess this is just kind of trying to, make a big board and pressure considerably, right? The Furious Fowls attack immediately, while being able to hold on to Shutter and that Growfin as like a really good Shutter target.
I think this was deliberate, by the way. The Ceaseless is on 9. He knows the quest reward is in hand on 5. You can't do them both. You have to do them in the other order, so it's not deliberate. But you'd have to blow up your own 8-8 if you did it.
Sure.
I think that was part of the thought process there, just counting away. I might be wrong, but these players do factor that sort of stuff in.
Definition, though, recognizing, drawing cards reduces Ceaseless as well. And so as long as he can get something free, like a Toland's Goblet, he's going to be able to play the Ceaseless still here. It doesn't get to keep the 6-6, but it will have a 10-10 in play.
I always find Goblet's fun.
Okay, well, sure. That seems good.
Can't see at this exact second.
Bulwark of Azeroth. Chonsu is not happy about that one. There's 4 more bulwarks after that, and just having to go head in hands a little bit there. Like, how can I possibly eat through this when I know next turn it's going to come alongside Latorvius? Bad enough to have to face Ceaseless, but Ceaseless and 5 bulwarks. The little taunts here, actually, kind of significant. But you're just going to need, I think, his own Elise location to be able to maybe buff these attacks, right? To be able to punch through. but it may need, honestly, to set up a situation where you can punch through the bulwark all at once and then deliver a big final blow, since not enough armor from Definition. You know, there's going to be 3 off of this, 2 from the hero power, but you know, not as much board space for the Raptors to get their full potential. Still looking fairly challenging to come out of. Definition actually just going to swing one bulwark and then play a new one, which he'll be able to do for another 3 turns.
Hi, I'm back. Sorry about that. We're still bulwarking people, I assume. Yeah, there we are. Loads of them.
Yep. Last minion remaining is Elise. Did see the Demolition Renovator get traded, so at least there's, you know, maybe hope for Chonsu that, you know, he can get a high impact location and make use of it.
Right, yes, sorry about that. I was just briefly away from everything. Not sure how you push through this. I'm just trying to think of any scammy way. What scammy ways have you described? What I've been...
No, there's none
no
really
scammy
that coming up, because I forgot the Elise location refreshed, right? So Definition got, you know, more Raptors and more discovered spell. And yeah, sitting on 13 armor. For a moment, I thought, you know, maybe there was a way to buff up the little taunts in play and whittle away the bulwark, but now Definition's gone into sort of attack mode.
Yeah, why not? Like, you can't take damage, so... It's where you want leeches or something to at least give yourself a chance, right? Just go straight through that armor and hit, at least hit the life total for 1. But
yeah.
No.
Chonsu does not have the benefit of higher than 10 mana crystals, so he is going to have to go for a 5 to be able to get an Elise location down this turn. Got it. Oh yeah, here we go. Last ditch effort, go for triple Elise location. But
sure,
one of these is going to need to say armor to have any hope of sort of staying alive to use them all.
There must be a way of generating 3 Vipers. It'll be fine. There's some armor.
So the first is gain 6, deal 5 to all enemies.
Okay.
The 10 mana one. We have 1 10 mana, gain 12 armor, discover a spell, it costs 7 less. And then the final 10 mana location, summon 6 2/1 Raptors with Rush, discover a spell, it costs 7 less. I'm a little surprised not to see any summon a copy. Wasn't able to quite keep up with all the picks on like what was on offer, but you know, we've seen people go sort of all in on the copies, but then not have the defensive options to stay alive. But of course, you know, this other direction might be you've got the defensive options to stay alive longer, but do you actually have the ability to close the game? Nomelia probably the better one for Chonsu to get hit there, since, you know, it's a nice clear, but it doesn't go face.
Yeah, it's going to need a miracle, so I understood all the generation options there.
Now, if there's something in Chonsu's favor here, it's that Definition has been quite liberal with just sort of refreshing the bulwark every single turn, doing things like that there where you sort of used one as a ping, which eats 2 charges, but then setting up a fresh one.
Yeah. And also, obviously, the big deal is he's out of board as well, so literally what you were saying, the Alakia needs to be somehow through. Weapon needs to be equipped at some point. I don't know how he gets the time to do that, to set it up. I'm sure you said some of this already.
Yeah, the Discover spell reduced by 7, not really the best hits for Chonsu there. Is going to clear up, you know, majority of this board, but he's really hoping to get like a 1-cost Shaladrasil, right? That's a possibility out of the location.
And that's the game.
Yeah, Time Warp will do it.
Time Warp finally picked up.
Galvadon in hand as well. Doesn't even really need the Galvadon with the Ragnaros hero power.
It's just super lethal. We had one yesterday with Incurro. Took quite a while to calculate the 12 plus 12 plus 10 was more than 32, which was quite amusing.
Yeah.
He got there. He was just naturally, instinctively drawn to, you know, what's the most damage I can put down. Because you play so many warrior mirrors where you need to get all the Galvadon stuff worked out and everything. Actually, it was just there. It was just lethal.
Yeah.
Like, he shook his head a little bit after. So I was like, oh gosh, I'm silly. Yeah.
Definition. Kindly playing the Time Warp first so that Chonsu can go ahead and concede and get things moving.
Yeah, absolutely. Just that DK left, but it has been running at a very low percentage. Banterface provided us with Oncrad's post with Oncrad doing regular stuff now on social media for stats out of the kindness of his heart and his interest in the game. And let me have a look. Yeah, DK has been running at an adjusted win rate, which accounts for bans and stuff, at 36.3% in this tournament. Way below every other deck.
Yeah.
It's below Dragon Warrior. It's not below Protoss Rogue, but we don't talk about Protoss Rogue in these parts.
Those are too small sample size to matter. I'm curious how it compares to Shaman.
Shaman, apparently yesterday it was doing badly, but because yesterday it had a really good day, Shaman adjusted win rate is 48.1. It's actually winning slightly over half the games, but when you factor in other decks getting banned and so on, it brings it down.
Yeah, and I don't think we've seen any Death Knight bans.
No, I don't recall any. We have seen a Shaman ban or two. I think Pocket Train banned a Shaman in one of the rounds, possibly twice. Again, a nod to that lineup not quite being where they wanted it to be.
Definition has got Creature of Madness, Exarch Maladar, always an interesting keep question, right? Because it's nice to have, but you need a couple other things to go right for you. You need enough early game to give you the corpses, and then you need to have something worth sort of corpse ramping into. Definition keeps the Exarch just because of the power potential, but yeah, throwing away Fyrakk. Dreadhound Handler, great early removal tool and ability to generate some of those corpses that he'll need. So.
Yep. So yeah, we are going to see the curve I was trying to describe the other day, but in a slightly different situation. And you have to evaluate each situation on its merits, where you can go coin 2/2 into the 3-drop you get from this. There's some interesting options there. Does end up going with the life render.
Yeah, with the Dark Gift of Divine Shield, Wind Fury, I think, you know, there was +2/+2 and elusive beast. Don't remember the name of this beast, but normally a 2/4, so it would have been a 4/6. Death Rattle shuffles into your deck with doubled stats, but it doesn't keep enchantments, so it wouldn't keep that +2/+2 and elusive. It wouldn't double based on that. It would just go from 2/4 to 4/8. And Definition doesn't really want to shuffle random stuff into his deck, right? Doesn't want to see that coming up again and again. Would much rather have sort of a solid play in this Divine Shield, 3/4, and then, you know, say that was a reasonable tempo play. Let's move on. I wanna draw the actual things in my deck.
Again, Shaman just cutting down that potential for early disasters, which have been largely avoided here. Obviously, the 4/4 bellhops are kind of a staple of what you expect to see, but nothing, no Hagatha. You feel like if you can't deal with no Hagatha Shaman, then your deck's not good enough, so you'll be fine with this. You'd rather not be the bellhops, but they're okay.
Well, and they're crucially, you know, with the +1/+1 buff from Turbulus, they negate somewhat the Wind Fury effect here on this 3/4. You know, you can clean up an extra frog, but prevents Definition from trading into the Turbulus and then something else.
Looking at the hand, though, he's up to 4 corpses. 3 more on the board would be 7 when these trade through, and 1 turn to find some more. He'd love to go Manadar, Hysera, Double Giant, whatever you get. Yeah. But more likely it's going to be the Husk first.
Yeah, both players seem like they're kind of skipping turn 5 here. Chonsu just having to throw out the hero power. Maybe the 0 mana Static Shock just to be able to push more face. In Definition, yeah, no turn 5 in sight besides hero power.
Yeah, and turn 6 isn't looking that great for Chonsu either. Fouls is okay, but it's not a power turn of any sort.
That was an extremely good pickup for Definition. Able to get the Leech to clear up the 3/1, can hero power to go up to 8 corpses. Doesn't want to swing because he wants to make sure that this Leech eats the 3/1.
Superb. You want one still dies. You do 1 less damage overall, but yeah. I think you don't swing, which is really weird, but there you go. It's correct.
I think Definition is actually hoping that this Leech dies. And so,
yep.
But, you know, Consolation Prize gets to play Hideous Husk and sort of utilize it to greater effect with it staying in play.
Yeah, it was, you know, damned if you do, damned if you don't for Chonsu there. Definition had the punish for killing it, had the punish for not killing it, both in hand.
Oh. Is he thinking about...
Shouti.
It won't be corrupted, though.
It won't.
And, you know, it would still be 1 corpse spent shy of getting the Stitch Giants into play, so, you know, I'd be inclined to Husk and wait.
I think I would too. I think I prefer the Husk play. It's a bit scary.
Knows that there's a Grofin in hand, but there's no Parrot Sanctuary in play, so it's not like a bunch of Grofins are coming down right now. Interesting.
Oh, he's doing the Husk.
Well, was mousing over it, and then, I mean, now you're committed. That will still allow Double Stitch Giant to be played next turn. Gets more in play right now. Yeah, I still am not so sold, though.
Same.
Because if you wait 1 turn and just play the Husk, you can basically assure that you're going to gain 1 corpse somewhere, right? A Leech is going to get killed, the Husk is going to get removed. And then you can Exarch into Hysera, play both Stitch Giants, and now you've actually corrupted your Shaladrasil for the following turn.
Yes. Yeah. I think I agree with you. And yeah, your Giants, if you're playing them next turn as 3 mana cards, one of them is getting Growthinned. You've got to rely on the Shaman to be able to do something about the Leeches you left up. You know, they've got to have something in their hand. I don't know. Let's see how it works out for him.
Definition has the potential for a huge turn where he spends only mana on the hero power. If he goes Pterodax to spend 5 corpses, play both Stitch Giants for free. We'll end up floating 5 mana.
It's quite amusing, yeah. Got to be done though. So the upside of what he did last turn, he does have that 5/5 and a Leech still in play. Obviously the downside is he doesn't have a lot of mana now and the Shaladrasil isn't cast, so see how that pans out.
I suppose maybe the thought is, so like this turn that Definition just did would have been the turn where he goes Exarch Hysera. So he would be able to cast Shaladrasil just now. Corrupted, I guess he'd be at 10 mana. Yeah, I still like the line where you get to ramp better, because now you've got to dream something you really don't want to dream, and Sarah Awakens is going to hurt you. You're 1 mana off from Fyrakk.
Yeah, he didn't have the line of just playing it and playing the Shaladrasil, opening it up and having all these nice tools available as well a turn earlier. So. But now he's taking all of the damage. All of the damage being enough to level the scores at 2 apiece. And Chonsu will breathe a sigh of relief. He's still in the World Championships. And now with Hunter remaining, which is a nicer spot to be in by a long way than where he was a moment ago.
Yeah, you know, I think that sort of demonstrates why Death Knight has struggled, is because regardless of whether people have gone with the Shaman or the Rogue, the Death Knight just doesn't line up great into either a lot of the time, right? The good Shaman draws, their stats are just far too big for you to deal with. You have less removal than a warrior, and your removal is very much damage based. You know, no brawls up your sleeve. And
yeah, absolutely.
And then also, you know, in terms of the rogue, you don't have as much healing potential as a warrior.
Yeah, and against the hunter in the hands of these top players is so versatile. The Death Knight is quite versatile as well, to be fair. But the hunter, unless you get a good curve with the Death Knight, the hunter can just look for what it wants to. It's a discover deck. It can look for what it wants to deal with what you're doing. Sometimes you can just Death Knight them. You can just go 1, 2, 3. Your stuff is just not good enough. Drop a couple of giants. Outside of Sylvanas, Hunter not very good at dealing with those wide boards. Once the Sylvanas is not found, or if it's gone, you can just roll over as the Hunter. Sort of scrambling around to steal minions with your Grifter, to trade them into each other to get rid of them, and then you haven't got a Grifter anymore and things get messy. But in general, the versatility of the Hunter, as long as it gets a decent-ish draw, does tend to come out on top. But this is why we play the games, as they say. And Definition will be happy to see that Morbid Swarm. Might keep the Baron as well. Yeah, there's not much else happening on 3, so let's do that.
Yeah, and, you know, unless you have the Creature of Madness, right? Like, Chill Fallen Baron is just a 3 in a deck that doesn't have a lot of 3s, and it's going to help, you know, draw you to your other stuff. So, a Hunter, you know, not a fast deck, oddly enough. And so you can sort of feel like you have that time to play something like a Chill Fallen Baron.
Clock is ticking now for Definition. Chonsu finding that nail, which means he'll start to be able to rifle through his deck as early as turn 3, thanks to the Parrot Sanctuary. He's not going to mess around with that. He's going to play nail now and start looking next turn. Get the 3/4 on the board. Makes sense. I was blindsided there by normally calling out Parrot Sanctuary play. Niall is your nice curve, but of course you haven't got a chance here. You just want the 3/4 on the board, challenging these minions.
Yeah, and gonna start the Discover train.
You guys instantly look for the pupil. You just want to make sure you're not going to overfill it, as there's a opportunity to start arcane shotting and mixologisting. You would like there to be a space in your pupil for 6 damage or steal later, depending which route to victory you end up on. Does therefore take the scout instead.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you want to have a Rangari scout available for when you need to start duplicating things.
It's so good. Definition fills out turn 5 nicely with that pickup.
Yeah, always interesting when your turn 5 is to play your turn 2 and it's discovered 3-drop just all at once.
So it's going to put a lot of tempo into this turn.
Huh. So it is you know, early enough that you would feel good about Ranger Initiate Verisa. Yeah. But I was going to say, like, a Reborn keeps enchantments Incendious. That's 20 health that has to get cleared. Could be getting it down very soon with the Parrot Sanctuary.
Like, normally I snap take that bit of Verisa and then I say, oh, what was the ability on the other two? But I did catch that. The Reborn Incendious is a lot of stuff to get that Incendious and those eruptions down. But Chonsu with the double Parrot Sanctuary is, as you can see with the freeze on the 4-4, play my own 4-4, just absolutely fighting for as much early tempo as you can get here. Because if you can weather this early storm with both sisters there as well, and a Brewmaster to deal with any accidents, with the Infinite Discovers, you are likely to get there.
Yeah.
Infinite, with the tracking hero power and all the stuff that goes with that.
Yeah, before you Incendious, you've got to make sure that you're in a safe position, and so having the Windrunner sister to power up the Sylvanas already in hand just sort of keeps things a little bit safer.
Can I interest you in reducing a lot of mana on your minions? How does that sound?
It sounds very nice, thank you. Yeah.
It does, doesn't it? Decides to clear up now. Again, he's set his stall out very early on here that he's just going to play for as much tempo as possible. Not messing around trying to protect the Sylvanas and Bouncer again. Like, that is something that is quite often a trap that you can fall into. Yes, it's lovely to do 4 damage with Sylvanas 3 turns in a row, but it is kind of negative tempo sometimes.
Yeah. Definition spending just enough corpses to get this Stitch Giant down. I feel like this is always a little bit tricky and awkward sometimes, as you have bird watching available, but you'll be getting 2 of them because of Rangari Scout, and these are the moments where you sort of can end up with hand space issues.
All 3 of those are viable options, right? Like the double arcane shot with Niri in hand and 2 mixologists you want to start counting. Obviously the pupils, sort of similar thing I mentioned earlier, you really want to get those filled up, start using them to win the game, but there is an immediate problem of an 8-8 you can't deal with, so deciding to look for some solution to that, and double Bob is a very good solution to that, and you know, doing the thing that he's been doing, generating even more tempo as he just goes freeze into hit you for quite a lot of damage with Niri and Arcane Shot and Mixologists already in hand.
Yeah, double Bob is gosh, just such a powerful tool. The ability to, you know, make a minion while freezing your opponent's entire board just puts them in such awkward spots. Not as good into leeches, which will still be able to do their end of turn effect, but certainly a nice tool to have in Chonsu's back pocket.
He hits!
Ooh.
I nearly mentioned this. He's got the Brewmaster in hand and Sylvanas in the pool of Resurrects, so that's kind of amusing. Might not have to go there because he'd probably be just bouncing back the Bob, but it's a good little hit for him.
Oh, but this is a nightmare in terms of leeches into Bob action, right? Chonsu, you know, really hoping to kind of do something sneaky with the freeze into freeze, and then Brewmaster to do it a 3rd time. Definition can Infested Breath and Hideous Husk on this turn, putting a total of 4 leeches in play with 2 husks.
It's a lot. Is that a clear? That is a clear, right?
I might be just shy.
No, there'll be 3. 3. It is just shy the way it works out. Yeah, I was thinking of 4 for some reason. I can't count. Yeah, it's actually quite rough. It leaves them with still a big Bob.
Yeah, for that reason, might be willing to settle on like Blob of Tar plus Infested Breath, but you do get just such benefit from leeches, you know, being upgraded this way. Might do the hero power instead of Infested Breath because of breakpoints. Yeah. I like this though. Just maximize the value and say, okay, I know you've got another Bob. I know you run Brewmaster. What does that even do here?
does it even do here? What would you look for here? Mixologist deal 2 clears up a lot of the trouble. You put the Bob into the 8-8 and just deal 2.
Yep.
If you get a deal 3 to go with it, you can take out a Husk at the same time.
Okay, hits it on the second.
Freeze with it as well, which is fairly handy when the Husks aren't doing that much anymore.
Yeah, with this many leech cards being played, it basically doesn't really have to worry about the Husks for their effect anymore. Just in terms of them being minions.
Yeah, it has to be. I think one of the things you do in that spot a lot is take your time and consider what is going into your pupil. Obviously, every time you cast a spell, your pupil gets a bad spell in it, because it's not a useful spell for later. A lot of the time, you really want to start getting that damage in there. But yeah, that was an emergency and dealt with it as such.
Foam render, potential way that Definition can turn up the pressure. And this bellhop, I was wondering what the dark gift was. Summon a copy with a dark gift. They both have that gift, and it is charged. So Chonsu now is really going to need alien encounters if he wants to protect himself while getting this Incendius down. May have to just go...
It's not enough.
Yeah, I mean...
There's Shladricel and Awakens in hand, which would clear the aliens and allow the foam render to go face.
Yeah.
Might have to hit gain 12 on this Grifter.
He won't have... I mean, he won't have the knowledge of the Shladricel. We'll know it's a possibility, but may have to do some determinations on whether he can afford to play around it at all.
Very, very true. Definition has been very emotive through this game, looks quite nervous for a lot of it, whereas on the first obviously he was just destroying people and didn't need to. But now he must be feeling this. He's a moment away from a shot at the semi-finals.
Gets the deal 6, but not in an offensive position. Gonna have to actually use these defensively.
Oh no.
But it is in the pupil now.
Doesn't matter though, right? We can see it doesn't matter. He doesn't know that, but
it's the best he can do.
Is going to be lethal. And he's ready. He's braced. Yeah. And Definition takes the first quarterfinals 3-2 to advance to the semi-finals. Chonsu was here first time 9 years ago in the semi-finals. Doesn't quite get there this time, but as always, it's been a delight to have Chonsu here. But Definition now just 2 matches away from being the world champion, Adol. He must be absolutely buzzing. That was a tough, tough series.
Yeah, very tough series. Came down to the wire, right? Full 5 games and very, very close, you know, with a little bit more breathing room there on Chonsu's side. Already had the Neri, had a pupil, like getting the 6 damage trinket could have set up for lethal over, you know, just a couple of turns. But the one thing that the Hunter doesn't have is a lot of native defensive tools, and so no alien encounters that whole game to sort of set up these big taunt boards, and not a lot of opportunity to, you know, gain a bunch of armor off of mixologist potions or anything like that. So yeah, Definition had to fight a little harder than in groups, but still looking pretty rock solid.
Yeah, absolutely. Chonsu threw a lot at him there, and as always, it's so great to have him here. He came through the last chance qualifiers to get here and got himself all the way to the quarterfinals. Another fantastic year for Chonsu. Definition, I mean, the Definition joke came around from a Masters tour where the caption was sliced off. It was just, he has the most, which was the most APAC rank 1 finishers, but it just said Definition has the most. He might have the most by the end of today if he keeps playing like this. He's just those 2 matches away. It's so exciting today. But at some point soon we are going to find out who he will be playing. And the next match up will be LoveStorm and Incurro, two of the players who have been playing incredibly well through this tournament. I'm going to shut up. I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to let you watch that match, find out who's playing Definition. See you in 3 minutes.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We are getting ready to continue our final day of the Hearthstone World Championship. I'm Raven and joining me, returning to us from a couple of days off is Banterface. Welcome. We obviously had you on the first day casting with us. I had a couple of days. You've still been doing the coverage on your stream, of course, but how did you find the last few days? What do you think of the tournament so far?
They've been really good. We've had a lot of high-level Hearthstone, some, mistakes, some mishaps, but I think that makes it more entertaining personally. Like, even as a pro player, I like to see people play well. It's also kind of fun to see people make some mistakes. Again, everybody's human. It adds some excitement to the tournament. So I've been having a really good time.
Yeah, well, I mean, you will know a lot better than I will what the pressure's like on these stages of these tournaments, right? Because it's basically these players are putting countless hours to get to this point, and then it starts just narrowing down right into like, okay, one more, 2 more matches left to go, 1 more match left to go. So I imagine that pressure is something that, as a player yourself, is something that you've almost probably actively had to work on, right, in dealing with these high pressure scenarios.
Yep, absolutely. The best way to do it is just practice. More and more tournaments, you tend to get used to it, but especially when it's like your first time at the World Championship, I think for a lot of people, those nerves can really creep in. I haven't really seen it for LoveStorm and Incurro. I think we were talking amongst the casters, and also I've been talking with a lot of other top players. Pretty high consensus opinion that these two have been among the best players in the tournament thus far. And yeah, I think despite the lack of experience on the World Championship stage, they're both really showing how good they are.
Yeah, 100%. Just quickly looking at the lineups, we've seen the Hunters banned away, which was my general expectation coming into this tournament, just because of how powerful we've seen it be. But the big question, really, Banter, is this Warlock. Once again, right, the Warlock, we are going to see it in game number 1, of course, but being left up. What have you made of it now that we've seen a few players perform with it over the course of the last few days, now that we've got a few of these games under our belt?
Yeah, it has passed the initial test, right? Both players who brought the egg lock did make it through the group stage, which I think is pretty impressive for having that much of a kind of like a secret deck, if you will. It wasn't really on my radar at all heading into the tournament among the decks that everybody brought. This was the one that I know probably the least about, so it's been interesting to see it pan out. We'll see if it can get the job done today in top 8, but it's done well so far.
Yeah, I feel like no matter what, that's always going to be the question with the players who have it, is can they get a win with the Warlock? Because there's that sort of assumption in most cases that, like, oh, you know, the likes of Warrior does pretty well overall, Rogue been doing pretty well, you know, it's all these decks you expect to get the wins, but the big question is probably going to have a very quick answer as we do dive into that first game. LoveStorm on the top on that Rogue, and then Incurro going to be on the Warlock. Starting off in a pretty good way here, Banter, with the Holy Egg Bearer available, because we have seen the odd game here and there where they just haven't been able to get hold of an egg, and that suddenly makes the deck look quite bad.
Yeah, it is pretty miserable to play this deck without eggs, so Incurro will be very relieved to have picked that up. Now really just wants to find stuff like Eat the Imp, basically anything to continue proccing this egg and make the game difficult for LoveStorm.
And for the Rogue on this side of the matchup, is this all about, I mean, it kind of always is like this, but do they focus any more on like minion pressure at all? Or is it still just do the plan and just hope you do it faster than they can proc eggs?
Yeah, I think minion pressure becomes really important because the part of this matchup that always gets brought up is you have these eggs on the other side of the board. Your asteroids just don't go face. I mean, sure, you can just hit, but a lot of the time they won't be going face, and it can make it really awkward for the game to play out. If you tempo out minions like Webweaver or any other kind of high impact minions, maybe you play and everything must go, suddenly you force Incurro to decide between, can I stay alive by dealing with their board, or do I need to put all my resources into blocking the egg?
Yeah, and we'll have to see how that one's going to play out right now.
Yep. And you can see Incurro even there taking a thought, probably even considering the possibility of coining out a shard just to try and contest this Webweaver, because he knows that it is kind of just going to be on the board for a while.
LoveStorm now can take the trade, does have that Shadow Step in hand, not going to be used right now, of course, because again, still asking those questions, but having access to the Shadow Step, EMG, now map, it's starting to build towards those powerful turns.
Of course, you have to get this down at some point to win. I'm sure he would have preferred for there to not be on the side, but you got to do what you got to do.
LoveStorm getting off to a good start now, getting that card drawer. Now this is where Incurro, I imagine, is holding his breath a little bit, thinking, right, what do I have to deal with right now? Because so far there is no real good way to deal with any AoE on so far no access to any AoE to deal with the board here, so this could be a little bit troubling.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the cards that can deal with this board incredibly well, though, could come out here. Incurro is going to be hoping to pick up something like a Hellfire. Table Flip, also playable at this stage of the game. Really needs one of those, because I don't think you can afford another turn with these Webweavers being left up. Or you can, but you'd certainly feel a lot more comfortable without it. He does pick up a Table Flip off that Eat the Imp.
Yeah, absolutely huge. It is amusing as well because both decks just go so heavy on card draw, right? That both players flying through the deck, so that you always assume they are likely to have the answers they want, or likely to have access to the cards that they want most of the time. And freezing out the attack on the weapon is going to be pretty nice. Weapon can also always be procced with arrow power, of course, but that is 2 mana that you do not want to spend if you're LoveStorm.
Yep, absolutely. That 2 mana is a big deal. That is often the difference between being able to play something like Everything Must Go or getting that additional card draw. And not just this turn, Incurro also has another weapon for the future. LoveStorm does just over-equip here, allowing him to get the draw. But it does mean that the second weapon kind of unlikely to get the second swing anytime soon.
Yeah, and the draw's not the best either. There is, of course, Collector into... Okay, he's going to go for it. Collector Preppy at the end and just basically smash everything down here. Oh, okay. Not too bad. Can have access to the coin if required for next turn. Still, as per the prep, and it's reduced anyway, so that's fine.
Yep. And at the moment, doesn't actually have the Incendious, which normally you would maybe want to play an O manager here, get the coin for Incendious. In this case, he just doesn't have it, so not as worried about playing it. But meanwhile, Incurro is making a lot of progress on this egg. He's going to go ahead and get 2 procs of it, as well as getting the Archdruid down here, making a pretty awkward board state. And that second, or the last stage of the egg is going to come around pretty soon. So LoveStorm is running out of time here.
Yeah, because that's the problem, especially if there's additional minions on the board as well. Rogue isn't normally fantastic at dealing with 2020s, right? There's like Dubious, of course, but that requires some level of isolation, and no doubt there are ways for Incurro to have, you know, an unprocced egg and a procced egg on the board, which then suddenly makes things very difficult to deal with. So definitely not the best opponent to be able to deal with some of this. Here though, LoveStorm, no doubt just going to start cycling as the rogues are wont to do.
Yep, really needs to pick up the Incendious soon. That damage will be pretty important for being able to actually close out the game at this stage. Picks up and Everything Must Go, but his cards still cost a lot of mana. He actually picks up 2 copies of it. He needs to draw an Asteroid here. He does.
Yeah, there we go, okay. And those are actually, yeah, active now, right? Yeah.
Yep, and it does go face as well, which you'll be happy about. You pretty much always want the Asteroids to go face at a time like this. Any little extra bit of damage can help. Of course, to play this Dubious purchase, he has to sort of help his opponent block their own eggs.
Okay, pretty interesting taunt there, right? If there's going to be procced eggs, like not the worst at all.
Yep, not at all. Sleepy Resident can make it a little bit awkward for your opponent to actually get through at some point. Of course, it might end up off the board later on, but you do have to deal with it before trying to actually push that 20 or even 40 damage face. And this is kind of
procs.
Yep, absolutely. This is the turn where you get all that pressure on the board. Now, because the Sleepy Resident is there, it actually will give LoveStorm a chance to be alive here, right? Like, you would not be able to do this if the Resident was not on the board. You would just die.
And I don't think there's no like clever way that this can be dealt with, right? On the Warlock side, there's nothing that can, you know, bounce it, silence it, do anything like that, right? There's nothing. The deck's pretty straightforward in most cases, so kind of unavoidable here for Incurro.
It is, yeah, and now because LoveStorm had that turn, he's just suddenly got a lot of damage in deck, and it's going to be a bit of a scary situation for Incurro here because you need to stay alive. Currently doesn't have any healing, was likely hoping to pick up a health drink off of this Mortal Coil, but without any of that, he's just here at 17 HP.
Yeah, what a disaster. I think almost, if not any other minion would have been fine for Incurro here to spawn off this EMG, right? I'm trying to think if there's anything else that would have been that much of a problem, but I really can't think of anything.
Almost out of time.
Yeah, there's Thanos still in hand here for LoveStorm as well, which is going to be pretty nice in proccing some extra damage as long as everything's not chain drawn.
So if he doesn't draw any eruptions off the top here, that is 15 damage alone from eruptions, and he doesn't, which means he just has guaranteed lethal here with the eruption damage plus the O manager.
Yeah. Wow, because you can see throughout this whole game, I think Incurro's setup was incredible. Basically setting up lethal, making it terrible for LoveStorm to deal with, but just that one taunt was just too much. And that's going to be game one. LoveStorm very happy with that, because I think up until that EMG turn, LoveStorm might not have been feeling overly confident because the eggs were coming thick and fast from Incurro.
Absolutely, yeah. That was the turning point in this one. I think Incurro would have felt really confident, really comfortable about the way the game was going, especially after turn 5, where there was no coin played from an O manager. He's thinking, oh, there's no Incendious. I'm going to get my egg proc soon. He's in a fine spot, but it just all turned around.
Yeah, and honestly, moments like that, I'm sure the chat will love it when they see it, but moments like that are the sort of things you might need that push you over the edge in a given match, or even in a tournament, right? I think however much we talk about luck versus skill or whatever you want to say, but I think anyone who goes deep in a tournament has probably got inherently a little bit lucky, because that's just how the game works, right? But it's making sure that lucky moments are rewarded through good play up until and after those points. And I think LoveStorm's going to be, as you saw, he was almost celebrating like he won the match with that one game there, because that's the sort of thing that can propel you through a match that was maybe going to be a little bit more difficult otherwise.
Yeah, absolutely. You said it yourself. When people ask me about, like, what does it take to win a tournament? How do you go deep in a tournament? I always say there's 3 things you need. You need to play pretty well. You need to bring a good lineup, and you got to get a little lucky. If you want to win a tournament like this among the best players in the world, you need some stuff to go your way. LoveStorm did have it go it went his way that game. But it is important to set yourself up for that success, right? You have to give yourself the outs. You don't play the game as well in the rest of the game, or at some point it's going to catch up to you, but he did well to convert there.
Yeah, the players wasting no time jumping into our game 2 here. LoveStorm jumping over to the Warrior. Incurro saying, yeah, we're just going to go Warlock again, because last game went pretty well as well, right? It's not like anything went wrong for Incurro last game outside of the generations for LoveStorm. But in this matchup, earlier in this tournament, we saw Gabby sort of, I'm pretty sure it was Gabby, like, dismantle an Egg Warlock. I think it was Gabby versus Philfield, if I can remember properly. How easy is that actually to do on a sort of general game basis as the Warrior versus this Warlock?
I think it definitely takes a well-played game from the Warrior to be able to manage all those threats, because, and really on both sides, right? Incurro's job is to make it as awkward as possible for his opponent to proc all the eggs at once and then deal with them. But at the same time, you have to apply enough pressure to deny them being able to just, sit there and draw cards, sit there and play a bulwark, whatever. So it can definitely be a bit of a balance, and we'll see if Incurro and LoveStorm are able to strike the right balance this game.
Yeah, this matchup feels like the final boss of the playing around brawl style of game, right? Where, like, you need to just keep doing just enough for it to be a problem, but then not enough to just throw the game. So we'll see how it goes. Incurro, though, of course, getting access to the egg once again very smoothly. So 2 pretty good starts, accelerating those procs, and then we'll no doubt be looking to duplicate them very soon. So they're close to fully proccing, but not too close to be cleared in one go.
Yep, this really is the dream start, I would say, for both players. LoveStorm able to open up with a new heights. That extra mana is a big deal. It let him play this Yor 1 turn earlier and start to get this card draw. Meanwhile, Incurro really just wants the egg and those extra procs for it. At this point, he is probably going to be looking for an Archdruid. You definitely need some extra copies of those eggs on the board. And he needs a little bit of extra draw, right? He has Solarium in hand. That is not a card that you want to play anytime soon against a Warrior, because if you hit something like Umbra, suddenly the game becomes a lot more difficult. So he'll try to hold off on that and just try to hit an Archdruid, maybe an Eat the Imp to find those cards.
Okay, well, Dark Morrow, not exactly what Incurro's looking for right now. Good thing with this as well is you've always got ways to dump cards with this deck, right? Because you can use pretty much everything to target the eggs anyway. So as long as you've got an egg on board, there's always ways to get some cards out of the hand if you're feeling a little bit clogged up.
Yep, that is true. Can always try and use a coil on a Sergeant at some point, right? Like you would ideally like for your opponent to have a minion on board. Like now they have a Yor on board, so you can use the Abusive Sergeant to target your egg. But he is definitely in need of some extra ways to replicate those Death Rattles. He does have Dark Marrow in hand, so that's another way he can do it right now. His next turn may be something along the lines of Abusive Sergeant, plus the Dark Marrow, you can coin out a Drain Soul. Suddenly you have 2 copies of the final proc, or the last stage of the egg, rather, and then you just get 2 2020s as well for additional pressure.
Yeah, that is one thing that might be creeping into Incurro's mind now, right? It's like, the longer there's just one egg, that there's a chance that LoveStorm just hacks through the egg, deals with it, and then suddenly you're left with a bit of a dream to be able to win the game at that point. LoveStorm is going to drop the Elise and go for a 1-cost location here, just to be able to squeeze it in.
Yep, I would have thought that maybe he was looking for Discover a Spell. I actually didn't catch if he got the option. Instead ends up with just a copy plus a rush. Usually you just don't have time for an expensive location, but we are going to see this Dark Marrow turn come in for Incurro and a lot of pressure alongside it. Will maybe
just
end
trying
up
to work on
trading into
sequencing, right? Just trying to work on exactly what you want to do and when, and what the trades are, how to utilize all these tools. But you are completely right, of course. These double procs are going to be absolutely huge here for Incurro.
Just a board with 2 2020s, this Dark Marrow, which can provide even further issues, and it does make it a bit awkward for LoveStorm to deal with. Now, he does have access to his Brawl. He has 2 copies of Shield Slam that he just drew in back-to-back turns. Those are going to come in handy for sure, because that's how you actually deal with the remaining 2020 or 2 that sticks.
Oh, and the Elise wins as well. Oof.
Yeah, big deal that LoveStorm wins the Brawl. If a 2020 had won that Brawl, he actually was not able to clear both of them because he needs that 2 extra mana to hero power for the Shield Slam, so one of them would have stuck. Now Incurro going ahead and ripping that Solarium. Of course, Umbra is a card that now you really want, and he had the mana available. He was able to hold on to his coin last turn with the Conflagrate pickup, meaning that if he had hit Umbra off the Solarium, he was able to do it this turn. Unfortunately, he does not find it, so he's got to keep hunting for it.
Yeah, and at this point, it's kind of really only Umbra, right, that's really going to do anything for Incurro. There's not really much else that's going to progress the matchup enough here.
Yep, that is the only card that is really giving him a chance. He does end up picking it up, but the scary thing for him is that, LoveStorm has progressed through his deck a lot. He's got a lot of mana, so he still has a Brawl left. If he's able to maybe clear off everything at once, he still has the armor as well for the Shield Slam, right? Like, that winning that Brawl earlier set him up in this spot where he's so much more comfortable. If the 2020 had won previously, wasn't super high odds, but it could have happened, I think he would just be in a position where he finds it too difficult to deal with the refill.
Yeah, and the big deal here as well, he has the, as you sort of said, right, he has the health to, even if it takes him a couple of turns, he can tank a hit or 2 from a 2020, right? So it's not like if one single 2020 lives, it's over. Like, he can actually deal with this over the course of a couple of turns, depending on the outcomes, of course.
Yep, and it's a pretty nice board state. He's got 1 egg on its final stage. He's got 1 that is 2 stages away as well. So it is a hard board to deal with Brawl, but at the same time, he doesn't need the Brawl yet. It's not that much pressure, and he has a lot of health to work with.
Okay, it is going to accelerate a little bit here for Incurro and saying, you know what? 1 of these is an easy Shield Slam. 2, slightly more difficult to deal with, makes the brawl a little bit more awkward because now there's more chances of a 2020 living and so on. So I do like that configurate there from Incurro because, as I said, like LoveStorm could just take a hit from 1. It's not really the end of the world at that point. So yeah, just panel on a little bit more pressure.
Yeah, and not just that, but also LoveStorm had previously played his card draw, the all-you-can-eat, meaning that Incurro should have a pretty good idea that there's a Ziliax in hand, and with the location on the board, it's a copy and a 2/1 Raptor. If he does not configurate his egg there, LoveStorm can just play his Ziliax, clear off the 2020, and say, okay, you're now forced to proc a bunch of stuff.
Right.
You need to make your eggs, and then at that point, he just has time to draw through his deck and maybe brawl that future board.
Relaxation for all.
Gonna go for, yeah, summon the extra copies, more chance of winning the brawl here for LoveStorm. Still has the death rattle from the invader. Yes, so that's something that could potentially start tickling these.
This is an incredibly scary spot for him. Once again, if a 2020 had won this brawl, he was just dead. Because he would have the 40 on board, and then he can deal an additional 20 with the ooze. So had to once again dodge an unlikely but very possible outcome. Of course, Incurro does still have one 2020. So here I think you can do, what, 45 damage with Abusive Sergeant, Hellfire, and the ooze, but it's not quite enough.
Yeah, I feel. Do you think this is a time to crack another egg for another 2020? Because you still know that there's no armor, of course. But again, as you mentioned, there's potentially likely Ziliax. Or do you think 1 is enough at this point?
So it's a little hard to say. What he needs to count, and I'm sure what Incurro is counting, is this cost of Ceaseless. Because if he makes too many eggs, he'll replace too many cards, which I don't think he will, but if he does, suddenly the cost of their Ceaseless becomes a little too low, and maybe they can open that final egg and then Ceaseless. So he has to find the right balance between enough pressure against stuff like Ziliax, or maybe just one Shield Slam, compared to, going a little too wide on the board.
Does have the second Arch Druid as well, which is going to be pretty nice here. It's a couple of procs.
Yep, that is very key. Again, just trying to make it as awkward as he can with all these death rattles. Ceaseless still costing a pretty healthy 16 mana at this point, so not yet playable for LoveStorm. And looking at what LoveStorm has left in his deck here, there's no more brawls, right? There is a Bulwark in the deck. There's also a Bob. And as well as some card draw. So probably looking for the Bob from this Precursory Strike, and he does pick it up. Very important here to buy himself an extra turn.
Yeah, I think this has so far been just a really solid display of what this Warlock can do, because LoveStorm has had some fantastic brawl outcomes, right? And some really good removal turns, and Incurro is still piling on the pressure somehow. So it's definitely cool to see. LoveStorm, though, he's going to buy that time with the Bob. Hasn't got much of a follow-up. Does have Crown, but going to choose to hold on to it.
Yeah, I think his plan at the moment is to use it after Ceaseless comes down, just as it potentially gives you some outs like Tortola if you need them, but I think he's looking pretty comfortable at this stage. Again, we've been talking a lot about that Ceaseless that's now down to 6 mana and will be 0 on the next turn. Right. That's kind of where the game swings, because if LoveStorm can just deal with all the remaining eggs, or at least most of them, drop the Ceaseless, suddenly it's such a big swing turn that Incurro just can't ever push the remaining damage.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Incurro needs to constantly have the damage threatened on board, but still have the eggs proccable as well. And the second that's not really a big deal, that turn or so that LoveStorm will gain, it's going to be absolutely huge here. And also just the fact that Incurro's just running out of cards right now, so that's going to be a bit of a problem as well in the near future.
Yep, absolutely. Incurro remaining in his deck is just a Glacial Shard, Eat the Imp, and a Drain Soul. None of those cards are really very useful for his game plan, right? It is just what we see on the board, and an ooze, essentially. Maybe some Hellfires to deal with. Like, he does have a way to get through Ziliax, but unfortunately, I don't think that is his biggest problem right now.
Yeah, I think by the time Ziliax comes down, it's probably going to be, well, you've lost anyway, right? So it won't overly matter.
Yep, and LoveStorm does have the copy, and this might be actually a big reason why he wanted copy earlier. I think we saw this in the Gabby match as well against Philfield, where you play this Invader, you copy it, and now you have both Death Rattles to proc the remaining 0-3, which means he's able to just full clear, and the game is just over. He can full clear the board and play the Ceaseless. He knows Incurro has absolutely nothing left.
Yeah, Ceaseless comes down, and I would imagine that this is just going to be a snap concede from Incurro, yep, as there's nothing else to really do. There we get a little window into the Discover there. There you go. But yeah, really, really well played. I actually think from both players here, which has kind of been both of these players' stories throughout this tournament so far. I think both of them have been very, very clean. But LoveStorm just getting away with a couple of brawls there, whilst keeping on top of the eggs, and then having a very good plan to just deal the final blow effectively, right? And as you said, get that copy, clear the eggs up, and Incurro's just out of stuff, because however cool it is to see the Warlock played, it is a outside of, I'm not talking about the plays you can make, but the goal of the deck is very one-dimensional, isn't it? There's no real backup plans that are involved in that Warlock.
Yep, that is very true, and I think it was a pretty similar story to the first game that they played, where Incurro seemed fairly comfortable. He was kind of just moving along with his game plan, and then, you know, one or two crucial turns, right? A brawl outcome maybe goes LoveStorm's way, or two, where the game could have just been over on the other side, had a 20-20 live through the brawl. At the end of the game, there was also the precursory strike. I think it was 1 and 3 to draw Bob. That was a huge pickup to allow him to play the wand, make sure that his Ceaseless was cheap enough. So again, both players doing what they need to do. It's just right now it is going LoveStorm's way, and a long way back for Incurro, but still very doable.
Yeah, I think this really will just fall on the back. I mean, obviously, if LoveStorm wins one, he's won the match, but I think Incurro just get over the hill with this Warlock. Once that's done, it's almost like a fresh set again after that, right? Because I do believe he is queuing the Warlock again, just trying everything to push it through. It is going to be going up against Shaman from LoveStorm now, though. So we've seen, I don't really call the Rogue control-y, but we've seen some of the sort of more combo-y or slower matchups. How does the Shaman look against this Warlock? Like, is it harder, easier than the Warrior?
You know, I would imagine that it's a bit better. This Warlock deck has been one that's been a little kind of like secretive. I didn't know much about it in the build up to this tournament, at least, just due to the previous nerfs. It wasn't really on my radar. I didn't do any testing. I didn't see any testing for it. But I have to imagine that the Shaman is not really what Incurro wants to be playing against. Biggest problem for the Warlock against a deck like that, there's a lot of pressure on the other side. They play a couple of bellhops, maybe they play some 3-3 Growfins even. Well, maybe not 3-3s, but 5-5s especially can be a massive problem because you don't really have much healing in the deck. A couple of Drain Souls, maybe some health drinks. There's going to be a lot of pressure, and you have to play to your own game plan. You need to keep dealing with your own eggs and summon those 20-20s, right. But sometimes it's going to be a little tough to get there.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think that's one of the problems, right? Because unlike the Warrior, in the turns when you want to be drawing egg, playing egg, busting out the eggs and so on and so on, those are the turns that Shaman actually wants to play actively, right? They're dropping the stuff, they're getting hold of the Hagatha, they're following it up with the everything else from like turn 5 onwards. So I think that's going to be the real deciding moments of this game are going to feel probably in those first 5 to 6 turns where Incurro can't AoE down boards and develop the eggs and proc them, right? Like, you literally do not have the mana realistically to do all that fast enough to stop a Shaman. However, we have seen that Shaman can kind of just beat itself sometimes, right? If you just don't get those nice curves early on, it can definitely slow you down. And right now, what the? No wonder Incurro's brought this deck, Banter, because yeah, again, just egg, just locked, loaded, ready to roll in the early game. So that's going to be another great start from Incurro. LoveStorm, a little bit slower.
A little bit, but he does pick up the bellhops, which I think he actually got 2 copies of them. That is pretty much exactly what he wants, just maximum pressure early on. And I think we're going to see what we were discussing earlier, where there's these 5-5s. Incurro, for one, can't really deal with them. And two, if he can, he has to choose often if he wants to deal with his own egg or his opponent's minions. Currently, it's a bit tough to do both.
Yeah, one of those problems as well is, going for the table flip with the Solarium there is quite nice because this was a really good outcome actually, because the more you use your removal early on, the less you're drawing cards as well, which then makes your table flips worse, right? So Incurro actually getting away with a lot of that in that early game there.
I think that was the absolute dream for Incurro. I mean, he was well aware of his spot in the game. He knows he needs to deal with at least one of the 5/5s or he's just going to get burned down. So he hits the extra copy of Table Flip, leaves him with one in hand. I think he'll be a bit, maybe a bit annoyed to see as a second copy of the 5/5s, which again, can't really deal with them super efficiently here.
Yeah, it does have another Table Flip and the bomb available. Is there... See, that's the tricky part now. This is what we talk about, right? Like, how does Incurro progress whilst not dying, right? And can you do both? Because that's what you'd like to do. But is it possible this turn?
It's incredibly tricky. I think are we maybe seeing a bit of desync? Possibly. But Incurro, I think he's just got to keep working on the egg at this point. I mean, maybe he can deal with one of his opponent's minions, but not many at this stage.
Is this ever just Hellfire Drain and just leave one on the board?
So you could do that. I think the concern for him would be if he's able to deal with enough of the board as we get a quick pause in the game.
Yep. Oh, it's okay. With production magic, we're right back in. Okay, I think it was Hellfire Drain. Okay, we just had a little bit of a skip there. Apologies for that, but we're straight back in. So the Hellfire Drain did come out, but LoveStorm thick and fast, right? Like just more and more pressure every single turn. We can now see the Hagathor, though maybe a little bit late to the party, but at least the Furious Fouls is going to cause some trouble as well.
Yeah, but that sequence of top decks from Incurro was absolutely perfect. He picks up the Conflagrate first for the 1 mana proc that doesn't deal damage to himself, draws into a Hellfire to deal with the rest of the board, and immediately summons a 20/20. That would have been exactly the way he would have drawn that turn up.
Yeah.
And, sure, he doesn't have any extra copies of it at the moment, which could prove to be a problem if the game doesn't end anytime soon, which we can see LoveStorm has some defensive measures. But this 20/20 does keep him alive, and really at this point, he's just looking for Umbra, or if he can actually just push through, maybe there's no Frosty Decor, could just kill LoveStorm with one 20/20, but will likely be needing that Umbra.
Yeah, exactly. If anyone's just tuning in, LoveStorm 2-0 over Incurro so far. And if Incurro loses this game, that's the run over. Obviously, these are all top 8 matches, final day of the World Championship. But I have heard that not dying right now is quite good here for Incurro. So, yeah, even though it's not the perfect sell with multiple eggs, I completely agree. This 20/20 could just be enough. It's going to drop down there.
And we can see, so LoveStorm had the option of just playing a Frosty Decor, but likely felt that it didn't put him in a strong enough position to win the game. I don't even think it's possible for him to die on this exact turn because both Hellfires have been used and one Abusive Sergeant, meaning that he actually doesn't have a way to deal the extra 4 damage here, so he's going to feel pretty secure, at least for this turn.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's the Umbra picked up that he does tap into. His health might look a little on the scary side. Maybe potentially Furious Fouls could come down, but he kind of needs to find some card draw. So he was looking for that Umbra, and he does hit it.
Yeah, this matchup just on a knife's edge right now. LoveStorm on 4, but again, as you mentioned, because of the potential removal, might be feeling a little bit safe. Oh, and wait, does the taunt change things? That is, Oh, wait, hang on, it's okay. There's a health drink. Okay.
Yep,
I was going to say I need to sit down after this, but I already am.
Yep, that was a pretty intense ending. I mean, LoveStorm still obviously quite behind, but maybe creeping his way into surviving with some Frosty Decors. Picks up the Taunt Totem to keep himself alive on board, but Health Drink will close that one out.
Yeah, what a game, honestly. Like, both players achieving the things they want to do, but Incurro finally getting a win with that Warlock, and super close game. Yes, obviously the 20/20 was going to be difficult to get through, but as you said, layers of taunts and then just starting to smash through with some of the minions. They did have the grow fins as well. That can help out massively once you play those against the taunt later on. But yeah, Incurro getting just enough. So LoveStorm still going to have the Shaman left over, but finally finally we saw the Warlock take a victory, and now we get back to what I would say much more standard matchups, Banter.
Yep, definitely. It's going to be a big relief to see that Warlock through. I think he played that game, at least from what I can tell. I'm no Egg Warlock expert, but seemed to play it super well. Knew exactly what he needed to do. Took about 3 seconds to play the Solarium on that one turn, knowing that he at least had like Table Flip as backup, but he hit the stuff he needed to off those draws and piloted it very well.
Oh, jumping straight in again. The players just not messing around. They're just like, let's get this match done. Jumping over to the Rogue for Incurro now. Obviously, LoveStorm only having the Shaman left over.
Rock number 802, welcome to the collection.
Yep, and a nice start with that Space Rock Collector. Of course, LoveStorm does have the Murloc Growthman to answer it. Not the best hand I've ever seen for Incurro. He's got a Maestra, he's got a Thalnos. Not really the cards you want to see early on.
Yeah, this is tricky as well because is there a moment where you play just the Thalnos, just take the card draw? Yeah, or like it does feel a little bit bad, but it feels worse having a bad hand, right? So you sort of take
exactly. Yep, it's not ideal, but at the same time, this is not a matchup where you always need that damage. It can go a bit longer. Let's say LoveStorm pulls out something like, you know, Double Frosty or maybe even Shutter Block into a Hagatha Frosty, but you have to play to what your hand gives you, and he pretty desperately needs this extra draw, so it makes sense to just play it. Really wants to pick up like an ETM, maybe a dubious purchase at the moment.
Oh, a bit of a rough one off the Platosaur there, honestly.
Yeah,
Can just Shadow Step it and do it again, but it's just a little bit like, ugh.
It's certainly not ideal, but he is going to need access to this draw, right? He's just not given any choice. He needs to find something like Dubious or ETM.
Is this... Do you have a hold here? Like, hold the Platosaur, I mean? And just wait till next turn. It costs 0, right? You can just deal with the draw next turn and go. Yeah.
Yep. That is what he's going to do. He spends the mana on the O-Manager. Sometimes useful for dealing with their minions, but I think he feels probably more pressure to just get his mana spent because he's maybe not in a great spot this game. Does also give him access to Coin Maestra if he wants. I cannot imagine he would be thrilled about that play, but it is available for him.
Okay, well, let's see what this draw is because EMG solves all problems, right?
Yeah, maybe not this problem, though.
Not now, but...
Yeah. I think he probably... Oh, it's just such an awkward spot because now, all of a sudden, if you want to try and get this Everything Must Go to be playable, you would have to swing twice into these taunts. Super painful to do. He has the option of just re-daggering to destroy his weapon, but that costs 2 mana.
Yeah, there is prep in hand and there is coins, so you've got the potential to do things, right? The potential's there. It's just whether Incurro feels the need, I guess, to actually go that hard this turn. We're about to find out.
Yeah, I mean, bit of a long shot to actually... Yeah, I would say this turn, it's a bit of a long shot, so I think waiting makes a lot of sense. The problem is just if he gets pressured harder this turn, maybe with something like that Flight of the Firehawk that was picked up, there's also just a Shutter Block available for LoveStorm as a 5/5. It's going to be a lot of face damage heading his way.
Right, and yeah, Coin Shutter Block looks very good right now. Not only, as you mentioned, for the 5/5, but also locking in that effect, right? The battle cry going off. Now, as if you're Incurro, you just sat here thinking, oof.
LoveStorm just deciding if he wants to trade, right? He essentially knows at the moment that Incurro's hand is not too great. I would be a little surprised to see him trade the Wisp at this stage. Not sure that really makes a lot of sense to be missing the damage. He could consider trading the Platosaur just for the second copy of Shadow Step. Not quite sure that it's worth it for him, though, because Incurro does have his weapon equipped, meaning these minions are both effectively dead on the board anyway.
Right.
Does choose to trade the Platosaur, or just the Platosaur. Probably won't trade this Wisp.
Yeah, I'd be surprised. I think the Platosaur definitely can understand because there's potential. Like, this is one of those potential of, like, smell blood scenarios. There's the draw from the weapon, but you've seen the early game has not been draw heavy. So you think, okay, well, if they have another couple of whiffs on the draw, then suddenly you can just overwhelm them and win so quickly. As we can see now, though, where Weaver picked up, it's going to be mapped into the Dubious. Okay.
Yeah, these are certainly not whiffs. These are the cards that he wants to see, and this will be a big turn for Incurro, able to clear up the entire board. He will get this Everything Must Go Down alongside some other minions, right? He has the Web Weaver, which is going to draw several more cards here. And this is the swing turn that he needed. Another Phoenix is good too. Still has three draws remaining for the second copy of Everything Must Go.
The Maestro and the Platosaur as well, perfect.
Yep. Doesn't actually have the board space because he needs to play all the other minions. Doesn't roll the best 4-drops, but it is still a large board. Now, LoveStorm in a spot where he's suddenly very far behind on board. He does still have a copy of Murloc Grofin from this flight, and the Shutter Block was played, meaning if he hits Grofin, he can just make a ton of extra minions. There's also the Bellhop, right? Second copy of Bellhop. Those would be 5/5s. That's a pretty big board to deal with for Incurro. The other thing that he is thinking about, the reason why he's not just playing Flight, is he has the Frosty decor. So if he goes Frosty, he can just click his location again, summon 4 Murloc Grofins. The potentially scary thing about that, from my perspective, is if Incurro coins Incendious here, because he does have this coin that he held on to, and he top decks the Incendious, that is so crucial for Incurro to pick that up, because of course he knows LoveStorm's next turn. He's well aware of the Grofin in hand. That is going to help deal with them.
You are learning the powers of the caster calls very quickly, my friend. It's like, oh, well, if he gets the Incendious, oh, there it is, perfect.
Yep.
Yeah, this is going very smoothly for Incurro now.
Yeah, big deal to pick that up. Of course, he does still need to draw, however many eruptions to deal with the Grofins that will be left, but he's able to push 7 face damage here after getting rid of the taunts and has the Incendious down.
And that's huge as well because the Thalnos has been used, right? So Incurro's sort of missing some potential damage this game because Thalnos was used early on, but being able to just get rid of that armor really makes up for a lot of that. Here's the March of the Murlocs.
He will kill off the Incendious, and then the assumption is he will kill the Web Weaver. So 8 damage on board for Incurro at the moment. And we take a look at what he has left in his deck. As he draws through some of the eruptions, plenty of damage in there. Still did have to tempo the Thalnos, meaning he can't increase the damage of these eruptions, but he's got double Mauler as well and a Shadow Step remaining.
You will be concerned about these Murlocs, though, so the goal will be to clear up as much of this, draw a lot of it now, get the damage done, and clear these off with eruptions, which is very important. Does get them to clear the vast majority off. So, clear them all off now, so that will not be a problem any longer.
Yeah, and just doesn't quite have the mana to actually kill LoveStorm on this turn, but he shouldn't be too concerned, having seen there's no Hagatha played, meaning LoveStorm can't do something like Shutter Block into a Frosty Slime. There's no Ziliax available anytime soon, so he'll be feeling pretty comfortable with the situation. The one thing to be a little concerned about is that Flight of the Firehawk that I mentioned earlier still has those same outs for LoveStorm that he can play along the Shutter, although he did just top deck a Murloc Grofin, which is one of the cards he would want off of the Flight.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there, but it's just going to go for it as well. Hits the Allocate. Okay.
He hits the Bellhop. Big deal because Incurro only has 1 eruption remaining, so those 5/5s may just about keep him alive, but it looks pretty close right now. Yep, just going to get 4 5/5s with Taunt down, of course. Incurro has a bit of board to be able to deal with it, but definitely needs to do some quick math here on how to deal the remaining damage to these minions.
Yeah,
Yeah,
remaining
and again,
deck, just one dubious purchase and one eruption left, just to remind everyone, of course. So
Yep, and he does need to get to that eruption before shuffling in all of these asteroids, of course. So he'll make sure that he does that in the most efficient way. In this case, can just go with the map and then end the turn on Webweaver, Mauler, Mauler, Step Mauler. Looks like it should just about be lethal. Yeah, it is indeed.
Yeah, just having this much damage to just make the trades, and again, I think the just sticking minions being the heroes of this game, honestly, because yes, there's all the eruptions, yes, there's now the maulers, but these minions pushing through some armor early on, them still existing to make these trades even easier on the bellhops, all of these things stack up to just making the game that little bit easier for Incurro.
Yep. Nicely piloted game. I think he had a bit of an awkward starting hand, but nice spot at the end here. Of course, not the most difficult lethal turn that he will ever do, but there's a lot of pressure. We talked about it earlier. You know, it's a bit tougher to stay, cool, calm, and collected with the stress of your tournament life on the line. So just had to double check this turn, make sure he had just enough damage to get the job done.
Yeah, and I think that's been something I've seen the most people talk about when they talk about Incurro, is just been steady as a rock in the matches, right? Just been sitting down, playing the games, whether they're going his way or not, particularly on any given game. Even we've seen those first 2 games in this series where he was losing with the Warlock. There were some rough outcomes from there, and just getting on with it, right? For want of a better phrase there, just getting on with it, keeping the play strong, and is being rewarded for it right now as he's managed to fight all the way back up to a 2-2 score, which means we're going to get Warrior versus Shaman as our last game of this series.
Yep, I think it's a fitting end to the series. My take on this matchup, and I think just reasonably given the decks that they have, right? Both Hunters banned away. They both have Cycle Rogue. We've seen it perform pretty well. We've also seen both these players, be capable of piloting it. Quest Warrior strong, right? So all that leaves is Warlock versus Shaman. Those are kind of the big question mark decks for them, being the one unique deck in their lineup. And we're seeing those decks struggle. They both lost twice for each person now. Of course, Incurro got his Warlock through. Can LoveStorm get the Shaman through against the Warrior?
Yeah, that is the big question. And that's the thing, isn't it? I feel like Shaman's one of the classes right now that can look the best and the worst, right? Depending on which game you're looking at, because it can look absolutely miserable. Sometimes when the curve isn't great, you look at certain game states and think, how do you even win from this point? Is there even a chance? But then you see it have a clean curve to Hagatha and then think, okay, yeah, anything's possible at this point. You can just win. So the Warrior does have the tools to deal with some of these big boards that the Shaman can generate with like the big Growthins and so on, and all the taunts. So those tools are available, but it's just, I think, all going to be on how fast LoveStorm can just get that pressure down and keep the foot down.
Yep, absolutely. We've seen some games in this matchup, actually plenty of games in this matchup in the tournament so far. We saw Chonsu have some horrible draws against Warrior with Shaman. LoveStorm will be hoping that is not his point of view this game, trying to get some early minions, a Flight of the Firehawk, Hagatha location, all of that going to be pretty crucial in the early game.
And is this a matchup where Warrior generally holds the quest, or are they going to throw it away? Because that's something that we've seen, obviously, the mix. Maybe players that haven't played too much of Warrior, or playing at certain ranks where Warrior always holds the quest. What are we expecting to see here?
Yeah, so with the current versions of the deck, you basically always hold on to the quest against Shaman, with the theory being if you toss the quest, Shaman can play a really long game, right? That you don't put a clock on them if you don't keep quest, so you have no access to Time Warp, no Sulfuras, and they can just take their time. They go Shutter Block, Elise, and they have all the time in the world to play, they could maybe even play 10 mana locations. The quest allows you to actually get that counter pressure going.
Right. Oh, okay. Well, early on, birdwatching into the bellhops is a close to as good a start as you're going to hope for LoveStorm right now.
It is, yeah, it is a lot of early pressure, and something that is a huge deal in this matchup. I mean, you could say really every matchup for Warrior, especially this one, is do they have New Heights on 3? Because if you have New Heights, even just looking at this hand, right, you can go New Heights and then Invader Goggles to clear up the board. Without it, you may have to coin. Sure, you could coin an Invader and Goggles, but that's pretty expensive, right? It does cost you your coin. So no early ramp, not exactly what Incurro was hoping for.
Yeah, no Hagatha on the LoveStorm side here, but Turbulus is often a good consolation prize for this scenario, right? You can just drop it down, get the buff done, and just keep on trucking.
And funny enough, in this exact circumstance, it's just better than Hagatha. It might feel kind of unintuitive, but it buffs these bellhops to 5 HP, which Incurro not happy to see at all, because all of a sudden this Invader Goggles just won't clear the board. Is still going to go ahead and make that play, because if he doesn't do it right now, he may just die within, you know, a couple of turns. So at least this forces LoveStorm to most likely trade it off with one of the 6/1s, but he does still have to take that additional 6 damage.
Yeah, this is one of those ones where you're a bit upset in the moment, but it will pay off eventually, kind of scenario.
Yep, and LoveStorm doesn't have a ton of different options here, right? He's got a Frosty Decor, not much else going on for his hands, so we'll likely see him play it. The question that he's probably asking himself is, can he ever maybe push the 6 face? Because if you do, Incurro will likely trade off the Invader, but you do get to keep a couple of 2/2s, and you push 6 more damage. So
yeah, and what's the even follow-up from Incurro that you would be scared of if you were LoveStorm, right? If you play Frosty Decor, go face, what's the big punish? Because I can't really... a second Invader or something? It's like the punish or something, right? So there's nothing too crazy. Yes, you're probably not going to have much of a board left, but it's not like you're stepping into a huge trap from Incurro, right? By going face here.
Yeah, and LoveStorm, I would say, correctly identifies that there's really not that much benefit to trading this. I think it's pretty intuitive, right, to kill it and say, oh, now it can't damage my other minions, but there's just not enough upside for him.
Here's the punish for Glory's cheaper. Done.
It is. I mean, had this not been the case, Incurro would have comfortably just played a Yor this turn. Instead, oh, you can see him shaking his head. I think he maybe rushed a little bit on this turn. He meant to trade off this Invader, almost certainly, into a Bellhop, meaning his Elise will have 2 less health. Not necessarily the biggest deal, but it sometimes those tiny mistakes can add up.
Yeah, and honestly, I think against Shaman as well, they have the ability to do those small bits of damage, right? So taking self-damage on minions you didn't necessarily have to can come back to bite you a little bit, because there's some AoE in the Shaman, there's these Murlocs that can get some work done, even making them a little bit easier to kill from the Frosty Decors a bit of a problem.
Yep, absolutely. And let me go ahead and pull up this location. Where is it here? I can't find our location.
Hang on, it is... There, I've got it.
Perfect, there we go. So yeah, we've got Raptors and Death Rattle. I think on the first option, he had something like Copy offered. Not super ideal, because a lot of time you don't have a minion. In this case, I think maybe fortunately for Incurro, that small mistake won't actually end up mattering. LoveStorm does just deal with the board with the fouls, meaning his Elise would have died anyway.
Yeah, actually, a slightly higher chance of it doing more psychological damage to Incurro, right? You don't want to mess up on stream while you're playing a big match, even though it didn't really matter. It's still, that's probably more of a chance of doing damage than actually doing the chances of hurting his chance to win this game. Okay, Frosty Deco is the winner here.
Yep, Incurro just felt the need to clear this board, right? It's not the scariest board on the surface, but of course the problem is anytime leading into a turn 7 for Shaman, they have 5 minions on board, they are playing Wish, and they are punching you in the face for 20, so pretty important to deal with it.
Yeah, it's a double whammy, right? You stop that from happening, but also the chip damage is adding up, right? Like Incurro is by no means feeling safe on this HP right now, so yeah, it definitely needs to do something, especially if the plan was to then drop this location this turn. That's a huge chunk of mana to be able to spend, so yeah, just did what he could to get rid of as much as possible. Does have the Raptors to clear up the majority of this, but again, just take another 6 from Shudder Block.
Yep, and kind of a nice optimization you could say here from Incurro is he is pretty confident that LoveStorm is going to be playing 4 8/8s this turn. Now, for one, he doesn't actually have a clear answer in hand, but he was able to just weave in that hero power for the extra 2 armor, knowing that this 4 glory almost certainly going to be 0 mana on this turn.
Yeah. Oh, did pick up the second Brawl as well, so can Brawl could just play Bob this turn?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
The only problem with
Brawl...
Go on.
Go ahead.
No, you go. You go.
Sure. So, yeah. I think what you were going to allude to, the problem with the Brawl is he does leave up a big minion, right? He, at best case scenario, is leaving up a 6/6. Maybe not super ideal. The upside for him would be that he can fit in a copy of New Heights and start to do more stuff. But we may very well also just see him go Bob, maybe throw in the Strike. And he does have his location opening next turn. So maybe he can deal with the remaining minion. He actually could even go Bob and hold the Strike, right? So that next turn he can go Brawl, Strike, plus the location click to deal with the 8/8 that probably lives.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's really tricky as well, because that sounds like definitely the go-to, but there's also Brawl, leave an 8/8 potentially, but you could New Heights as well this turn and just progress a little bit more for more mana later. But I think the Bob is just too good, and this is probably just the turn you use it for, right? It's about as aggressive a board as LoveStorm's going to make through the majority of this game, so why not just drop it down?
Yep. And he does choose to part ways with the Strike, which I thought he might hold on to just because there are so many 8/8s and he's got these 2/1s coming out. Of course, the upside is he does just cycle his deck, right? He could find maybe Dracorex, maybe Ziliax, right, will be useful at some point. So he values spending the mana a bit more than maybe the possibility of an 8/8 living here.
Mm-hmm.
On top of that, also, pretty reasonable to expect a Wish Upon a Star gets played this turn, meaning that he actually wouldn't have an 8/8, he would just have an 11 HP minion, and the Precursory Strike wouldn't even kill it.
Right.
Of course, there isn't one, but Incurro can't see that.
Yeah, LoveStorm having probably as good a turn as you're going to have when this much of your board is frozen, right? Just using that time to get the Hagatha down. There's no point massively developing onto the board because you're expecting there to be some form of removal next turn, because if there isn't, great, you've won. And then if there is, you don't want to be overdoing it on threats. So Hagatha coming down this turn was pretty clean. It does get the actual extra taunt there for the cleanup with the pop-up book as well, and still has that small shredder block in hand, as well as the follow-ups with the Fairy Tale Slimes.
Yep, and LoveStorm does choose to invest a little bit of damage into just clearing off that Bob, maybe making his Brawl odds better, making it a bit tougher for Incurro to actually clear. We will see the Brawl come out. The Frog nearly got there, but in the end, an 8/8 does win out.
Yeah, I was thinking that would be typical, wouldn't it? So, okay, we'll clear the Bob so we can make a board. Oh wait, the Frog won.
Yep, and bit of an awkward spot for Incurro now, right? I mean, he did pick up Bulwark, which could potentially be a big deal. That allows him to maybe gain the HP necessary. But one of the things that he may be pretty afraid of from LoveStorm is anything off Hagatha terrifying at this point, right? He saw Frosty played, meaning that the Hagatha was either going to pull, like 2 copies of Wish or maybe even a Furious Fowls. And Shutter Block plus Fouls is a ton of damage even through Bulwark. Speaking of Fouls, LoveStorm does pick one up, could use that to chew through the Bulwark at some point. Possibly not now, but in the future.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be scary. Looks like he's going to go for the Parrot Sanctuary as well, just to start cashing in on that value from the location.
Yep.
But yeah, that's it. The Bob's gone, the Brawl's gone. Like, just get everything in at this point and just try and end the game, because Incurro is creeping towards that quest completion.
Yep. And this is the issue for Incurro, having used those removals earlier, maybe felt forced to use the Brawl on kind of a smaller board due to the possibility of this coming a few turns ago, now has to deal with the reality of it, and he doesn't have a great way to deal with it. Like you said, the best he can do really is like Ziliax this turn, try to stay alive. He has his location click to deal 5 damage with the Death Rattle next turn, but 5 damage is not even that much.
Yeah, I was gonna say
17 HP.
Yeah, 5 feels quite low, doesn't it? Like just sitting there. We'll probably get the lifesteal guaranteed from the Ziliax, which helps, but it's just how are these minions going down? Ceaseless may as well be in the next game by now because it's still on 41 costs, so that's quite a while away. Obviously it will tick down pretty fast with these kind of board states, but it's just it's not looking great. And I think something that must be really hurting Incurro is just how long these new heights have been just chilling in the hand and not being able to cash in on that potential ramp because the pressure has been so much from LoveStorm all game.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why it's so crucial in the early game, like on turn 3 specifically, to get it down, because that's kind of the one turn of safety that you have, right? They have no real pressure. At worst, a couple of 5/5s. You can tank one hit or two. Then all of a sudden, you face these boards with 35 power or whatever, and of course, you just don't have time to play them.
Yeah, there's Furious here. There's no melee options.
Yep.
Static Shock, pretty nice pickup.
Yeah, the Nomelia super key here to push through the Ziliax, and it will also actually it won't push the 2 now because it's just too big.
It's too big. Yeah.
Nomelia will die, so it won't quite proc the Bulwark. However, he can still get the 14 damage through this turn.
Yeah, more, right? Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, you still got one charge. Yeah, 14.
Yep, and massive issue for Incurro is his Ceaseless is too expensive. This Nomelia also, if he was hoping that his deal 5 plus Raptors would help him deal with the board, the Raptors just die immediately to the Nomelia Death Rattle.
Right.
So, I mean, I think we're probably in the territory of you have to hit Time Warp here, and then I'm not even sure what happens after.
It's like, well, Time Warp to stabilize, maybe, right? As opposed to winning, which is definitely an odd one.
Mm-hmm. It would have to be, I think, Time Warp off of the quest reward, and then also hit like Amara, be alive on the next turn, which I don't think he is, even with Time Warp into Amara. You just can't buy the time to get to the Ceaseless.
Just looking at what cards are even left for Incurro here, and nothing too great, honestly, is there? There's Unleash the Crocs for some armor, but you need a heck of an amount of armor there. So yeah, I think there is just a huge reliance on what's actually going to be potentially drawn from the quest reward, or generated, I guess.
I also may have lied about the Nomelia interaction. That Nomelia was actually ended up dying first, so the Death Rattle goes off. Then the Raptor summon, so he at least has the 2/1s. He does pick up an Amara, no Time Warp, but is he alive with this? The answer is just no, unfortunately for him. On the board, he is... Actually, wait, is he alive? Well, on the board he is. Is he alive at 1?
51, 40...
No, he's not.
Not now, right?
No, not now. Yeah, that pick... I think he would have been alive at 1 maybe without the top deck, even with the fouls, but LoveStorm picks up the draw he needs to push the remaining damage, and he will take the series 3-2.
Yeah, what an incredible series overall. I think both players, again, I think these were two of the names after the first couple of days that everyone was talking about of like, wow, these two played some of the best out of everyone, which is quite a compliment when you're looking at the World Championship, and arguably one of the strongest World Championships we've had in general. So yeah, a huge shout out to Incurro. I think he's played super well, bringing the Warlock and making the Warlock work. It wasn't, yeah, okay, it struggled a little bit earlier on, but the Warlock got over the line in this series once again. So great play from Incurro, but unfortunately for him, it wasn't enough. But LoveStorm continuing to have a fantastic run through this tournament, as LoveStorm was the group winner for his group earlier on, a few days ago now, and it's just continuing to show, just getting the work done, even against some of these sort of wonky matchups, right? Like dealing with this Egg Warlock. I'm sure, as you said, a lot of players were not going into the tournament expecting to have to make a game plan for Egglock in top 8.
Yep, very well said. Again, my commiserations to Incurro. I personally thought he played incredibly well throughout the tournament. Big surprise for me to see how well he handled the nerves, but does end his run here in top 8.
Yeah, so that is it for this match, but we've still got plenty more, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back with some more Hearthstone.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Hearthstone World Championship 2025. And we have got the third quarterfinal coming up for you in just a moment. I think it's going to be a pretty good one, Sottle. I think we highlighted this last night as potentially match of the day.
Indeed, yeah. I think looking down the list, this is the one that really stands out. Obviously, the biggest talking point has to be Yan Ming making a deep run for something that has never been achieved before in Hearthstone, which is a repeat World Championship. Shouti, the final obstacle, or the initial obstacle that he might view as the final obstacle, because I talked yesterday as we went off air about the high regard that the China players all hold each other in terms of their strength of the field on the global stage. We've seen two excellent performances from Definition, I think particularly LoveStorm going into this one, trying to stake a claim that their respective regions are still the strongest, but Shouti and Yan Ming will probably be really put in the prep for this one. I know was it you talking to Rekvam? Might have been Raven talking to Rekvam about, how much you plan in advance when you have prep time.
Yeah, that's me.
Do you just prep for the match that's in front of you, or do you try and prep a little bit more and more throughout the field? I think both of these players will have been absolutely laser focused on the initial challenge in front of them.
Yeah, and it's not that many days ago that they're both competing for the qualifiers for this. That was still in December. And in that one, Shouti won his group 5-0. And Yan Ming scraped through 2 and 3 into the top 8. Then obviously won the top 8 match, which is why he is here. So recent form, Shouti, got the nod, not just a little bit of an edge on it. Like 5-0. Straight through, no worry. Well, he had some worries in the quarterfinal, but no actual worries. And Yan Ming, just getting here, screaming, hold on to his world title, which he is still doing now. Shouti, an uncharacteristic mistake, I think, in the first round, but looked a lot better yesterday.
He did, yeah. I think some people would argue, certainly from a European and America's perspective, that he made a mistake even earlier than that by bringing the particular build of Hunter that he has into the tournament. My perspective of it, I ended up picking Shouti. Obviously, I love Shouti. I'm a huge Shouti fanboy. You're well aware of this, but you also know that I do tend to heavily factor lineups into my choices. And Shouti has Shaman, which was not something I was massively in favor of coming into this tournament, and also has a Hunter build that is not the one necessarily I would choose to play on ladder. I don't think it's the right build necessarily for the tournament. I do think it's perhaps a little bit overstated how damaging it is, because it still eats bans anyway. And there is also this argument, this is not something I've considered strongly enough to actually throw this out there as a hot take or whatever, but sometimes you're in this position with the best deck in the game where you should build it a little weirdly, because it's going to get banned, or people are going to come against it with off-the-wall lineups trying to target it, knowing that you're going to bring it, in which case you can have weird cards in there that help you play around it, right? So Xiaoti's extra ability to win some of the matchups that would challenge him, like Control Warrior, Quest Warrior, for example, with the build that he has, might actually be a conscious decision on his part. And of course, as you mentioned, it is, I believe, card for card the same build that he was running in those China qualifiers, right? So it was so successful for him through that tournament that he's just straight back on the bike with the same deck again.
Yeah, I didn't think he'd bring it. I very quickly, as we go into a Warrior Mirror, I thought it was weird because every time he played that deck, he looked incredibly good on it. Like he really sort of worked all the different nuances in there that you don't always see with the Hunter deck. He got it to do things against Warrior, made it sing that you can't normally do with Hunter against Warrior, apart from that great game Incurro had earlier in this tournament. But every time he drew a Sira, he looked like he wished he hadn't brought the deck. So I thought he might just bin it, but obviously, it's what makes a good player, right? I suspect he doesn't particularly like the build, but he sees something in it that he likes, and so he brought it. But now into the Warrior Mirror. Tell us a bit about this, Sottle. This is one of the most intriguing matchups for me in the whole tournament, the Warrior versus Warrior.
Yeah, now, again, something that people might know about me, I am not really much of a control deck enjoyer personally, but I was just saying in our little virtual green room earlier that I felt some of the Warrior matchups have been the most engaging throughout the tournament. Warrior versus Shaman in particular, I think, has looked really, really fun.
watching it being played at the highest possible level. Shouti had a great one earlier in his qualifier to this point, where you know, I actually had some dispute with the way he was playing it, but it was really interesting watching it play out at super high level. The Warrior Mirror as well is perhaps something that's a little more, I don't know what the word is, naturally solvable than the Shaman encounter, which is a bit more fluid. Just because of the way, you know, everyone fairly safely navigates their way through the mid game until you get to that quest completion phase, and then both players are trying to activate this 2-turn setup combo with the Time Walk, so you get 2 turns in a row. You make your minions cost 0 with the Barnabas that you get from the quest reward, and then you load up damage with a Ceaseless Expanse, a Galvadon that has 1,000,000+ attacks and Wind Fury and so on, and you OTK your opponent even beyond the massive like 80+ armor totals that they're able to get. What makes it really interesting is all the little wrinkles that you can throw together in getting there. So there's all kinds of iterations of, you know, multiple Elises, as we're seeing here from Yan Ming. There's Bob coming in playing a huge factor, because you can use a Bob to copy your opponent's Elise or copy your opponent's Barnabas so that you can get faster towards your own combo. Copy your opponent's quest reward. If they're playing Steam Cleaner, they can Steam Clean away all of your quest rewards. You can then Bob their quest reward to get your quest rewards back. They can have a Youthful Brewmaster to Youthful Brewmaster their Steam Cleaner. All of these things are very possible and can kind of mess with that late game scenario. But it is still kind of one of those like flowcharty style of matchups where the flowchart gets quite complex, but you can still memorize a flowchart in terms of how to play it out.
Yeah, we were joking around yesterday as well in the virtual green room, as you call it, quite accurately. This would be a fun tavern brawl if it just started on turn 11. You've got 11 mana, Azira's been played, and off you go. So let's have fun with that. But the first part is armor accumulation, hand curation, where you're trying to sort of make sure there's space, because you do start getting more and more clutter in your hand later on. And fine details. Yeah, I was just about to get there. Shouti, you quite often use this bullet later on. It might save a hit from an 8/8 or something, but it generally doesn't tank as much as you would expect. And it gets replaced by Sulfurous. It's a bit of a mana sink later on. You just 3 mana that you don't really want to spend, but it's sitting in your hand being annoying. So with not much else to do on that turn, Shouti decided, you know what, I'm just going to spend that 3 mana now and have it spent, even though it's not going to really protect that much damage.
Yeah, that's the big deal, and I remember asking Rekvam about this yesterday or the day before, and yeah, his answer was exactly like, mana efficiency is just more important. Hand size and mana efficiency and being able to get cards out of your hand so that you can cycle through more cards into your hand, just more important than having this bulwark in the late game where it's just not going to save you at the end of the day anyway, so you might as well just get it out.
Yeah, and also now I see it in play this early, which I never have in the mirror. Honestly, most of the mirror minions are quite large anyway, so it's still going to tank a 3.
Hey.
I love it when my hand costs 317 mana.
Well, the good news is that it is getting cheaper 3 times as fast as usual.
Yeah, it's just pie now. Here we go. Wow. Oh, okay. Jump scare from it. I thought Dracoax mattered.
So, Ceaseless Expanse, as I mentioned, is quite often a card that you save to use for the final OTK, right? So even if your opponent has tried to put up a wall of taunts somehow, you can go Ceaseless Expanse, Galvadon, take all your adapts, attack Wind Fury, then play your Time Walk, and your Ceaseless is also functioning as an extra minion, pushing damage on the next turn, right? It's a huge 10/10 minion that gets to attack. Having the luxury of actually being able to use ones to make tempo turns in the turns leading up to that actually could become a huge asset. Yeah. But also, furthermore, like it's something that gives you a plan that you're going through, some security. It's the first time in this tournament I think we've seen Bob used for triple minion. We have, I think, exclusively seen Bob being used to steal specific minions from the opponent. particularly because that comes with the additional upside of when your opponent goes into quest mode, like when they actually have the rewards in their deck, you fill their hands up with coins at the same time because of the way that Bob effect works, and then you can potentially burn their Time Walk or their Galvadon off the top, which makes it very difficult for them to win the game from that position. So triple ceaseless, very exciting. It could land anywhere from being incredibly impactful to having no effect on the game whatsoever, but I think the really interesting part is that Shouti just continued to spend his mana and slammed Bob on curve and just took triple minion instead of looking for some kind of cute setup with it.
It was also interesting that that was his chance to kill this ham. He could have hero powered, shield slammed, used the weapon, which was a terribly inefficient turn. But now, this ham, if Yan Ming chooses to remove it, it's going to become a 7/7. It's going to continue to eat useful minions up. And at the moment, Shouti has no way to remove it apart from Ziliax. And, well, Ziliax killing a 7/7 isn't much fun for you. But the bluff isn't called, or the bluff is called, whichever way you look at it. It is traded in, and the ham off has come to an end.
Yeah, and I think both players just kind of agreed there that ham is not actually super disruptive, really, in this matchup. You're not reliant on minions that start in your deck, really, right? Like Bob and Elise are the big two, and Xiaoti's already played the Bob. So
Marin's kind of a thing. Kind of like your Marin. You kind of like your Marin.
Yeah, Marin's a good point. You're right. That's very fair. But weirdly, the hams being in play also thin out your deck to the point where, you know, when you get to a smaller deck size quicker. So then when you play the quest reward, you're more likely to pick up those combo pieces you need to win the game. In a rather strange twist of fate.
Yeah, when I first saw this matchup, my instinct was, oh, save your ham and then eat the quest rewards later on. But most of them aren't that great. You don't mind them being eaten. Obviously, Barnabas and Galvadon being the exceptions, but the others you don't mind if they're eaten, really. So it's all about, as we've discussed, spend that mana, get it out your hand, does a thing, move on, do another thing.
Side note, of course, these turn 3 bulwarks still in play, still fully protecting, still all 4 charges,
which is handy here. Like, armor matters a little bit. It doesn't matter anywhere near, like, I made the point on day one, and I think people may have taken it as a hard and fast rule, but anything, I word it differently today, anything under 80 health doesn't matter unless they miss Wind Fury on Galvadon. After you get over 80 health, you might buy yourself 1 extra turn in which you get your Time Warp before they get theirs.
Can I still nitpick and offer a little
yes,
bit more
go for
correction
it.
on that as
go
well?
For it. Nitpick away, so just knock yourself out.
Health under 80 does matter because it makes them draw Galvadon. If your health is somewhere between 30 and 50, they can kill you. They can kill you with just Sulfurous, Ceaseless Expanse, and Time Walk. Right? They don't have to draw all of the minions to be able to do it. Which is a very, very big deal.
You do notice it. I made the point a couple of times when you're playing against a shaman or a rogue or something. Suddenly the health totals just doesn't matter. We actually saw Incurro take ages to spot a really easy lethal yesterday. Because he was used to looking for how do I do 60 and he had to do 32. Like, yeah, if it's under sort of 45, then literally doesn't matter. But yeah, I was assuming a fairly high amount of armor on both sides. But yes. If you've got none, like Yan Ming currently has, you're struggling.
So I did just have some momentary issues connecting to our dashboard that does all these fancy things. We can take a look at the 2 locations in hand now. That is the first one. 12 armor, 10/10 copy. Very nice. Armor, as we talked about, a huge asset in the matchup. And then presuming this works, there you go.
That's better, though.
Savage Roar and the deal 10.
And that's a huge one because later on you do get the portal that generates the imps. And if that is on board every single turn while you're still scrambling to find your Time Warp Galvadon stuff, your opponent's constantly counting, hang on, 2 imps, plus the thing they just played, which might be a Ceaseless or whatever. Yeah, plus some stuff that's on the board, maybe a Bob. And every turn you're suddenly thinking, hang on, there's 5 minions. They're all going to come in for, they're probably all 5/5s because you played the Rogue reward as well. That's like 6 lots of 9. Actually, that hurts. I've got to be careful. So that matters a lot in the grindy ones where the combo pieces are right at the bottom of the deck, where you can threaten lethal in other ways.
Bulwark going to come down now for Yaming. You can see Shouti still with 3 charges on the Bulwark of Azanoth, and still all the way up at 72 effective health plus armor. Absolutely.
Just to cover some sort of clerical matters, both sides do have Renovator in their deck, and both sides don't have the Steam Cleaner, just for the reference of the deck lists.
Yep. You see one of the unique cards in hand for Yaming. He has that 1 copy of Sleep Under the Stars in his version of the deck, which is a little bit unusual. He does also play a copy of Youthful Brewmaster, in case he runs into any of those tech lords who do want to try and Steam Cleaner him on the other side, but probably not going to be super relevant.
You sounded like Crane when you call them tech lords, honestly. Imagine Crane saying that as a phrase. Alright, there's the time warp. Obviously not useful just now, but nice to have it at any point now. You can just win the game from nowhere. I mean, not now, until Wednesday. You know what I mean? Before you get nitpicky, Sottle. I've seen what you do to Raven. Not having it.
What? 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 Not guilty. Wasn't me. Can't
Okay.
prove anything.
I'll blame someone else. I'll blame Raven. Swings with the weapon because he's the one who's got the time warp in hand. So he's the one who doesn't want those up on the board at the moment, just in case.
Yep.
Sort of thing that I would definitely miss, by the way, if he hadn't done it. It's so obvious when he does, but no way I spot that. A card to your hand there, Yanming. Okay.
It's like Yanming trying to take a turn this turn, just to make the target as high as possible for Shouti.
Yep. Would like to
The
get
sad
these...
thing is, when your opponent has time warp, these crocodiles actually represent 8 damage for the 10 armor that you gain. So obviously, you're going to brawl them away.
Yeah. Okay, well, we got back to where we started after all that. What a wonderful piece of Hearthstone that turned out to be.
12 mana, gain 20 armor. Not the most effective Hearthstone turn I've ever seen in
No.
my life. But okay.
Especially we've got 2 10-drop locations. I thought he might just shut his eyes and take a turn to play a location there, gain the 12, get it rolling, and get it out of his hand, because those 2 10s are going to get more and more cluttery. The downside, the counter side to that, of course, is he'll get to 15, 16 mana at some point, and then he can drop them alongside another card on the same turn. But I did wonder if he's just going to get one of those out of his hand there. And Shouti is getting kind of close to be able to take some level of control over this, even though he's not going to get the lethal just yet, most likely. Yeah, this board, this recursive board, these ceases are coming into play, the time warp in hand. Just started to look okay for him, but this matchup does just swing on its head sometimes for no reason at all.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can see that a little bit in the health total discrepancies, right? Like, there was a point not too long ago where Shouti was like 40 armor clear of Yanming, and now that's just turned the corner immediately as soon as the other bulwark came down on Yanming.
It's 2 ahead.
Shouti has now just chewed through that. There's the Sulfurus.
Sulfurus knew the mission. So okay, just wait till this is ticked down. Then I want you. It's Yanming's turn to get the quest rewards. Quite a lot of cards in his deck still.
Yep. Bob's the Barnabas. This is the interaction I was talking about at the start. So he now has his own copy of Barnabas to make all of his minions cost 0. He also fills up Shouti's hand for a burn of... Okay.
Oh.
Totally irrelevant.
That was definitely the wasted countdown there by me.
Yeah. Well, not totally irrelevant. Ancient of Yore is a nice card to just have here, just to be able to pull through the rest of your deck a little bit quicker, but not one of the actual relevant win condition cards.
So Shouti has to be a little careful. Obviously, he knows there's those 2 10 cost locations in hand. So at no point is he going to feel particularly safe, but does get the Sulfuras, which will largely be useful. I mean, 8 to face is pretty useful. Killing the minions is more useful.
Does become a question of how eager you are to maximize your odds of getting that damage to go face. Whether you're going to go brawl before pressing the hero power. Looks like he is going to do that.
Press it now. The minions are missing.
Can shield slam away the final minion if he wants to as well. If he loses, which he doesn't, he saves himself a shield slam.
And there's the importance of damage, right? We're talking about there are levels of armor that matter in this mirror. He didn't new heights there. He chose to get the 8.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah.
So in a matchup where you don't think the armor matters, not you, but it is tempting to think the armor doesn't matter because the combo does a lot of damage, he did still choose to do damage over getting new heights out of his hand and getting more mana.
Less of that accusatory tone.
What? I have to be very careful, otherwise you might waste the whole broadcast telling me about how wrong I am, and I couldn't have that every day.
No. You got to have a day off sometime, right?
Yeah. Waiting. Can't wait.
It's scheduled in 2026. That's going to be our year.
Yeah? Cool.
Yeah.
Maybe if I got more things right, you would pick me as much. I don't know. Anyway, Portal with a 10 drop location with +4 in hand. This is the situation I was on about earlier. From now on, Shouti has to be very careful. No, he doesn't, because he picks up the Galvadon.
Would you like the honor of doing some counting, Lorinda?
I am counting like a counter right now.
Okay.
So he can play the Ceaseless and the Galvadon and the Time Warp. Which he has 10 from the Ceaseless. He has 2 lots of 12 from his hero power and weapon. That's 34. And then can the yes, Galvadon almost always gets there. Of course, Shouti doesn't deal in almosts. Galvadon, the big deal when you're in this massively winning position is Galvadon can miss Wind Fury. That's the thing that you have to double check, but it's only a 4% chance, I think, to miss it. And even if you do, it's often missed it because it's really, really large. But he waits one more turn.
No bulwark to run into in the other side. He says he's got plenty of time. He gets the Ceaseless down, which makes all of his Ceaseless cost 0 for the next turn as well. Means he can play a 0 mana Ceaseless to start the turn. That turn he couldn't get the Ceaseless down alongside everything else because he would have to play other cards first to make the Ceaseless cost 0 by the time he does that, and then he's got those cards on board, so he'd end up blowing them up. So he's just taking the slow route to the same location.
Have another minion in hand potentially next turn as well, so yeah. I'm the sort of person who spend the whole game planning how to play 3 Ceaselesses in one turn before realising later on what a problem that might be.
I did think that earlier when he drew 3.
No, I caught it very quickly. No, I didn't do it.
Oh, he can play 3 Ceaselesses
no.
on the Galvadon turn.
No. I was on it for once in my life, but certainly if I was playing, it's the sort of thing I'd end up planning for.
You are safe now.
Okay. Now has to do more damage than this time last year. By last year, I mean last turn. Yeah, he's not messing around. He's worked it out. Takes the Poisonous to get a better chance of getting Wind Fury. If you're wondering why he's not taking the buffs here. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Oh no.
I mean, this is why you wait, right? This is why you wait to potentially have this play around with the extra damage.
Now he's going to look for buffs. He got the +4 here, so that's a massive amount of damage. Yeah.
Yep. Coin, Megafin, and location now as well.
Yeah. Doesn't even need to play location until next turn if he doesn't want to. So he'll spend the mana this way.
Yeah, fit in the hero power, play more minions. Make sure you got the space for the Savage Roar on the following turn. Quick scan
Very
of the minions, just make sure you're not doing anything massively stupid.
He hasn't done anything massively stupid, oddly enough, because he's Shouti, and it's not day one, so... Immense damage coming in there. Who needs Wind Fury when you've got lots of big, buffed up minion friends? He takes the lead, 1-0 against the current world champion. It is his 4th world championship performance, Shouti. And not only that, but he has missed out really narrowly, like 2 other occasions. It is ridiculous. We can't stress enough, because we don't see much of him over here, really. He does tweet and stuff like that. He does let us know how he's doing. But he has been the most successful in terms of high stakes matches ever, I think, overall. Not in terms of cash won or tournaments won, but...
I think it's easy to look on, and you know, if you're more of a casual viewer, that you know, we talk about Shouti being one of the absolute best in the world, one of the absolute best of all time, and the very valid reaction from some onlookers would be, well, what's he ever won, right? Like, and that's fine. And it's easy to sit here as an Arsenal fan and defend just being consistently really, really good, but not actually necessarily winning anything, and how that still means that you're great at the game you're playing, right? But it is true, particularly in a game with a higher level of variance, in most people's opinion, although that's up for debate, than football or soccer. But that's what Shouti does. That's how you really measure greatness in something like a card game, is, you know, average win rate over as big a sample as you can possibly get. And for Shouti, he's so far head and shoulders above so many people in the world, right? He's just been so consistently so very, 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 very good, that he's got a lot of supporters in terms of people that have been following the scene for a very long time, hoping that he can finally get over the line.
Yeah, I wish him all the best myself. Obviously, if Yan Ming can repeat, that would be a tremendous achievement as well. Also, can we just go back to the bit where you said, as an Arsenal fan, it's easy to sit here and defend. I have no further comment.
Yeah, very true. Very true. Banter did a little bit of maths for us previously. So on the previous turn, he would have needed +9 attack plus Wind Fury for the Galvadon lethal, and he just said, I'm far enough ahead that I'm going to wait 1 turn for more likely outs, because even through the Amara that Yan Ming played, on that turn he didn't go in, he also ramped, right? So he had so much more mana on the following turn to be able to do the stuff with Murlocs if he did miss, get 10 mana location, all of that good stuff. So yeah, I think a very, very reasonable assessment of the situation, having Banter in the background doing the maths for us. Thank you very much, Mr. Face.
Mr. Face. This is going to be a quick game of Hearthstone.
Yeah.
So Shouti has the really good start. It's not the really good start, but it's a really good start that can develop into the really good start. Yan Ming has 3 cards that say draw a card on them, which is also really good. Technically, Matt doesn't say. One way or the other, this one is going to be fast. I mean, it always is against Rogue, but it is going on here. Shouti decided he just wants that turn 2 Turbulus.
Yeah, I mean, he can play the growth in for 0 as well, right? Like after it's a super high tempo opening for a coin Parrot Sanctuary on 1.
Oh, it's going to pay off as well. I know it's not quite the card that a lot of people think it is. But the web spinner as well, or web weaver as well, going from the trade from the 2/2 growth in here is another big deal when the hand size is that small.
So yeah, this is pause for thought time, because when you have a Hagatha in your hand, almost no matter how good your tempo openings are, you do have to consider the downside of chewing through this many location clicks early on when you're about to get artificially inflated power level battle cry minions. But I think, yeah, the tempo just ends up being way too strong.
Yeah. And he does get to reassess next turn. He can, you know, still draw Bellhop and take it slightly slow with the Hagatha. Play Bellhop on 3, Hagatha on 4, and then Button and, you know, your Slimes on 6 if you want to do that. I don't think you want to do that. Who cares?
Well, we've got a plan. Yeah.
just get the 6 and the 7, and you'll be fine.
I think you actually want the other 5, right? Like it just you just get to play a whole extra 5/5 on the Frosty Decor turn instead of a potential. I mean, it depends what location you end up hitting with the Elise, I suppose. But
Shouti's thinking, why is my hand so good? Now I have to consider everything again. So many decisions. Like, you can save the decor until a little bit later, can't you, if you want to? You can do anything. Yeah, saving the decor until later to absorb some asteroids, for instance, to get the armor. No hurry for that. Okay, fine.
Like, doesn't this just look incredibly smooth from here?
It does. But, you know, there's a rogue on the other side that has Incendious in hand.
Yeah, I forgot about that. That's a good point. It's worth noting as well, because I am a journalist of such great repute and in such high moral standing, and how my levels of objectivity have never been called into question, that despite a lot of naysaying from the casting team, myself chief among them, Shaman had an incredible day yesterday, which actually pushed it into positive for actual win rate, even though it's still a little bit below 50% on true win rate adjusted for bans. But it is no longer really anywhere in the conversation for the weakest performer of the brought decks. Like, Death Knight is now much worse performer than Shaman based on the results from yesterday.
Yeah, shout out to Onkrad for compiling all that as usual. Does great work over there. Adding up the stats. I think he's also co-streaming as well, so good for him. Yeah, I saved that earlier by saying, well, the Shaman is still negative on adjusted win rate, which is obviously what matters. If you're going to be wrong, we can still be right. It's fine.
You didn't even catch I didn't even call it adjusted. You didn't even see my my post-truth world analysis. I didn't even call it adjusted win rate. I called that one true win rate when I just said it out loud right then.
Superb. Yep. Where's Yaming's hand gone, by the way? Like, he's been busy drawing cards, now he has a prep.
Yeah, he's been tusked, and he's had both of his platy cards discarded. Neither of them have ended up being playable, so that is going to leave you with a pretty miserable looking hand when it comes down to it.
Yeah, he is doing an impression of someone who's kind of dead in this game at the moment.
That, however, is the kind of miracle draw that you are looking for, especially with a single solitary imp left in play and an EMG. Hang on. Hold on. Rumors of the world champion's death have been greatly exaggerated.
Oh, but he didn't get the cheap card to be able to play both the MGs, which he really wanted. You saw him put his head in his hands. He missed the 0 or the 1 that would have allowed him to get both cards and get them down to 0. Did hit a really good minion, though.
Yeah, picking up Taunt here is huge.
And it has the asteroid effect built in as well, kind of. Where draw, it's a portal. Well, drawn well, cast when drawn, which is good for your rogue deck.
Yep. Yeah.
It's the asteroid
throw
effect.
dragons at your opponent's face.
Yeah. Oh.
No, that's the asteroid effect.
Why is this game so cruel to me, specifically, relentlessly, even when I'm casting it?
Well, I don't think we're interested in overloading, just based on how curvy our curve is at the moment. So that probably rules that one out. And I don't really want a 4-mana discount on Static Shock, personally.
Yeah. And dealing 5 damage to minions later is one way that you might just be able to save the game that somehow gets out of control. There was that little warning shot there from Yan Ming, what I said about it is still rogue. It is still very much rogue over there.
Absolutely.
It is being forced, though, to asteroid early by the nature of the way this game has gone, which makes things a little bit more messy in terms of the final kill. So, sort of another good point for Shouti in this one. If only he had a card in his hand now that dealt 5 damage to all minions. Oh wait.
Yeah, it does kind of mess with the rest of his turn.
Does.
As it stands.
As it stands. Just draw some bellhops or something.
Yeah, bellhop would be great. That is the opposite of that. So now, from Xiaoti's perspective, he's looking at this going, well, hang on. If I just AoE this board, I float 4 mana and then pass back to my opponent that just slams Incendious. They just slam Incendious and I lose the game.
Yep.
Now, we can see that wouldn't happen. There is a slim chance of it happening if it's drawn off the top of the deck next turn. But that's got to be a big consideration for Xiaoti this turn.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we've seen an incredibly high number of Incendiuses played on 5, 6, and 7 in this tournament. Like, incredibly high. It's just what the deck does on that turn. And no Hearthstone player wants to float 4 mana. And it doesn't really do that much. But everything else does so much less and takes 11 a lot of the time. Alright. There is a chance with this play that it absorbs some asteroids that are already in the deck as well, so... Is that favour having minions?
Xiaoti now gets the little bit of good news.
Yes.
That we are not seeing the Incendious on this turn. I think also deep in his considerations for that Meteor Storm is that he knows that there is a second EMG left in the deck that he still has to deal with, right? And that's his one AoE card available, so if this were to be a big swing turn with or without the Incendious, he wouldn't really have any way to answer that second EMG coming down. Fascinating, by the way, that he did go for the mana inefficient play, using the 5 slime instead of the 6 slime, so that he can't go 2+5 on the following turn.
Yeah.
He can't play the Meteor Storm with this 5 on 7.
Yeah, I think he was hoping to some of these asteroids, there's a lot of them in there, he was hoping to hit some of them.
Nature holds true.
That works out okay for him. For a very loose term of okay when your opponent has this hand, by the way, but yeah.
But I guess his plan here is he just wants to play all of the defensive cards over the course of a few turns here, right? So the Furious Fouls slime ends up just not being played. He just wants to make sure all of the Frosty Decors get played for maximum armor gain to give him as much survivability as possible.
Yeah, it's very unlikely he gets the Ziliax turn. Next turn, Yanming will set up, and then he'll try not to draw anything next turn, I should imagine, so that he can set up for Thalnos, swing, try and kill you the turn after.
Yikes. These are rough.
They suck.
0 mana deal 8 to a minion is a very efficient card, but I'm not sure if it's one that Xiaoti particularly cares about.
1 mana, have less mana next turn. Doesn't seem ideal.
1 mana kill your opponent if you're a few damage short of killing your opponent seems quite good, though.
It does. And I'm not reading all that. The other card did something, I'm not sure what it was.
Yeah, there was some card on the left-hand side, but no one knows. Don't worry about it.
Okay. 2, 4, 6, 8. Alakia, Lightning Bolt.
Who do we appreciate? Xiaoti!
Looks like it.
Oh, sorry, was that not what we were doing? Okay.
It is, because the Lightning Bolt is lethal.
Yep.
Alright, Alakia, 3, 6, 9. Okay, sure. Or we could do this. Fine. You be clever.
Yeah, rock and a hard place there, right? Because even if Yanming swings there and pulls out the 1 damage eruptions to clear up the board and not die to the wish, the armor then goes off and heals Xiaoti for 8, right? Which then means he's just kind of out of range of the burst of the deck at that point. That's a real big deal as well. Which I think you have to then go back and give Xiaoti a big pat on the back for doing the weird-looking play where he does the mana-efficient slime. Instead of going 6 slime on 6 into 5+2 on 7, he floats the mana, plays the 5 slime instead to make sure he's gaining 16 armor over the course of the game, which then pushes Yanming back into that checkmate position where he actually can't afford to swing the weapon there, draw the cards, and potentially play around the Alakir or the Wish Upon a Star lethal. He just has to sit back and take it and hope that Shouti doesn't have it, because otherwise he's running out of damage in the deck. So really great spot from Shouti, where the day one Hearthstone school bad play actually goes all the way around full circle and actually becomes the good play again. A really good spot from Shouti.
And it was harder to spot there because your first thought is, oh, I want to do the storm. Oh, that's 2 mana and I've got 6. I can't do that. That's wasting too much mana. So you then are instantly drawn to how can I spend 6 even more than usual, because you're trying to avoid, already in your head, you're trying to avoid wasting mana. And then you have to back onto the play. Nice work. But he still does have the Death Knight, which is... No, he doesn't. Why am I looking at that? He has the Rogue. No one knows. He's fine. Everything's fine.
No one knows. It's right underneath you. Just look directly down. There's a rogue right underneath you. That's the one. Yep. That's the one. Yeah. You're being backstabbed as we speak, Lorinda. There is.
I mean, that's not new.
It just comes with the territory of casting with me, really, doesn't it?
Yeah, I know there's a bit.
It is Rogue just left to win with. Rogue has been one of the standout decks of the tournament. One of the most tricky decks to pilot perfectly, but also a deck that is quite forgiving if you draw strong hands, right? Sometimes you can just blow decks out of the water, even without necessarily executing perfectly. It becomes more difficult at this level because you're up against players like Shouti on the other side who know how to maximize that defensive capability against Rogue better than other people do, but still a very, very powerful deck, and it goes without saying that being 2-0 in any series is a huge advantage. Being 2-0 with the Rogue left to win with, I think Shouti will be doing backflips and punching the air right now in terms of the position that he's in this series. And gotta mention, of course, because we've given Shouti a lot of attention in this series, but you mentioned earlier Yanming clinging on to this current world champion title. He is now hanging on the ledge with one fingernail on his pinky finger to the idea of retaining that world championship title, and he has to execute perfectly from here to make it happen.
Yeah, and I mean, all the top players are aware of how good Shouti is, right? But Yanming will be the person who has to clash with him frequently. Like, the people over here go, yeah, Shouti's one of the best players ever. We'll ignore him for 9 months a year. Oh, no, here he is, it's Worlds. But Yanming has to go through qualifications and all sorts of things with this monster constantly in his way. So he got through him before, obviously, to get to the World Championships and win it last year. But yeah, he will be as familiar as anybody in the world with how powerful the task is he has to perform.
A couple of pieces of candy in Yanming's hand, double new heights, along with Hostile Invader, means that he should be able to put together a nice clear by the necessary turn when Shouti presents the first Everything Must Go board of the game.
Nice though to be able to punch 3 and eat an imp and still have a turn. Going into this turn. Okay, so next turn we set up the weapon, the turn after, and by we I mean the best player in the world that isn't me. The turn after, go for the doobie. Turn 4 is usually a decent turn to go for. You've got enough mana.
Any interest in just playing all of your cards?
I mean... No.
It's a legal Hearthstone play. You've got to at least think about it.
You really have, but then he's doing it.
No, there's a very real other option where you just step the 2-1 and hold it in your hand as well, just for extra flexibility on the following turn as well.
Yeah, that's definitely far more realistic.
That's the old pocket train play, I believe they refer to it as.
But one of the problems with learning this deck, and it would have worked by the look of it, is you will go for a play on turn 3, like now, quite often, and it'll work, and you get your EMG down, and your brain goes, do that again. And then you'll watch somebody like Max Ebon discussing the difference between turn 3 and turn 4 pop-offs in a chat somewhere. Be like, no, this player got it wrong, because actually they're guaranteed to get it every time next turn, but this turn was too risky, even though it worked. But a little bit of your brain that goes, shut up, who are you? It worked. You're wrong.
Who have you ever beat?
Yeah, exactly. Who are you? So it is interesting how hard it's hard to learn from that perspective as well, because you do get rewarded for not necessarily making the right play sometimes.
This got a tiny bit ugly. It just doesn't quite work out in a way that you would like to be able to jam the double Phoenix here. Obviously, Crystal Tusk is the only real viable play that you have. Okay, he's just going to step double Phoenix. Fine.
Yeah, I kind of like
sacrificing
first weapon swing in earlier, just chilling.
Sacrificing a resource with the Shadow Step in order to get the double Phoenix down, because if you don't use the step there, you can't play this before you play the weapon. You actually can't play both Phoenixes at all without playing the step, but most importantly, you play the Tusk, you shuffle the left Phoenix back into your deck, so you don't get the 0 mana 3/2s to come down, which is a little bit upsetting.
So he is really valuing this early damage, because there were ways where he could just sit back and try and get an EMG. But going into turn 5 against Warrior, you've kind of missed your chance. Turns 3 and 4, sure, they're going to connect with your your 4/7s or your 4/1s in my case quite a few times. But now it's just too late, so he decided to go for this 8 attack tempo board. Now what?
Now what indeed? If you want to continue playing as recklessly and all-in as possible, then it's play all of the cards on the right-hand side of your hand.
My instinct is to just play one Mauler, Shadow Step it, Hero Power, suck it up, but that might be too slow.
What's your intention with your Shadow Step Mauler that you now have in your hand?
Draw some cards with a Web Weaver later.
Okay.
For instance, draw through.
I like this because my argument is, with this hand, the way this has gone, and now the EMG is not really going to have an impact on the game, later doesn't necessarily exist, so play them all.
Sure.
I don't think Hero Power makes any sense. You can do the same thing while just getting 3 extra asteroids into the deck right now, be a lot more efficient with your mana. You still have the Moonstone Mauler in case you draw a Web Weaver on the following turn, or even eat the imp into Web Weaver, for example. So I think it makes sense, just with the line that Xiaoti's gone with, which is a line that I really, really like, to just absolutely max out.
He didn't absolutely max out, did he? He did play the other Mauler back down. He did hold that at least.
Yeah. Oh,
yes, I would have stopped short, just to be clear. Yeah.
I think the Mauler is always held after the step, principally because you know you're getting those 2 Phoenixes back at the end of turn, so you want to absolutely be certain that that you can get those 2 Phoenixes back down for 0 again on the following turn and continue to threat check your opponent.
Here we go.
There is the Web Weaver right on time. 1 asteroid. There is an EMG as well, so this will require a clear from the opponent on the following turn.
There are 7 in the deck.
It has sparkly wings and rainbow breath.
Okay. Second prize. Yeah, if you need any convincing that sort of that play was probably the right one, and you can't work it out, look at the Incendious. It's not getting played, is it, anytime soon? 2 turns away.
3/4 survives. Nice outcome for Xiaoti. Gets to push a little bit of damage. All of these asteroids do get to go face. Nothing surviving on the other side of the board. Latisaur can keep on pushing. Blood Mage Thalnos becomes an exciting draw at some point over the next couple of turns as well. Not going to get the kill this turn, so we will be eventually resetting back to an Incendious turn. Were you about to suggest playing a 6/5 again, Neil?
I was.
Okay, alright.
Yeah.
We need to have a talk about your 6/5 addiction.
I've been told.
And your 6/7 addiction, for that matter, but still.
Yeah, both of them are a major problem, honestly. It's my age, Even my age just can't help but do a little meme every now and again.
Oh, I thought you just meant 6/7 was your age. That's what you were saying.
Oh, I see. No, I'm not 13. How much damage is there? How many asteroids now? I'm the one who's supposed to know this. Why am I asking the question? There are 2 asteroids left.
We can threat check again with everything must go one more time. Ooh, did not want the octopus though. Unlucky.
The octopus ever done to you? 8 probably. To your friends anyway. Okay. No Bob. That's what he's banking this game on right now.
Oh, safety goggles off the top is a fantastic pull for Yan Ming, who is then able to drop the sleep. Game 15.
Were we supposed to only have 6 minions here, by the way?
In order to fit the Incendious?
If you do get bobbed, at least you can play Incendious, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even this scenario, right, where it's just been armor gain into sleep. He would very much like to be playing the Cindy here.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no shadow set left in deck, so it's not like he was planning for that. No manager left in deck, so yeah. Wait, the octopus, get him! I've never seen it achieve anything so important in all of its life as this next attack. I don't think it's going to help, but you know. Big deal, right, that the Syndius wasn't played in the end, because this would be quite a lot now with Thanos Eat.
See if I can find it. It's a masseuse, right? For people that don't know what I'm talking about. There it is, yeah. Octo masseuse. Just in case people don't know what we're talking about, there it is. Deals octuple damage to minions. That's 8 times for the uninitiated.
So handing you tool for that. Right. Trying to work out if he deliberately didn't care about his Insidious. It felt like it was wrong, because now I'd love to have those eruptions in the deck.
No, I'm with you. My instinct is that there was just an oversight. He probably should have had the board space.
But now you've done it, you kind of have to just not double down, right? You have to just do the Insidious now and chill and hope not to hit all the eruptions next turn. Just hope they come out in a different order for you.
He's going right now. Did he send? Did he send Eat the Imp? Because all of those attacks look like they went face. He did. Wow. He's taking the 5 AoE and pushing right now. Damn. Okay.
In fairness, he saw Yan Ming not clear last turn and play Ziliax. So he's gambling that there's no clear and that this damage is chunky next turn. Or maybe he's not gambling, he thinks this is the only way he can get there, one or the two. Go back to that Incurro game where Incurro made the play that did the most damage over 2 turns, but it was never ever lethal.
That looked an awful lot like a certain 8-mana dragon off the top there for Yan Ming. We will wait for his side of the board to catch up on the animations. The tension is palpable and killing me. There it is. The Great Dracorex has appeared off the top to clear up this board. And that takes Ceaseless down to 4. It means that Shouti is only pushing 3 more this turn with minions.
Looking for Brukan or something like that now from the card that I think I'm allowed to finally play.
Yeah.
The good late game ones, Brukan. I mean, Reno, when your opponent's this low, can sometimes do it for you, but you don't want to go there. Ugh.
Hagatha can get you shaman spells. Frostless Jane is probably way too slow at this point. What's Thrall's hero power?
You don't know. I think it might be make 1 minion plus 1 cost, but I might be wrong. I'm very likely to be wrong, in fact.
It is. Yeah. It's the evolve hero power. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Yeah.
Okay. I'm not used to this.
Choose soon.
Do you want a 2-3 on your board that sometimes burns you to death?
Only order that was possible there. Had to play the Web Weaver first to discount the Phoenix to the point to be able to be playable, but it does, of course, accelerate fatigue. And now Shouti is going to see Brewmaster on the Ceaseless, and that is probably going to spell the end of the game for Shouti. And if it does, he is going to have some real regrets about the way that turn 7 was executed this game, I think.
Yeah, just want to say why I said that, by the way. It's just that Crystal Tusk would have pushed 4 damage without being susceptible to minion removals. There's a choice between playing the Weaver or playing the Tusk. But with this hero power, it makes sense to have things in board.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, when you need to deal 12, pushing 2 doesn't matter, right? You need minions. You're going to need minions, so play the maximum minions. I think that does make the most sense. But I think the hole that you picked that is certainly very valid is the hole that Shouti did not leave on his board going into that turn 7, which I think spells a real disaster for him. You called out the Bob, but as it stood, that one-of tech card inclusion, the Sleep Under the Stars in Yan Ming's deck was able to just go game 15, do nothing. And that was essentially a Bob because it
Yeah, we didn't highlight that enough, actually.
It froze 15 damage, essentially, right? Like, Shouti got to push about 15 back, but the 15 armor was gained. It made him miss a turn by not being able to play the Incendious. And then everything that happened that game that spiraled towards Yan Ming's victory, the Ceaseless costing 0, and then back before that, the Ziliax being playable, and then back before that, the armor gain and so on. All of those things are one whole turn further away. And that almost certainly means that Shouti ends up taking the series down. So I think, with all the glazing that Shouti has received, and rightly so, you have to say that is a pretty catastrophic error going into that turn 7 against Yan Ming, and he's going to have to tighten up on his next game of Rogue, whereas Yan Ming still sees the impossible dream of repeat world championships in his future.
Yep, again, we highlighted it there from a different sort of point of view, but Yan Ming spotting that he didn't have to worry about that board. That's also a nice play, because you sit there and go, oh no, so much damage, but no. Kept it cool under 2-0 down, clinging onto this title of his.
It's such a shame as well, because everything up until that point was kind of exemplary from Shouti, right?
Yeah.
Against the hand that Yan Ming had, which was ramp, clear, armor gain, it kind of looked like it was going to be a lockout. But Shouti played so aggressively with his resources through the early game that he'd pushed Yan Ming down to like 13 by turn 5 or whatever it was, without EMGs hitting the board, which I think was really, really high-level stuff to that point. And then just kind of tossed it all away with that board lock, that self-imposed board lock going into that turn 7.
So many choices on this turn. I could see 4 legitimate Hearthstone plays at least here, maybe like 5 or 6.
Lot number 802, welcome to the collection.
Sure, do the sensible one. See if I can get that. You had like Platy bounce it, have a look. You have coin hero power, kill off the 1/1s. You have coin Crystal Tusk, set it up for later. You have just play the Platy, make them trade into it, shadow step it if you don't like what you draw.
So the problem...
sensible Hearthstone curve makes the most sense.
Exactly, yeah. The problem with all of those kind of extra things that you're naming is those are then resources that you don't have for the EMG turn, right? Like, that's what a lot of people will miss with this deck when you're getting used to it, is playing turn 1 on banking mana for the future helps you get an EMG turn sooner, whereas using a Shadow Step and a Platasaur kind of makes you get an EMG turn later because you've used those resources on a turn where it's impossible to get an EMG. So banking that mana and just moving forward from Shouti, I think, is very, very smart. Second Crystal Tusk picked up off the Platasaurs, by the way.
Yeah, he has a decision to make now, though, because he has a lot here. Because Coin O Manager is part of his hand right now.
Yeah.
Well, of course, O Manager getting another coin. He's got the Eat, he's got the map. There's a lot he can do here if he wants to try and get the turn 3. But if he doesn't get the turn 3 and overcommits, he could end up in a mess. He hits the prep and the EMG, though, and all sorts of stuff's going to break loose now.
Second EMG in the box? No second EMG in the box, okay. Bunch of playables, though.
Is there Platy still in play? He can Shadow Step if he wants. No, it's gone.
Nope, all gone.
bunch of playables.
Rock number 802.
Coin, space rock. Is going to play the step. Okay.
Oh! Going to play them in the wrong order. Oh my goodness, it's a disaster.
Wait, what's the wrong order?
If you want to play the Phoenix before you play the EMG, because there's the 4/4 Warlock Taurus can kill off your Phoenix. You do get 2 Phoenixes though, so maybe it's the right order. If you
But there's also a 4-drop that deals damage whenever you play an elemental, right? Is there not?
There is, so yeah. Is that 4?
I think so.
There's, yeah,
right?
that's it, confirmed by Banter. Yeah, there's the Ellie. So it is the right order. Forgive me.
Yeah. Riding the high of knowing things in the previous game.
Yeah. Hey. Don't give me decide based on the situation in the Discord, Banter. I know. I can cast.
God, Banterface has been here 2 days.
I know. We give him a little bit of bullying and he thinks he can give it back. Oh my goodness.
He starts saying things like something like Umbra and he thinks he's a caster all of a sudden.
Yeah. W. Alright, back to the game that isn't Banterface telling me what to say. Decent result from the correctly ordered EMG Phoenix.
That's right. Write that down, write that down.
I write everything down, I just can never read it. That explains my scout. If my brain tries to say all the things I've ever written down, that's the problem.
Including those 2 consecutive English exams.
Yeah. You're so jealous. Draw some more cards.
Yeah, choosing to use the O manager first because he's already max banked on the mana. He's got two combo card mana banked, so he didn't want to be wasteful with the 3rd hit of the Space Rock Collector.
2 things to note about what is happening here. The corpse explosion isn't there, is the first thing I notice. The second thing is Blob of Tar and Foam Render are, as well as the location, so plenty of fight back available for you.
Yeah, Blob of Tar with a good corpse start and Exarch Maladar in hand as well is a very big deal. He's also got Raptors off the location, so his corpse count is absolutely chilling, to the point where actually a top deck Pterodax can actually be used as the copy location here as well, resetting him all the way back to 30, full Reno Jackson settings.
Yeah, and he's not that far off actually just winning the game himself, is the thing, right? If he wants to just push Foam Render, that option might become available. One thing here for the Death Knight that he can do is going into the Coin Incendious turn. If you've got too much stuff on the board, you can just say, your Incendious doesn't matter, I'm going to ignore it. So next turn's a crucial one in terms of trying to shut that Incendious out of the game.
Yeah, looking very, very possible to do so with this hand, although that dubious purchase from the Imp from Shouti helps a lot. Hitting one of the bigger minions, cutting into that damage on board quite significantly. Wants to hold on to Coin Incendious wherever possible, but you might also just have to recognize the board state and say, do I actually ever get to Coin Incendious next turn? But then the counter question comes, if I don't get to Coin Incendious next turn, how on earth do I win this game of Hearthstone?
He's coining Incendious next turn because he took the Thalnos. It's my assessment of that situation. Right, can Yan Ming stop it by putting enough on the board? Yep, he thinks so.
Yep, well he's got copy location, right? So that's so much extra damage on the following turn as well.
Yeah. He pauses because there is an option to play the Web Weaver, the Thalnos, and start going through your deck, trying to hit it with three damage asteroids, but yeah. That's not to do that. Here we are, he can't do the coin Incendius, it's just too much. Hunting for an EMG number 2.
Yep, hunting for asteroid damage plus EMG number 2. Hoping he can just get there, getting as much damage as possible with the Blood Mage Thalnos, recognizing the threat of the situation. Asteroids coming out thick and fast. EMG is playable, he's hit enough.
Okay.
Step on the asteroid. Is there still one more remaining in the deck? There is still one more remaining in the deck. That's 3 more going in. And he has a wisp. He has a wisp.
Oh my goodness, he held back on throwing the EMG onto the board.
Neil.
He held back so he could get the wisp down, is what I'm saying. For the extra 9 damage, how did he get through all of that? If he'd thrown the EMG out there, he'd have been board locked. He gets through to the semi-finals, and we're going to have a new world champion this year.
Well, well, well. How the turntables. Yeah, I mean, you know, let's call it what it was. A big potential throw for Shouti in his first attempt of getting out into the semi-finals. But then that game, the recognition from both players, right? It's one of those things where both players understood the assignment, but Shouti just had that little bit of extra credit, right? Because Shouti setting up and then Yan Ming going, no, I see what you're doing. You can't play Incendius here. You're not allowed. I play my weapon. I threaten lethal. But Shouti going, you know what happens if they just play their weapon? They don't have any minions on their board. They just spend their entire turn playing their weapon. So who cares about Incendius? I've got a Blood Mage Thalnos, and this is not a call out.
But he took the turn before, by the way.
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm saying. This is not a call out to you. You said he's playing the Incendius because he took the Blood Mage Thalnos. No, exact opposite. He was never playing the Incendius because he took the Blood Mage Thalnos. He recognized that he was going to be looking at an empty enough board to just slam the Thalnos, draw through the remainder of the deck, and there was exactly the right number of card draws to empty the deck and exactly the right number of asteroids to land on an empty board. That only works if Yan Ming spends the whole turn playing weapon to set up lethal through a coin Incendius. That's the only way that works, and it was exact lethal with exact card draw and exact asteroids. That is a wonderful setup from Shouti. Yan Ming doesn't really do anything wrong in response. I think that's absolutely what he's supposed to do in that scenario as well. But Shouti had it covered, and what a great adjustment that was from the disappointment of the previous game as well. Great series. We hyped it up as potentially the series of the day, and I think we'll be hard pressed to pick up a better one than that. But if we do, I'm going to be seated, Neil.
Yeah, well, we don't have that many series left. One more quarterfinal, 2 semis, and then the champion deciding match. So maybe it will, but Shouti is through and will play against the winner of this next match, which will be Maxi Bon and Phil. Something, longest day in Australia, something, Australian playing. Let's have a break. Raven can work it out. See you in 3 minutes.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We're getting ready to get into our next match, and we've had quite an explosive few matches previously on stream, so I'm excited to see what this next one. We've got Maxibon versus Philfield coming up, and Elvis is joining me for this one. Are you ready for hopefully ones that have just been as exciting as the last few?
Yeah, absolutely. We have had, that was actually the first match to not go to a full 5, but it looked for a moment like it certainly could have. Really came down to the wire there. And yeah, exciting all the way down. Maxibon and Philfield representing the last unique lineup, right, with this Egg Warlock. Otherwise, it is just sort of the, I suppose, 4 to 5 best decks, depending on whether you like Shaman or not. And yeah, Maxi been looking, very strong throughout from what we had seen of him so far.
Yeah, 100%. Maxi always seeming pretty confident, but obviously very, very good at the game. So we'll see how that one plans out. But yeah, all eyes, as usual, will be drawn to this Warlock. We've seen it perform very well. I think the initial viewing of it in this tournament was not the best. Philfield had a bit of a rough go of it initially, but we've seen Incurro and Philfield. I mean, they both made it to top 8, right? So that's definitely something to be said. And we've seen it perform well. I do think a lot of it is just not only how well the Warlock player can build up the egg and get those sort of layers sorted, but also how well the opponent can deal with it in any given certain matchup. And we are going to see the Warrior Band out on one side with the Hunter gone in the other as well. But yeah, Maxibon has a fairly standard lineup overall, and the big questions are going to be asked of that Warlock. And honestly, right now, maybe even the Death Knights. Like, the Death Knights have had a bit of ups and downs as well, so we'll see how it goes. Who are you fancying in this one? Do you think the Warlock's got what it takes?
Some of it was luck, some of it seemed like a little bit shakiness in general. I'm sort of more leaning towards Maxi in this case, right? Like, Philfield did struggle to get the egg. We'll be hoping that he has a little bit better luck so we can actually see what the deck is capable of, but Maxi has just been sort of on point the whole weekend.
Yeah, and even this mulligan, not too bad at all. Of course, the Marin, not the best here for Maxi, but having access to that ramp early is going to be really nice, because even just hitting one of them in the early game, it just makes everything just that little bit easier going forward on those turns where you really need to just slow the Death Knight down. Philfield, though, does have access to a decent start with the one drop being available.
Yep, getting a couple of 1/1s. With the pace that this warrior goes, usually is going to represent, up to 6 damage, right? A few turns of swinging in. They usually don't stop things until their 5-mana turn with a hostile invader. And even with the new heights in hand, no invader in sight, these could end up getting significant chip damage in.
Yeah, 100%. It's important as well to highlight some of these cards that may be differences from everything we've seen. We do see, of course, the Steam Cleaner in the hand for Philfield, so that is something that needs to be made aware of. As well as running the Headless Horseman, which isn't, you know, in every single DK deck by any means at the moment. So there's just a couple of cards that can make the matchup a little bit different based on the majority of what we've seen this weekend.
Yeah, I believe Philfield may actually be the only player to have that one.
I think so.
DK.
Yeah. Taking an early Grifter with draw 3, not too bad at all. Maxi did get access to the Hostile Invader, so it's at least there. Does have the armor gain as well to be able to double proc if and so required.
Yeah, Grifter just makes it a little bit awkward, though. It's going to be just out of range. The draw 3 amulet is one of the most interesting ones to me, just because it usually is the best one to take in that your opponent doesn't want to play theirs, right? A lot of other ones they'll get some benefit from at some point, but in the case of the scuffed version you give your opponent, they draw 3 cards, discard 2. You know, that's too much of a risk for most people to play, so it ends up being a dead card in their hand.
Yeah, 100%. It's not the best, is it? It's going to be a hostile invader just going down without the goggles this time. Does allow for potentially a double proc next turn, which can be quite useful with this this blob in hand for Philfield.
Yeah, and for that reason, I wouldn't be surprised to see a slower turn here from Philfield. Maybe just use the hero power and Griff to clean up this 3-5 and then drop the Creature of Madness.
Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. Yeah, you definitely don't want to just play the blob, because the benefit of the blob is how sticky it is, but when things are just repeated dealing 2 to it, it's not quite as strong as you would like it to be. So I'm with you here. I think just hero power and play the creature. It's a tempo loss no matter what you do, right? I feel like this turn, so may as well go dig in.
Yeah, and then, you know, since you've got the amulet, the next turn you could play the blob plus amulet, but Philfield says otherwise, says, yeah, this is fine. It'll still clear up the invader, and I get to push 4 damage face. In a lot of ways, the Blob of Tar is there to just sort of, you know, slow things down against a shaman, which has such, you know, large stats, while also generating 3 corpses.
Yep. Definitely the #1 goal. Maxi now choosing exactly how he wants to do this. Does have access to a shield slam now, but of course if it's goggles into shield slam, the goggles proc the spell burst first anyway, so the shield slam becomes a little bit less good.
I wonder if he'll ever be tempted to just rip that draw 3 and hope not to discard anything too important.
I'd be so scared.
It's a terrifying prospect, but the hand is fairly dry right now. It does have Marin next turn, right? So you can always hope to have enough time to get that down, get your Wondrous Wand.
Yeah, it does have an okay amount of armor. It is getting bullied a little bit here, and of course with Sanguine in hand for Philfield, could keep piling on the pressure. But it is low damage. It's like decent pressure, decent chip, but it's low actual. It's not like threatening damage, right? Is the slight problem. Gonna wait for the Husk to start adding that up. Could drop the Pterodax, but without a rush target and wanting to hold on to those corpses, no real need. I don't think you want to overly play into Brawl any more than you want to.
Yeah, you know, it's also for glory, right? Gets reduced for every minion that you have in play. Lots of reason to hold it. And yeah, if you're expecting something like, if you're expecting Marin on this turn, which has been happening a lot over the course of the event, then you've got Poisonous, you can keep your leeches pushing. Really nice to be able to play Hideous Husk on this turn.
Yeah, Philfield looks like he's just thinking about a few options here, but I am with you. I think Husk, again, it has the same Brawl problems, but if your opponent's brawling this board, you're probably okay with it, right? Like, you'd kind of take that as a win, I think. It's a huge drain on the health now, only 18 total for Maxibomb.
Yeah, and that can really be important, you know, in this matchup where the Death Knight is very much the aggressor, getting all that damage in early. Ziliak's not able to do as much to recover, right, when your max health has been reduced so dramatically.
Yeah. Maxi choosing to drop the yaw and just keep drawing, trying to get hold of something that can stop this push.
Yeah.
This does board lock, or potentially board lock, I'll say, depending on what the what Philfield has access to from Max's point of view, of course.
Right.
You can see.
Yeah, even with the infested breath, right? Like you could kill your 1/2, but summon the leech, so it still isn't going to open up any space. And
right, that might be still worth though. To be fair,
could be, but you can also just save it to do with the other Hideous Husk for refill.
might be just considering what next turn can look like, right? If there's a brawl come down, if the board's clear, what is the
Oh
follow-up?
no,
Is that...
I'm wrong. It does open up the space.
Oh, okay, so it finishes before it actually kills it. Yeah, okay, that makes sense, sure. Yeah, because there's a good chance that if this is cleared, Husk isn't the follow-up, right? There's a decent chance it might be their own Marin. It might go fishing for a Dark Gift as well, so we'll see how that one goes. But Maxi going to use the one now just to start cycling through. Trying to get hold of something to clean up this board. The other hostile invader would be quite nice, but not seen yet. Could be a freeze from Bob.
Yeah, continue that board lock. Still high enough that Bob will eat the leech hits instead of, you know, them going directly at Maxi's face.
This is so scary.
Yeah, I mean, I think delaying the Bob makes sense, right? You can still present no minions and board lock the opponent, but yeah, you do have to worry about getting too low.
Yeah, and one of the problems is if there is, I mean, I'll have to look. If there's another way for Philfield to kill off a minion and then maybe play the Husk, this gets very scary right now. There isn't, obviously we could see in hand, but...
And that will mean, because Philfield went for this line of, you know, getting the Chill Fallen down and tossing away that Infested Breath, might have a couple of cards burned. Right, since the Chill Fallen Baron is going to draw one, I can't throw away the Amulet because the Amulet is, you know, another draw 3. There's the draw for turn. If Maxi freezes here, then, you know, that's another turn Philfield just doesn't get to play the game.
Yeah, it is a bit scary though, because Maxi is very nearly dead to 2 leeches specifically.
Yeah, it's gonna need to win the roll on where the leeches go, because if they hit Maxi first, okay, just gonna go ahead and clear this up. Yeah, much safer. Yeah, if you freeze again, it gets a little spooky.
This is also a little bit scary as well, right? Because there's Husk and then potentially additional trades to go into the 5/5. It still won't do enough to deal the 5.
Well, let's see, with that Infested Breath having been used, I think there's actually no leech cards left.
Oh, it's just a
besides,
one-off, right.
Yeah, besides the Hideous Husk. So there's no sort of sneaky thing that can happen. You know, it's a 50-50 to begin with that the leeches would go face, but without having held onto that Infested Breath from in terms of Philfield's cards, Maxi will know that, okay, I could be reduced to 1, but that's the best that can be done. Although Philfield could pick up copy location from Elise at some point, and that could cause problems.
That is very true. Yeah. That's what I would do, mate. In a matchup like this, I would go all in on just that one strategy, because I think, how often do you get to just literally leech someone to death from pretty much full health to nothing?
It is extremely satisfying to just ignore all the armor.
Yeah, Maxibon's maximum health right now is 12, which is definitely something. Can potentially go up to 40 later in the game again, right? Like, that does reset, right?
Yes, with Amara. That'll be about the most value Amara has ever gotten. Philfield going to be looking at a potential 10-cost location with Exarch.
See, we're saying we're getting a 10 leech. Is that what we're saying?
Well, it's tough because, you know, if you hit copy, well, then you only need a 1-cost location. But if you miss copy, you're really going to want something bigger. Wouldn't be surprised to see Bob plus Elise from Phil here, if he even notices this line we've been on about.
Yeah, would have to deal with the board in some way as well, right?
Yes, yeah, you want to have a clean board, or at least only have minions with greater than 5 health in play.
I remember this place.
It's in the box. Takes the 10. No copy there. And once again, no copy.
Oof.
So, time to shift gears. Let's see what's there.
Yep.
Yep.
Raptors and +4.
Didn't have a good way of clearing this board otherwise, so that makes a good amount of sense to me. Draco Rex.
Still a decent amount of pressure.
Yeah. Draco Rex, not something you can let stick around. The attack is always going to be threatening as long as you have minions.
The funny thing as well, obviously we're not all in on leeches anymore, but even if just the Hideous Husk is played on an empty board, it's a board that then 100% has to be answered from
Very
Maxi,
true.
right? Like it literally, it has to be cleared. He can't tank it. It has to be dealt with, unless he gets his health higher, of course. But yeah, that's it's still a threat, even though it's not the sort of funny lethal we're talking about. But
Interesting options here. Siamat, a couple of big 7/7s in play, and then you can get, Rush Wind Fury, Rush Divine Shield, something like that. But yeah, Tindril represents just a lot of damage even if the board gets cleared. And Maxi's got to play this awkward game of when can I play, or do I even bother playing Quest Reward, right? Because of the threat of Steam Cleaner. No Brewmaster for Maxi.
going for new heights, just getting a little bit more ramp. Feel gonna go digging with the 1 though, by the looks of things. Doesn't want to overcommit to this board.
All right, Kobold, let's do it.
Yep, lock it in.
Now, 5-cost Shaladrasil is very nice.
It's one of the cards you wish there was a rewind on, isn't it? It's like, no, these suck. Can I go again, please?
They did do that to the Raptor, right? 3 mana 4/2. It was a gift card where it just each time one of the new keywords has come out, it's gained the keyword. So it now has discover a beast with a dark gift, kindred, reduce its cost by 1, and now it also has rewind.
In another couple of years, it's going to be really good. Okay, Hostile Invader is going to help do some of the damage to clear this bit of an annoying board.
Yeah, and these Tendrils are just going to be very, very annoying for Philfield. They could hit face for 8 now, and then are going to do another 8 when they die.
I could even just follow up with another one. I could drop the ham instead and have that just start chomping. Ooh, maybe considering going for the Crocs into go face and then brawl.
Sure. Something that just occurred to me with the Husk as well, if we're still on this line, which it's a bit distant at this point, but you could, play Husk on an empty board and then shuffle it back into your deck with the Shaladrasil Shuffle. So you just drain for 2, you don't get the buff,
sure.
and then if you can manage to make it happen on another turn.
Yeah, true. I like the way you're thinking. I'm not gonna lie. I like the way you're thinking.
But in the meantime, this is a little clever trick here. Ability to give 4 attack to the Spire means that when it dies, you'll get a 6-drop. Really, really complicated board state, though, in terms of trying to clear all these minions, particularly with these rushes, right? Because as soon as you clear the hostile invader, it clears a Tindril, which then blows up your whole board, and now there's still 2 Tindrils left.
Yeah, very awkward. Still 9 mana though for Phil, so does have access to a few tools to use after this, of course. Still got that crown in the hand, which could be pretty useful to fill out a turn like this.
That's a rough hit there with the Origami Dragon. And it looked like he pulled the trigger on the Hideous Husk there just to use the mana up at the end of the turn, so we are well and truly off that game plan.
Yeah, not quite going to do so well when the leeches just get absolutely annihilated off the board, right? But still, we can dream. Maybe one day that's going to happen, because those leeches did so much.
Something to be said about this hero card for Phil is you can discover undead. So there's a very real possibility of picking up another Hideous Husk in the future.
Yeah, very true, very true.
Now, how much can Maxi draw before this all goes away?
Oh, for a second I thought that was Time Warp there.
Yeah, no Time Warp. Still a good combination between Nether Portal and Crystal Cavern. Yeah, I understand wanting to pull the trigger on the amulet here if you figure you're going to lose all the generated things anyway. That is Galvadon and For Glory gone.
Now I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that Steam Clean is going to be played this turn.
I think that seems like a strong possibility. Yeah.
You're saying there's a chance.
Yeah. I want to make sure we get the order right. Steam Cleaner and then Headless Horseman. Very happy to see the Time Warp go, I'm sure.
And the Amhara probably as well.
Yeah. Can now use the hero power to clean up this 3-2.
Yeah, very clean turn. Pun not intended from Phil here. With the Steam Cleaner into Headless Horseman, clears the board nicely, pushes a little bit of damage, keeps hold of some min. Oh.
We may be developing Creature of Madness.
Oh, fair. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's reasonable. I think I would have ended up just hero powering it down and just pushing, but yeah.
Relentless Wrathguard. Knows there's going to be 3/2 targets to deal 2 damage to and discover. So, discover a demon. Could always hit kill Jaden.
And then we've got a game, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, with Time Walk gone, right? I mean, that basically seals it up almost. I suppose there 5/5s every turn.
Yeah, you would have still imagined so. It's going to be pretty nice. I think the big thing here is actually the likes of Bob into Shaladrisil, right? Once the space is there, or Ceaseless Shaladrisil, so on, you know, just to set up, because Maxibon is only on 25 right now. That is quite a low number and can only gain a little bit more health based on the Ziliax, kind of like heal past 12 basically, so can't even gain that much health back no matter what outside of armor.
Oh, interesting. Are we... Okay, I was going to say, are we kobolding?
Maybe one day they'll let us kobold.
Maybe one
but
day.
Not today. Yeah, this foam render's going to have a lot to say about this game as well. The damage stacks up so fast.
Yeah, such a powerful tool that, you know, any other weapons that Death Knight might think about, you just have to say, yeah, but what if I could just deal 5 every turn?
Yeah. That was interesting there as well. I was, this is still, wait, is it the Did you just hover the kobold for a second? Okay, God, I thought locked in kobold there. I was like, huh? I was just gonna say, like, this felt like it could have been a pretty decent Bob turn, and then just go face and then save the proc for any, like, minions that still stick around after the Bob turn. To push the extra damage, but he's going to lock the location in, use those raptors to clear some up. This does obviously hold on to the Bob, which is worth something in and of itself.
Yeah, just so much persistent damage. Like, even with a clean board at this point, Philfield representing 8 damage every single turn between the weapon and the hero power. So this is going to have to be Ziliax, I expect.
Is Ziliax enough? Or I need a shield slam after that as well or something? Okay, just gonna go for the brawl instead. Okay, so a little bit better.
It does mean you get to swing both halves in, so you can... Although, actually, that's only 1 more extra life, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say, it doesn't make much difference. No, it's still something, but it's not by much. Not by much.
And Ziliax, of course,
12 max health.
Notoriously vulnerable to Shaladrisil. It's a question of whether Philfield can get hand size reduced enough. Wait, actually, I guess without the charge hero power, Shaladrisil is a lot less scary.
Yeah, it's still the bounce. It's still got deal 5, right? So it's deal 5 seems okay when your opponent has 12 health and 7 armor. That's still pretty good for the energy to use, but it's all just about when or how much Philfield even values these swings. Because honestly, at this point, I wouldn't even hate, now that you've seen the Ziliax, I wouldn't even hate Ceaseless.
Yeah.
The Ziliax, you get to swing face again, and then next turn you want to swing face again. Looks like he's going for Bob instead. I'm going to freeze out, okay. I just get too locked in on just how much damage this foam render's going to do if you get to just go face every single turn, along, as you said, with the hero power, of course.
Yeah, I think just trying to set up hand space for the Shaladrisil here. Wow, yeah, Maxi actually just wants to get the 10-10 out. Might be...
Time.
Yeah, just doing the Kobold. Because the thing about Crystal Core is, like, the legendaries that you want are going to be bigger than 5/5. So even though it buffs your 3/2s off the portal.
Oh, okay.
Not a bad hit, but not the worst for Philfield. I think Ceaseless would have been very painful, and of course Shaladrisil as well.
Yeah, those are probably the top 2 for sure.
Philfield,
now I imagine,
still has access to, and you know, in terms of value, as long as you Tolan's Goblet while you have cards remaining.
Yeah, it was just sliding away basically. And Maxibon did his best, of course, for the after the Steam Cleaner came down. But honestly, it's just the tech card doing its work, right? Steam Cleaner comes down, Time Warp wasn't drawn fast enough, as well as a few unfortunate discards going on there. It's just hard to fight back. And Maxibon gave it a whirl for a little while, but Philfield just had so many more resources. We saw what the hand looked like, and honestly, Headless Horseman and the Steam Cleaner ticking the boxes, at least in that game, right? Like, they both got a good job done. They both put on more pressure, helped clear the board as well with the removal from Headless Horseman. And you can tell that the second that came out as well to prop the hero power again, it was only going to get worse for Maxi, right? Now that the hero power was in full strength. So it was just going downhill for them there. So a good start there for Philfield, taking a win with that Death Knight.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about, a lot of the China players have brought I think at least one has Steam Cleaner, but then also they all have like a Brewmaster for their warriors, right? So clearly they've been having to deal with a lot of Steam Cleaners involved as a tech card, both in warriors and against warriors. Whereas Maxi, no Brewmaster in the warrior, and I think fewer Steam Cleaners all around, but. How often these tech cards, play such a big role in the matchup.
Right.
I feel like it's not always that you get to see a tech card just like, okay, there's a clear line between like doing that, winning the game. Because sometimes there's ways to play around them, like taking the Death Rattle on your location against Demolition Renovator, that kind of thing.
Yeah, 100%. It just must feel pretty good, especially because queuing your first game, obviously a very important match there. This match would get Philfield to top 4 if we were to make it semi-finals, of course. And things just sliding into position, right, is what you want. Oh, you got Death Knight versus Warrior that you have in your Death Knight the Steam Cleaner for, and it works out pretty well. So not a bad start at all for Philfield. Still, obviously, big questions on the Warlock, as there just is always going to be. It could be any deck that's not super popular and would be saying the same thing. It does have that Hunter left over as well, which we don't really talk about the Hunters too much until they're actually being played, because I think we just slide into that expectation of, yeah, it's Hunter, it's really good, it's probably going to get a win. So again, it's just very easy to look at that Warlock. But Maxibon can't be, I imagine, too upset at that game. Obviously, it's not fun to lose any given game, especially in a tournament like this. But it was kind of just, didn't get Time Warp, got Steam Cleaner, then it slipped away from there. That's kind of just how it goes.
Yeah, and, played very carefully around that drain, even though he took a lot of it. Being able to be one out of range of the knowable leeches, right? Like, he did what he could to board stall a lot, which made things very awkward for Philfield for quite some time. But it just sort of wasn't enough in the face of the Steam Cleaner. I ended up having to just hope Philfield didn't have it. And, 15 cards deep in your deck, odds are you do.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's really tricky when you've not got any counterplay, like you mentioned, the Brewmaster. When you don't have any ways to sort of counteract that, you've just got to cross your fingers and hope, right? It's the only real thing. I'll try and draw the Time Warp and so on. But regardless, we are jumping into our second game as the players have locked in now. It's going to be the Hunter from Philfield, as mentioned, versus the Rogue from Maxibon. So Philfield, of course, had to change his deck because that's how Conquest works. But Maxi fancying a bit of a switch up here.
Yeah, it gets a Windrunner sister, probably the one you like to play first in general. Although Verisa is the sister you want to have on curve the most. Probably feeling pretty good about that, though. Niall coming into the hand alongside Sylvanas.
Yeah, not an interesting opening hand of the classic 4 legendary opening, of course. It does look like Niall's just taking Verisa's spot right now as the third sister in the hand, which is fine. Yeah, she's of that power level, so it's okay. And Maxibon, on the other hand, is going to try and poke at some of the weaknesses that Hunter... There we go. That Hunter has, which is they don't really have too much to actually fight for board within the first couple of turns. So Max is going to say, okay, Web Weaver down, and let's start playing these Platysaur.
Yeah, I mean, turn 3 is just not quite fast enough when it comes to going up against this rogue. Wouldn't be surprised to see just no time to play the Discover Sister and having to play Sylvanas next turn. Ilaria, that's her name.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting because there was an option for the Sylvanas to come down, take out the Platysaur, and discard 2 cards from hand.
Yeah.
However, the Web Weaver still lives, and then the follow-up could be problematic. So Phil feels saying, no, I'll let them have the cards. I imagine, hopefully they like pop off this turn, right? Splurge everything onto the board, and then Sylvanas, normally proccing twice, can deal with the majority of things that are going to come out from the rogue. But definitely a choice that had to be made there. I don't know if it was clear cut to just say, oh yeah, you never Sylvanas 2 Platysaur.
Yeah, worth considering when you know you're discarding 2 cards for the rogue. And Maxi has been, I think, fairly critical of some people's lines with the rogue in terms of, you know, when to swing the weapon, when to hold it.
Not the best offerings in the world, I think, here.
Yeah, this is why, you know, a lot of times this isn't the one you're thrilled about getting multiple instances of. You end up taking just sort of the cheapest thing. No cost reductions just makes them a lot less appealing, and the spells can end up, you know, filling up your... Oh gosh.
Yeah, even
Tidepool Pupil, that's the one.
Yeah. Even Death Roll, whilst I think a good option to discover even at full cost, in this matchup it's not what you're looking for, right? Because suddenly like Death Roll against Shaman, not bad, right? But against Rogue, not really going to get the work you're after.
Yeah. I'm curious at the Patchwork Pals, just because it can be a little bit tricky to play. You need 3 hand slots. It's an initial 2 mana investment. I would have been, you know, potentially interested in Untimely Death, right? Which, when a minion you just played dies, you immediately resummon it. Since Phil has got the double Brewmasters, there's potential for, you know, this turn he expects to Sylvanas. You could do that alongside the Untimely Death, but maybe just figures, well, I'm already going to do Bargain Bin in that mana slot.
Oh, okay. Maxibon, classic rogue play, turn 4, 7 cards left in the deck. The Sylvanas now can come out to play and get the job done, at least initially. It will get rid of a dubious from the hand from Maxi as well.
Yeah, Niall, great tool to have in the games that go long, but actually just no time to get it out against this rogue onslaught.
We're looking at going the Rangari into tracking and then following up with Sylvanas, very, very, very likely.
Yep. Neri option, which doesn't do anything presently, but can always lead to some sneaky wins.
Xavier's even worth looking at as well, just for the potential buffs you can get on the cards, right? And maybe that's what Phil might need. Parrot Sanctuary would be great if this turn wasn't or didn't have to be exactly Sylvanas, because then you can look at maybe doing Incendious things next turn and so on. But yeah, this turn was always going to have to be Sylvanas, because otherwise Phil was probably just dead.
My hand
Yeah.
is too full.
And
Maxi now, going to be doing some maths.
Yeah, we'll be looking to O-Manager potentially for that coin Incendious on 6.
Start off with the Tusk. This normally is looking good to set him up for next turn and for all the big things if potentially required. If he decides he needs some of these, some of the cards draw next turn, could even hold it for the turn after if everything adds up. But yeah, that's all Max is going to be able to do here.
Finally, a little bit of breathing room for Philfeel. Potential to turn up the pressure with Leok Huffer. Instead wants to make the attack expensive for Maxi.
Yeah, this is looking pretty dangerous, right? This is going to have to be... I mean, is this even going to pull the eruptions out? Okay, not even going for them. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think this play from Philfield just forces Maxi to divert from the coin in Cynthia's plan. Because Maxi effectively has information that, okay, I'm definitely dead if I play in Cynthia's because, you know, 5 from the Huffer, 2 from the steady shot.
Even this is tough.
Yeah, I was really hoping that those would clear off the taunt so that he might be able to swing without taking the face damage.
Yep, just everything must go as the last card in the deck, I believe.
That's what the motion was there. And yeah, I mean, Philfield can actually get his own Incendius down if he wanted. I think gonna activate weapon here.
Lush wilds and clear skies. This could be our home.
Ooh.
I actually don't know if enough things have been discovered to make alien encounters free.
Yeah, I was looking at Glacial, but Glacial looks good, but I don't know if it realistically does anything when you look at what Max's hand is, right?
I think it has the potential, you know, if you take Glacial and you freeze the weapon, right, you at least do that 2-mana tax. It prevents, you know, an Incendious immediately swing to draw the 1-cost eruptions for, you know, clearing through Philfield's board.
Yeah.
But
just
I think
if you look at anything else, right, because you know he's got Cultist map, so you could do the stuff with the Mauler regardless to try and chip away at some. But yeah, I think I'm okay seeing the tracking pulled out and doing this.
Yeah, no more Shadow Steps, and everything must go. Just
something big has to happen, right? Because there's nothing else. You know, there's a Huffer in hand, and that isn't it.
If you don't play it now, you never get to. So.
Yep. So as good as Maxi Bonnet tried there, it wasn't enough. And Philfield just decided to take the, I don't want to say slow because that makes it sound bad maybe, but the more measured build up in that game with the sisters, with the Windrunner sisters, right? Just like building up and then having the huge payoff of Sylvanas versus trying to go for the, I'll say, high roll of getting the Platysaur cards gone by doing it nice and early, and was rewarded for it with a good focus on those building up that board and pressuring Maxi through damage, sort of like almost old school Hunter, right? That was more like how Hunter used to be played over the years than it was recently, and it got rewarded with the choice of those animal companions. The Huffer being a threat all the time anyway, but then going the Misha Leok with the 2 sisters on board was actually a lot of health and also a reasonable amount of damage against Maxi. Paid off really well.
Yeah, I was, you know, initially surprised at the pick of Animal Companions, but I think Philfield just recognized the amount of pressure that it can build up. You know, when you are playing a bunch of 2/4s in these Windrunner sisters, a lot of times they're just out of that breakpoint of the Phoenixes, and so often end up being ignored. You could stick that extra bit of damage from the Leox. We saw Misha being obnoxious for Maxibon's weapon, and then of course Huffer, classic way to end games, right?
Yeah, of course. And your opponent knowing you've got it is the best use of that card, because it's like, yeah, I've got the pig. What are you going to do about it? Nothing. We are going to quickly move on to game number 3. And I'm sure in some people's opinions, this is where the series is going to begin. Because this is where, like, okay, Phil has the big question mark next to the Warlock. Again, I'm not taking anything away from this deck. Both Warlock players made it to top 8. So that is already better than I think almost everyone apart from those 2 players assumed would do, I guess. And it's more than capable of winning, especially 1 out of 3 potential games here. So let's see how it goes. Does have Holy Egg Bearer already, so that's going to be the egg unlock nice and early for Phil. And Maxi, going to have to just put on as much pressure as he can, and this might be another one of those matchups where the mixologist in the Death Knight can get some work done.
Yeah, it's sort of a unique inclusion for Death Knight of Maxi Bonds, going with this mixologist. Can do some very, very tricky things in terms of resurrecting minions, right? If he trades off this Dreadhound Handler, gets resurrect on the potion, next turn he can guaranteed resurrect the Dreadhound Handler, which represents a lot of corpses that can do great work, particularly when you have to deal with 2020s. If somehow he can get that corpse count just so high and pick up Corpse Explosion, you may be able to clear some otherwise unclearable boards, but it is a lot of corpses to have to create.
Phil already deep in the tank of, should I trade with this 2-1? What are the implications of leaving, like, potentially egg-procking minions on the board? But I do think the trade looks fine for me. Just reduce some of the power level down a little bit. Because something you've got to be aware of is Death Knight can be aggressive when it wants to be. So there's a world where, with this kind of opening, Max is like, actually, I'm going to ignore these eggs and I'm just going to go face and then race. So it's not maybe the most common outcome, but it's definitely something that's worth a try.
And for that plan, can I interest you in a 5-mana Marin?
Yeah, that could be good. Although, you know, this blob has a charge on it. It's a little 2 to 3. No, I'm with you. I think the Marin looks quite good here.
I mean, the Ziliax as well is extremely powerful.
Yeah.
Right, being able to set up a wall where, you know, not only do they have a Divine Shield, Rush Lifesteal, but they will come back again. You know, makes them that much more annoying to deal with. But yeah, being able to get treasures very, very early, particularly with no great turn 5 lined up otherwise.
Yeah, also the Ziliax, one, it's quite far into the future right now, but also just a little bit scary when Conflagrate exists, right? It's still good, don't get me wrong, but it could be negated quite easily. Here comes absolute classic Hearthstone card, Abusive Sergeant.
Used to be a 2-1.
Yeah, it's been nerfed. It's just a little 1-1 now. Still sees play though. You got to respect it.
Yep.
Yeah, Marin on, I'll say on curve. You guys know what I mean. As a 5-drop, looking quite good. Now, is this always Wand as the choice, or do you think Maxibon will consider like Crown, for example?
I would be seriously considering Crown here. Has got access to a Chillfallen Baron for some draw. Not quite sure what's in the Mixologist potion. We can take a look at that. Is 2/2 Demon, give your minions +2 health. So no draw there. You know, you run the risk potentially of running out of draw without the wand pickup, but I think there's a lot of upside if you roll well on Crown to just take this. Otherwise, I'd say probably a bit unfavorable matchup for the Demon Hunter, and just turn the pressure on. All of the Warlock's removal is damage based, and so if you get something, you know, really juicy out of that Crown, you might be able to just overwhelm before they can really get their engine going.
And by Demon Hunter, you meant Death Knight. Right?
I did. Yep.
Yeah, okay,
yep, the D classes.
Just making sure everyone's on the same page. I'm
no
sure
Demon
chat
Hunters in this
will be
tournament.
asking the question. Yeah. Yeah, no, they go for Crown. So yeah, completely on board. Just go aggressive. Try and beat, win the game before the eggs are really coming up as a problem. And like you said, Chillfallen Baron plus the tradable from the 3-drop is probably enough to keep going. There's one Conflagrate gone.
Ooh, Archdruid pickup is
well,
excellent.
Hey. Any sort, whether it was meant to be a pun or not, I'm gonna laugh.
Oh no, I just
Push the one.
I just understood what you were talking
Oh, did
about.
he? It was not meant to be a pun.
No, if I wanted to emphasize, I would have said excellent.
Oh, okay. So now I'm going to listen harder for when you don't do that, so I can bring it up. So I'm sure it happens multiple times from all of us when we're casting this deck, accidentally.
Yeah, something I would be looking at for Maxi in later turns is, yeah, doing a health buff here, yeah, with the poison.
Yeah.
Wasn't
Just
sure
gonna
at
proc
what point that would
this,
come out,
okay.
but
Proc's pretty good here, right? Because it stops the 3 damage into, say, Hellfire onto the blob now. So just removing options for Philfield. It might look a little bit strange to just like, oh, well, you've just put more eggs on the board. It's like, well, the more eggs were on the board anyway. It didn't really matter. I just want to make Philfield spend as many resources as possible. But table flip into Drain Soul is going to be pretty clean into Hellfire.
Yep, it's
And
just
now, if... Go on.
all the instances of 3 damage, right?
Yeah. So that's 2 eggs, 1 proc away from being 2020s, and 1 egg, 2 procs, 3. 2 procs away, I think, from being there. The crack levels on the eggs always get me. I need to like yeah, I think that's 2 more procs, right? Next proc is cracked open. The proc after is 2020.
Maxi picks up a couple of taunts. Ooh, the Eat the Imp is actually quite nice in this instance because it may draw Philfield into a 1 mana form of Breakage. Conflagrate will do.
That's one, yep.
Or Abusive.
That's another.
Yeah, I'd be considering using the Abusive instead. But probably doesn't make too much of a difference. Able to Glacial Shard the 2/4 with the coin as well.
Yeah, it's a huge help because that is the one thing you're a little bit worried about. And now all eyes are going to be on Maxibon's turn in. How are we going to deal with 4 2020s?
Gonna dream 1. And
Yeah,
has,
just
you
not
know,
good enough.
could Nightmare or something else, but yeah, just, you know, I think this is one of the matchups that the Egglock is targeting, and Philfield, I would have said underdog, just taking a look at them going into this match, but able to secure a nice 3-0 victory against Maxi.
Yeah, an absolutely fantastic series for Philfield, honestly. A huge congratulations, because every single game there just felt like a sort of ABC plan for the deck, and they just went through it, no problem. Philfield looking very comfortable. Obviously, one of the players we've got who's quite emotive, but that just felt clean, for want of a better word there, for Philfield. Just very nice series. I think unfortunate for Maxibon. It's a bit of a shame because I think he was just getting the rough end of the stick, right? Everything he was trying to do was just not quite enough, as Philfield was just every single deck just getting the work done. And once again, fantastic performance for the Warlock. So maybe some opinions may have to be changed going forward, because now we have this Warlock in the top 4, as we have our top 4 players now. Both semi-finals are going to be coming up very, very soon. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone. It's finals day here at the Hearthstone World Championship for 2025, and it is semi-finals time. We are down to our final 4 players, and joining me to talk you through semi-final number 1 is everyone's favorite MC Banterface. How is it going, sir?
I'm glad to be back up here. Been a great tournament so far. Hopefully we'll get a few good final matches.
Yep, and the first one of those that we are hoping will live up to expectations is going to be Definition versus LoveStorm. And if you are just joining us, we do have the showdown between Shouti and Phil down on the bottom half. Our defending world champion, Yan Ming, was narrowly defeated in the end by Shouti, and we just saw Maxibon taking a brutal 3-0 loss to the underdog, the real underdog story of the tournament so far in Phil. But we are dealing with that top half of the bracket between Definition and LoveStorm. For you, Banter, have either of these two impressed you more than the other in the tournament so far?
I think they've generally played well. If I had to pick one, I would say LoveStorm, probably overall a bit cleaner for me. I think there was the turn 6 maybe earlier today from Definition that was a little weird. 1 or 2 things day 1. Again, it's going to happen. I kind of expect everybody to make some amount of mistakes, but I would say that LoveStorm overall has impressed me more.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. I think coming into today, him and Incurro, that second quarterfinal was kind of billed as the 2 players that have played the cleanest so far going into this, and I think I would agree with that assessment. But as a lot of us have been talking about, and as I think you've mentioned as well, sometimes when it comes down to these final stages, it's not really about who's played the cleanest or who has the best lineup or anything like that. It just becomes a matter of who can handle the pressure and who can hold their nerve and just play any form of sensible Hearthstone as it moves forward towards a life-changing amount of money and a potentially one-off opportunity to call yourself the world champion of something that you've been dedicated to for quite a long time. And being sat next to you, Banter, of course, you're better placed than most to talk about the feeling of high-pressure Hearthstone when it comes to high-stakes situations like this. Like how differently or how much does it affect your mental state, your focus, your decision making, all of those big things in positions like this?
I think that all of us as players would probably prefer to tell ourselves that it's still just a game of Hearthstone, but again, it's just not how it works. The further you get into the tournament, when I've played my first ever World Championship match, super nervous. By the time I got to the semifinal in 2021, I was a wreck. Like every game, so stressful, especially for it being your first time. It's a lot to deal with, but you got to do it. You got to just be able to remain calm. The thing is, deep down that like you can handle the situations. You've seen some of these games before, the way that they play out. Your game plan. It really is just all about if you can keep your cool.
Yeah, and so focusing in on the series more specifically, the bans are in. We are seeing a ban discrepancy, which is no surprise because there is a lineup discrepancy as well. Warrior ban from LoveStorm, Hunter ban from Definition. What do you make? Do you agree with those bans, Banter?
Yeah, I think it is quite reasonable. Overall, LoveStorm has Shaman and Definition has the Death Knight. Death Knight worse against Warrior, Shaman worse against Hunter. I think if you at least simplify it to that, it makes a lot of sense that there's a difference in the ban.
Yep, no great surprise. We've been seeing an awful lot of Hunter bans going on, but back into this position now where the Death Knights are coming back out. The Warrior ban is going down. It looks like we are going to be kicking things off with the Rogue Mirror, and now that the one-off Protoss Rogue is long since eliminated from the field, this will, of course, be a Cycle Rogue Mirror. So if you can set us up in advance, what are the key things to look out for in a Cycle Rogue Mirror, Banter?
One thing that can come up pretty often is Webweaver tempo plays, right? The deck is not super great at dealing with, let's say, a 3-minion board with a Webweaver there. So not getting too greedy with your resources, being capable of remembering, hey, their deck doesn't have a great answer to this, tempo out a Webweaver. Just making sure you can keep up on board, get that everything must go down. And I think pretty often the game will be maybe even over by the time you get to Incendious. Depends on how good the hands are, right? Sometimes it'll go a little bit later. Maybe somebody can get an Incendious down as early as turn 5, but pretty often it's going to be all about those mid-game turns.
Yeah, no, we haven't seen a great deal of rogue mirrors throughout the tournament. I think primarily because, you know, generally the worse win rate a deck's going to have, the more often you're going to run into it as the mirror, because you create those situations where you get the game 5s where both decks have been unable to win and they run into each other as a mirror. We haven't really seen a great deal of the rogue mirror throughout, at least to my memory. I know some of you current practicing pro players have better memories for this than I do. I was amazed at Rekvam the other day, just being able to easily pick out, you know, I'd bring something up. Oh yeah, earlier in the tournament this happened. He's like, yeah, no, that was turn 6 in Incurro versus Gabby in this particular matchup, and he remembered it perfectly. But I haven't remembered a huge amount of action in a rogue mirror so far, so it'd be interesting to see this one kick off. Looks like we may have a little bit of delay with the players. I'm not sure what's going on here as to why we are not getting into game, but hopefully we will be able to kick things off sooner rather than later. So anything else in this series for you, Banter, in the way that these lineups run into each other? Obviously the Death Knight and the Shaman being the differences. Apart from the bans being taken apart, what are the key breakdowns?
For me personally, again, we've talked a lot. Also, I know you feel the same way about Shaman maybe not being super strong. I think it did pretty well yesterday. It has shown to be capable of winning Hearthstone games. We do know that, but looking at the decks that it needs to beat, Cycle Rogue, Warrior, and Death Knight, I'm not thrilled about Shaman in any one of those matchups. So I think my biggest concern, just looking at lineups, would be if LoveStorm can get that Shaman through. With the Death Knight, for definition, sort of the same story, but I prefer having Death Knight over Shaman in that matchup. And a lot of these decks, the way that the sets pan out, you end up in a situation where it's like, well, the Hunter gets a win, and we all say, well, that was kind of expected. The Rogue gets a win, yeah, of course it does, like it finds a way. And then you end up with these remaining 2 decks, and you see if you can reverse sweep it, or if you can finally get the job done against it. So I'm interested to see if it's the same thing this time, or if those, 4th decks that they picked are able to maybe look a bit better.
Yeah, I mean, I think the both of us kind of need Shaman to start picking up some L's, because based on the performance yesterday, it is starting to make us both look a little bit foolish. But the one thing I was paying a lot of attention to yesterday, I mentioned this earlier, I think a lot of the most interesting games of yesterday were Shaman versus Warrior, which always seemed to look like Shaman was running away with it, but I think there was one really strong performance, I think by Incurro, where it looked like he was dead the entire time, and then I checked the deck list and he's like on 35 health still, with like still a Brawl and a Ceaseless Expanse and a bunch of things still remaining. Do you have specific thoughts on that matchup? Because I've changed my mind like 3 or 4 times already throughout this tournament, just based on, reacting to the last thing I've seen, which is always the best way to analyze Hearthstone.
Yeah, of course, naturally. It's a pretty controversial matchup. I would say like a lot of top players have very different opinions. I've heard, 30-70, which I think is kind of crazy. For me, it's always been closer to even. I think having seen it played out enough times, I would prefer to be Warrior. With that said, I think you have to play the Warrior pretty well. Like, you need to be cautious with your resources, time them at the right moments, understand when you need to soak up some damage. We'll have to wait for that one, though.
We will indeed. It looks like some Hearthstone has broken out in front of us. Apologies for the delay. It seemed like LoveStorm had some difficulties or something that he needed to take care of, but we are ready to go now into the Rogue Mirror. LoveStorm full sending, definition looking like he is taking some time. Does the mulligan differ significantly from what you do in a regular matchup when it is so focused on really being heavy tempo and getting those early boards down quickly?
I would say not too much. The card that they both really want is just Crystal Tusk. Getting that weapon down early, enabling that everything must go turn, pretty high priority. So I think we saw both full moves. Definitely want to look for that card.
LoveStorm just gonna let it go. Definition's hand looking a little ugly. Okay, the Platysaur might just be able to piece something together.
Yeah, and picks up a prep off it. Obviously, super important card. Kind of have to step the Platy, because if your opponent goes weapon or even prep dubious here, you would be in big trouble.
Now then, Banter. I heard a certain someone not too long ago talk about tempoing web weavers in this matchup.
Yep, and LoveStorm does agree. This, again, it comes up pretty often. You could even consider like playing the Wisp alongside it because it would play around Prep Dubious, but that is a 2-card combo. Just generally trying to make the game awkward for Definition.
Mm-hmm.
How about another Web Weaver?
Yep, you do have that stepped Platy in hand, which of course has already been played this game if you really want to load out on the card draw, but Definition slowing down. Going to front load some card draw with the Blood Mage Thanos, and there's the Crystal Tusk picked up now from LoveStorm.
Yep. Very key timing on that too. I think this is excellent turn to have it. Any later, you're in danger of maybe being a little too slow with it, but now he's able to get it down. And importantly, he doesn't have to toss away all of his draw. He still has prep map in hand, meaning he can draw a lot of cards next turn.
Yeah, quite often, even with the turn 2 weapon, you'll see players holding on deliberately to either the first or second charge to be looking to go off on turn 4 anyway, depending on the hand and what they think they can put together with the Everything Must Go. So not a massive downside to be playing the weapon on 3, just a little less mana efficient than you could have been otherwise. Definition without a Crystal Tusk of his own is going to struggle a little bit more.
Yep, and one does show up in a Discover here. Problem for him is to be able to play that would cost him a coin, would cost him the Incendious in hand as well. Again, sometimes the game won't go that long, but even just like being forced to use your coin, a little bit annoying. He does deem it worth it, which I think makes a lot of sense, but probably not thrilled at having to use coin here.
Yeah, and again, as Banter was explaining earlier, this is generally not the kind of matchup where, you know, both of those resources, the coin and the Incendious, super important in a lot of matchups, as we have seen throughout most of the tournament, but this matchup generally defined a little bit earlier before turn 7 as to who can grab that overwhelming board presence first, because neither deck really built to counteract that position particularly well. LoveStorm going to start digging now, does hit the EMG and has prep map with 3 mana still remaining after all of this. Eat the and dubious purchase found in there.
Yep, Eat the Imp looking pretty good at a glance. I imagine he will be picking that. Just needs to cycle through. That already alone will make the Everything Must Go 0 mana with the 3 draws plus the natural one from the map.
Is going to spend the O Manager first before playing the Phoenix. That was the only thing that was a little bit awkward. He didn't really have a perfect Eat the Imp target. He doesn't want to eat his Web Weaver. He can't eat the Platy, or he loses the EMG. So, oh my goodness. 3 draws from the Eat, picks up the second card from the map because of it, and that is double EMG for some pretty solid minions.
Can I interest you in a 7-attack minion that also basically never dies?
Yes, it's a 7/7. It is essentially a 7/7.
Definition absolutely needs a turn to match this, right? He needs to play Dubious. He needs to get his card draw going. If he's not able to play his own copies of Everything Must Go, he is just going to be permanently behind from here. Has to hit on this Platosaur draw. So he gets 1 down, but I think he really needs a second copy right now. Doesn't have it, so forced to make do with just the 1. Pretty good minion to hit a Thessarian here, though. Quite strong. That is 16 damage on the board. Of course, Definition has more minions overall and can actually somewhat reasonably clean up part of the board. It's just that LoveStorm has the initiative, right? He has this immune 7/7, basically. It's immune while attacking, so he's able to get a free trade on it. Of course, he's a little... doesn't quite have enough damage to push face here. I think that's maybe the first thing you look for as well. Can I set up lethal? In this case, you can't, so he's going to just make sure he deals with the board.
Prep. Ooh, okay. Prep first card off the dubious purchase did open up some possibilities, but then ugly hits for the follow-ups as well, meaning that Phoenix stays tantalizingly out of reach as well, with nothing to really spend this preparation on.
Yep. And you could, of course, prep out a Phoenix. I would say not worth it when you have a dubious purchase in hand. So I doubt we'll see him do that. Now it's just coming down to which trades you want to make. The Platosaur does have a card that will get discarded, so would be a little surprised if he left it up. He does indeed kill that off and then just pushes the 4.
And generally, in these kinds of situations, if if you're not going to clear a board, like if there are 2 minions that you're going to leave up, leaving up the Phoenixes is very often a go-to choice for the player with who's in control of the trades, because that means that Definition has no ability to replay them with, for example, a second Web Weaver on the following turn, because if he trades them in now, he has to wait all the way until the end of this turn to get them back.
Yep, and Definition making that trade, they're hoping that that deal 2 hit pretty much any target other than face. Of course, it naturally does go face. He probably would have liked for it to hit any of the 3 minions that would die to it. He does have Dubious Purchase in hand alongside a Space Rock, so he would have been able to deal really efficiently with this 2/7. Now he can't actually guarantee a clear on it. Actually, he can, it's just a bit more expensive. With I think we're gonna see it. Yep, and he does go Space Rock, steps the Space Rock to make mana for the Dubious, and now is able to kill off the 7/7. It did cost him a bit to do that, right? With the 2 damage end up going face, but it sort of worked out because he got his weapon down.
Yeah, consolidated the weapons, survived the big board push from LoveStorm. He knows that the O Manager coin had been spent as well from LoveStorm, so if the game is going to reset back to Incendious, he's not going to get hit with Incendious just yet. The bad news is that LoveStorm will still have the initiative to do that if it does get to that point, but at least for now, LoveStorm had that incredible tempo turn with the double EMG. Definition's turn in response was not quite as good, but since then, he has at least escaped with his life. He can continue to play Hearthstone in this game, so that is at least something.
He has that Mauler pickup, I think probably the card he was looking for here, just get those asteroids in. Of course, they could hit into minions, but with Definition being so low, he doesn't really need all the asteroid damage to go face, just wants to stay ahead on board and try to push a little extra chip damage. So Definition now in a spot where he knows what he needs to do. He needs to try to set up a way to force LoveStorm to not play Incendious. If LoveStorm's allowed to play Incendious and is not dead on the next turn, Definition will know that he's very likely to die on the following turn.
Yes, there are currently 6 asteroids in deck for LoveStorm and a Blood Mage Thalnos that has not been played that Definition knows about. So I would even say first port of call is to make sure he's not just going to die to those asteroids coming out of the deck, but almost anything he does is putting some level of minions in play to be able to soak those up. That should not be a big deal. We're almost certainly seeing an EMG come down this turn from Definition, which will be able to soak up a good amount of that damage.
Yep, a little bit awkward in terms of mana expenditure. Can still get it down for 3 and then potentially just end on Mauler, Phoenix. Oh, he does hit a 5/4 rush.
Yes, please.
And so this is Deirdre, I believe. Now, do you remember what Deirdre does? I'll pull it up on screen in a second.
Look at this banter going to work. Yeah, there it is.
This card has a death rattle. There is a crewmate thing. Now, importantly, it's a battle cry. I have made this mistake many times in the past where I thought, oh, you shuffle your crewmates because that's what the card does. That part's the battle cry. The death rattle draws them, meaning that the Deirdre does not actually do anything here. Just looks a little scary.
But also, most importantly, it's a rush minion that comes from Everything Must Go, which you are always delighted to see as the rogue in a lot of spots.
Yep. But so there was a decent amount of pressure on board. LoveStorm feels comfortable just going with the Maulers here, knowing that if he clears this board, there is no real response from Definition. Yeah. At best, he can do a similar turn. Problem for Definition being that he doesn't have any cards in his deck. He's got 2 real cards, a few asteroids, so pretty hard for him to actually draw through without just dying to fatigue. Is he dying this turn? Not quite,
the 2 remaining cards as they stand, yeah, one of them is an asteroid and the other one is Maestro, I believe, so I think that leaves him a little bit short to the Blood Mage damage.
Yep, but what he does do here is sets up a guaranteed win. I think we saw a pretty similar spot to this before. He pushes the 5, meaning Definition goes down to 5 HP, and he is guaranteed to draw his Incendious because the rest of his cards are just asteroids. So next turn, as long as he's not, dead, which of course he's not, he's just going to go Incendious Swing to deal the 5.
And of course, the only potential thing that could ruin that is random outcomes from Everything Must Go, both of which have been played from Definition. But there is, of course, is it specifically Plushie? Is that the only card that heals immediately from Everything Must Go?
Rush Lifesteal. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think Definition just going to double check if there's any theoretical lethal here that he can go for. Don't believe there is. Currently in his deck, he's got 2 asteroids, so even if every single asteroid and the Elise hit face, he's just not killing them.
Yeah. Definition also tempoed out his Blood Mage early on, so even if that was going to be a factor, no extra spell damage available. Again, some spell damage outs that you can find from Everything Must Go, but both of those have been used, so Definition just desperately thumbing through his cards, trying to find some miraculous mirage to lead him out of this position, but I don't think any such line exists. And he is just going to fall over to this remaining damage from LoveStorm. And yeah, that's going to be it. Gives it up. It's going to be game 1 going over to LoveStorm. And so far, looking like we have pretty high potential for a very China-dominated field. A potential all-China final still lining up. Perhaps moving towards that a little quicker now with LoveStorm picking up the first victory in the Rogue mirror. Still has Hunter and Shaman to win with, but I think, although I was saying that Definition, somewhat recovered from that initial early push with the double EMG, he recovered to the point where he was alive, but he was always that full turn behind. He was always reacting in the matchup, and I think as you explained very early on, that is kind of the story of that matchup, is just if you're in control of the tempo, you're probably winning the game more often than not, right?
Absolutely, yeah. And I think there's definitely some room for debate in some of the plays that were made that game. Like LoveStorm, I think pretty clearly understood his role in the matchup, in the situation, got that Webweaver down on 2. Definition seemed a little bit more hesitant. He was kind of going a bit harder for the swing turn. Not unreasonable to try and set up, but maybe could have gone for some slightly more aggressive lines early on, maybe even getting his own Webweaver down. But I think it got a bit difficult for him because LoveStorm, correctly played his and just contested it on the board.
Yeah, no, I was going to ask you about it, and I will just very quickly before we dig into what's actually happening on the screen. You said as the Webweaver was drawn for Definition turn 2 with the stepped Platosaur, you said, oh, how about a counter-tempo Webweaver? Definition ended up going for the Blood Mage that turn. We didn't really dig into it. Did you prefer the Webweaver on that turn?
Maybe not on that turn. I was actually thinking the turn after it, just with the extra mana remaining. At least one of those. He ended up taking a slower approach, which nearly worked out with the Tusk, but definitely something to at least consider in that spot.
All right, we will move on. It's going to be Hunter versus Death Knight. LoveStorm coining out the Parrot Sanctuary on 1 with Ranger Captain Illyria in hand. The weakest individually of the sisters, but still not a card that you hate to see because of how powerful it makes the other cards if you are to draw them. Do you agree with this line, coining location on 1?
Absolutely, yeah. I'd say this is a super common play pattern with the deck. Anytime you have basically any 3-mana minion, you can just coin out the Sanctuary, get your mana spent. It just gets a little awkward otherwise because you don't really want to just pass on 2, and then if you coin your 3, you've sort of wasted the mana. Picks up another Sanctuary and can do the exact same thing now, doing this, double-clicking for Mixologist, get the minion on the board, and get the mana spent. What kind of potion are you looking for in this spot? I know what I'm looking for.
In this spot right now, I mean, you have a bunch of cheap minions to play with Glacial Shards and locations to make them cost 0, so plus health for me would be something that I'm immediately looking for just for the massive tempo board. You've clicked too many things, Vanta.
The wrong card hovered. There we go. All right. How about +2 health draw card? I think that's probably the perfect potion in this spot. I think draw, very high priority, but as you mentioned, couple extra cheap minions, that HP is relevant.
Has been messed up a little bit by the leech, although Alien Encounters now picked up as well. No real way just yet to make it super cheap.
Yep, he would have
so we are
loved
just
to
going
have
to go
that.
for the small buff.
Yeah, he would have loved to have that Encounters playable before the plus HP buff, but unfortunately a little too expensive, so can't quite get it down. And,
on the other side, we haven't really talked about Definition's opening too much. He does have Maladar Ziliax opening with a fair amount of corpse generation early on. With the Dreadhound Handler, lots of leeches coming out as well. LoveStorm has kind of preemptively picked up a death roll to potentially deal with like one big cheated out minion early on, or a Stitch Giant if such a thing were to come out. But do you think this start from LoveStorm can withstand the early Exarch from Definition if it does come down? Oh,
not
never
with
mind.
that
Don't answer
husk.
that question. No.
I think it was looking fine. That Husk is pretty brutal. It is the best card for him to have on this turn. Of course, he doesn't have the corpses for Maladar yet. Not only does this apply a ton of pressure to LoveStorm, it also heals Definition and will give him the corpses for the Maladar, because your choices are either to leave this board up or do the sensible thing, deal with it, hope that their hand is not exactly Maladar Ysera, but we've got some bad news for LoveStorm this time.
And this is the play that Definition perhaps inexplicably turned down in a previous series by just playing out the Exarch with the Husk on the previous turn, and kind of stranded his hand from that point. But this time is able to hit the Dream Curve, get the ramp with the Ysera. I think LoveStorm gives a bit of a resigned reaction to that. His hand started off so promising with the double location. Two Sisters picked up early as well, but it's gassed out very, very quickly here with the Ceaseless Expanse and the Ysera just not really offering anything.
Yep, absolutely. And he will also kill off the Sylvanas here. In an ordinary matchup against Hunter, super important to do this. It basically kind of just locks up the game for you. He didn't actually need to in this instance because LoveStorm doesn't play Brewmaster in his deck. I know you're a big fan of that card. He is running the Elise version, so not super high priority to kill the Sylvanas, but it's kind of fine on board, and also maybe force a habit as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I am not a huge fan of the Brewmasters. I do think they make more sense in the version of the deck that they are in, which is much more slimmed down, can leverage the idea of like repeated damage from Sylvanas a lot better. Sometimes your game is all in on Grifter and you need the Brewmaster to just have multiple shots at a Grifter if that's your angle. I think it is also worth pointing out that these two cards in hand right now, Ysera or Ceaseless Expanse, like these are the kind of cards that are in this version of the deck that are not in the Youthful Brewmaster version of the deck. And they are certainly not offering much to the game state right now either, whereas Youthful Brewmaster maybe could contribute something in this position.
Yep. Pretty miserable spot for LoveStorm. Leaves himself 2 mana to be able to death roll off this Ysera. Cleans up a decent bit of the board, but he knows he's just super far behind right now. His next turn currently is going to be Bob Freeze. Definition has access to Shaladrasil, has the hand space to play it, even picks up a Giant. That is going to be a ton of pressure coming his way.
Yeah, 0 mana Stitch Giant immediately after the death roll gets used. LoveStorm would have been pretty confident that wasn't in hand, just based on the Ysera being played for corpses on the previous turn. Stitch Giant would have immediately followed that up if it were in hand. So ripped out the death roll, but then the top deck Stitch Giant is going to punish that super hard afterwards.
Slightly surprised to see Definition not instantly play this Shaladrasil and just plop a 6/10 with elusive on the board that also makes her hero elusive. He goes for the Zilly. I mean, both plays are incredibly safe, I guess, but I probably would just Shaladrasil. Either one is going to be winning from here.
Agreed. I think Yeah, particularly in Death Knight, Shaladrisil, like, in Death Knight is the class where I want to get Shaladrisil turned into the dream cards the quickest, just because of the power you get converting into damage. You have that charge hero power, which is a unique ability that you have, so your burst damage is just so massive with the Awakens and the Nightmare to be able to push, so...
Yep, we'll get it down this turn, and we'll probably see him play the 6/10. At this point, LoveStorm just doesn't have enough mana, but generally what you can do with that 6/10 is make your hero elusive, meaning that there's no random Grifta damage and then you die to Neri. You kind of remove that possible out.
Yep.
Does go with Drake this time. Again, LoveStorm just doesn't have the mana to do all that, so he's not really in danger of it.
Wow, ripping the Nightmare for the trade as well, just saying, I do not need the burst damage, I'm just going to win this matchup on board, which he's absolutely right to do so. The only real tool that LoveStorm is ever really going to throw out that can deal with this board state is the Ceaseless Expanse, and he is 30-something mana away from being able to make anything relevant happen with that, so... pretty easy comeback game for Definition there, squaring up the series with the Death Knight. And a big win overall, I think, because as we were mentioning, Lorinda gave the shout out earlier. Oncrad is always doing a great job with compiling stats with win rate and adjusted win rate to bans and all this kind of interesting stuff for big tournaments like this. And he was pointing out that after Shaman's big performance yesterday, it was actually the Death Knight that was suffering and was perhaps the weak deck that people were preying upon. So probably a big deal. Definition will be delighted to have got that Death Knight out of the series at the first attempt.
Yep, absolutely. And LoveStorm now left with his, bad deck in quotes, which may not be so bad, but I mean, I kind of imagine the Hunter would get a win. The only potential problem is that was a matchup that you want to win with Hunter, right? Like, that's your best matchup for it. He does have to go through either Quest Warrior or Psycho Rogue, both entirely winnable with Hunter, but I have seen some top players that feel Hunter's unfavored against both. And if LoveStorm feels that way, he might not be feeling so good in this series after that game.
Yeah, and this Hunter list, I think, when I was predicting the tournament, when I was picking Choose Your Champion for packs, when I was picking the even more important caster predictions for this tournament for the broadcast, I tend to pick like lineup weighted by player skill. And I know Xiaoti's a great player. I know LoveStorm's a great player. Yang Ming is defending world champion. But then looking at their lineup, my fear was this version of the Hunter, right? With all the extra greedy cards in it, because when I see Hunter being successful, it's these smooth 3 or 4 cards per turn kind of turns where you're constantly refilling your hand with the Scout and the Pupil, and you're navigating through this like super smooth low curve. Having a Bob and a Sarah and expensive Elise locations and all of these extra cards, Ceaseless Expanse thrown in on top of that, seemed to get in my way, but for me, just looking at the field, the first thing I look at, what are Pocket and Fury doing? Because they're two people that I always want to pick, and I think they're two people that tend to bring great lineups. Then I looked at those lineups and thought, nope, this ain't it, Chief. Moving on. Who have we got next? And yeah, landed on Xiaoti because of that reason, but I do still have fears for this China version of Hunter, and you saw the punish there, right, in that game with LoveStorm, just getting absolutely stranded with an Asera and a Ceaseless in hand. Do you share this opinion of the faster Hunter being the superior version?
I did share it. I continue to share it. Not a big fan of the Elise Hunter personally. The good news for LoveStorm is that there is still a Warrior up, and that is probably the one matchup where I would actually prefer to have this Elise version, where you can ramp to your Ysera, start doing more stuff. You can get a little bit weird with the end game at least, but even like against Cycle Rogue as well, I'd rather not be seeing the Ceaseless or the Ziliax in my hand.
Right. Yeah, seems like a recipe for disaster, and the way that the matchups are panning out, LoveStorm is potentially taking a beating to some of these expensive cards. There is another one turning up, it looks like, yeah, the Incendious in the opening hand. There is, at the very least, a location, a Scout, and an Encounters, and now a Pupil as well, so if we can start to make some cheap spells happen, then potentially we can get a very explosive board with the alien encounters, but some way away from making that happen right now.
Yeah, meanwhile, for Definition, the absolute dream opener, Space Rock on 1, Weapon on 2, with 3 cards that just draw your deck in your hand. So things are going to start to look a little bit spooky for LoveStorm, especially with picking up not a card that he really wants right now. He can play it, but it will end up dying to Dubious Purchase.
Yeah, I didn't quite get to ask the question, but I was going to say, does this have to get in play, Banter? And it looks like LoveStorm thinks it does.
It absolutely does. I think from his perspective, I mean, your alternative is hero powering, right? It makes total sense to play it. There's a quote-unquote punish with the Dubious, but from his point of view, it does have to be played.
People all around the world, Hearthstone viewers everywhere, all have a full and robust grasp of what the word punished means, as you well know, Banter.
Of course, yeah, I put in the air quotes, and then I remembered that nobody can see me right now.
Yeah, this isn't the old vanity personal stream where you're just on camera all the time. That's not how it works over here.
Oh my! And LoveStorm just pure misery with the hand. 2 5-mana copies of encounters. Now, to be fair to him, this is not even the list's fault. This is just.
It's just like So I'm gonna say. I was going to say, serious analysis, right? The only card here that would be different in the fast list, or in some versions of the fast list, is Insidious might be a different card. Is there anything that it could have been in the other list where this would not be tragic? I don't think so, right?
Yeah, I don't think so either. In fact, I think almost all, if not everybody, brought Insidious in the fast list anyway. It's just usually where the list is the top end, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, LoveStorm forced to just sit there and watch as Definition draws through his deck, hoping that there's no everything must go on the other side. If there is, you have to imagine this Insidious is going to be way too slow. If somehow Definition manages to just have a terrible turn, he can just click an Insidious, which is really his only out at this point.
The only real question remaining now is how big are the minions and how many of them? Only 1 everything might go, but 2 pretty high quality minions. Bullhog not big, but it still pushes a lot of damage here, which is very, very nice for Definition in this spot.
Yep, and probably going to end up playing the Wisp here as well. That leaves 12 power in play, has 4 from hand next turn. Awfully close to lethal, not quite, but LoveStorm has to decide. You know, of course, you could just Bob Freeze here, but he knows very well that absolutely does not give him a way to win this game. Has to play this and just hope for the best.
And I do not predict that the best is coming.
I think that's a fair prediction at this point. So Definition just basically needs to make sure he doesn't do anything too crazy. Of course, the threat of Bob is always there. He can potentially set up 2-turn, and your opponent cannot Bob while also playing taunts, right? At this point, they could freeze your face, but that's about it.
I'm having fun, Banter. They don't exist, sadly. I'm looking for outs for immediate lethal, but there aren't any, right? He's got 12 showing. He's got Crystal Tusk O Manager in hand to push 2 more, which is 16. So if he could then like eat the imp on his Bullhog, he would have lethal at that point. But I don't think there's any way available in the deck to make that happen.
Okay, Definition does choose to just equip the weapon, which I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't point this O Manager face. I mean, it's unlikely to matter long term, but like, I mean, it would just set up lethal for the following turn with the weapon, and they can't like freeze and also make taunts. So kind of surprised to not see that.
There was 2 steps remaining in the deck, actually, but there wasn't any real way to start drawing cards. Yeah, if you're not familiar, Bullhog, I believe, unless it's been changed and I haven't been paying attention, is still lowest enemy that it deals damage to, right? Yep, there you go. So he could have even potentially pushed all the damage face, stepped it, replayed it, and the battle cry would have won the game for it, but I don't think there was any way to draw the cards to make that happen in the end.
Yep. Does now pick up some card draw as well as a Mauler. 1 Asteroid Face would just be enough here, so plays the other Mauler, goes for the Dubious, and just needs 1 to hit face.
Yep, should be fairly straightforward. Definition with the asteroids, doing it the old-fashioned boring way and not getting carried away by me getting excited with bullhogs. Is looking like he is still going to take this down, go up to a 2-1 lead. And this China version of Hunter is taking a beating currently. I did wonder about this. I'm not sure if I ever got a point to actually bring this up, but I had this kind of logged away as a talking point when Hunter was consistently eating so many bans throughout kind of day 2 and day 3 of the tournament, that I was going to express a little bit of surprise that everyone not from China was still fully respecting the China Hunter and still banning it out every single time when their lineup said ban Hunter. And I did wonder whether one or two of the the Europe egos might just say no, that list sucks, I'm leaving it up and I'm going to beat it, but never ended up happening. But in this series so far for LoveStorm, it is really struggling to find a foothold.
Yep, it has. And in fairness, I think that game, same story with the other version, right? It would have ended up the same cards. First one, definitely a bit more questionable, as you pointed out, with the Ysera and Ceaseless stuck in hand. Now we'll get to the point where if he ends up choosing to play the Hunter again, does have the Warrior as a matchup, so maybe we'll see it get through this time. Normally not a good matchup. It actually just goes with the Shaman anyway.
And this is the matchup that I have been enjoying enormously over the last couple of days. Learning a lot about it, watching some of the best players in the world navigate through it. Like I said, I have flip-flopped a few times on who I thought was winning the matchup. At first, when I was testing, I thought it was Control Warrior favored. Then with a little bit more Shaman experience, I was like, okay, if you just lean really hard into finding good Wish Upon a Star turns, you overwhelm the Warrior over time, and then you have like an Alakir burst combo to win the game. And that's kind of where I'd settled coming into the tournament with the amount of testing that I put in. And then I've kept seeing games where the Shaman has got like a really good Wish turn or even a Shutter Block Slime Wish turn. And I'm like, okay. This is over. Like, the Shaman always coasts from here. And we've seen several games in this tournament where the Warrior has actually still outlasted the big Wish buffs and actually got over the line, which really impressed me and went kind of contrary to the testing I'd put in before the tournament.
Yeah, the Warrior absolutely can play that really long game, even against those huge minions, I think in part due to the inevitability of just, the quest, but also Ceaseless Expanse, which currently costs 105, but by the end of the game, in all likelihood, that will be a lot cheaper, and that's usually the turning point, I would say, for Warrior. When they get the Ceaseless down, they can maybe play a Crown, a quest reward, whatever else alongside it, and it can get awkward. But Definition may struggle to get to that point. He had the dream opener of Shield Block into New Heights, but currently there's 15 attack on board, and it's gone. Convenient top deck for Definition there to not just explode.
Oh my, you've gone, this Warrior, honestly, is so frustrating sometimes. You've gone 2 5/5s into 2 5/5s while cheating mana along the way, and your reward is you've pushed -10 to the Warrior. They're on 40, and they killed it.
Yep, and it also, I think it's a good thing to mention, something I was talking with Gamer RVG about quite a bit in this matchup especially, is just so important to find that New Heights early, because even there, if you don't have New Heights, right, you can't go Crocolus plus Brawl. You have to just Brawl, and then at that point, not even sure if it's worth it, so you either have to tank the damage, or you don't gain the 10, you don't get the mana spent. It gets you one turn closer to this great Dracorex in hand now. It's so important to get that early ramp, but because he had it, I think he's in a pretty decent spot right now. Ooh. How about a Turbulus to play around that Dracorex?
Nice! Shutter blocking a Turbulus. I like it. Not something that I have seen, but yeah, I think specifically in this instance, you are just kind of dead to Dracorex here if you don't buff the existing board, so good recognition. Not, I would say, the premium target you want to use a Shutter Block on in this matchup, but you still have the mini. Still a good chance to do something with that in the future, and right now, you are threatening immediate lethal with this massive board, having already eaten the one Brawl from the opponent.
Yeah, it's a massive pickup for LoveStorm. And it also, I think we talk a lot about how this Shaman can be a bit linear in terms of you have one card, you can play it, whatever. This is one example of where you could actually, you have some input on it, right? Like a lot of people might not even think about, using Turbulence as Shutter. It's like, oh, I can do something better. But the amount of tempo that it gains you here is just huge because you know that he very likely has Dracorex in hand, having just played all you can eat to draw 3. So that is by far your biggest concern. If you have a bunch of 5/5s, the game is probably just over at that point.
That is a miserable looking Dracorex, one of the worst you will see in this matchup. Usually potentially such a strong card, such a game-winning card in the matchup. Definition just having to throw it out here in a little bit of desperation, take a little bit of damage off the board, soften up the board for the hostile invader potentially on the next turn, or the Ziliax on the next turn, and also just hopefully introduce a bit of taunt that might soak some damage from LoveStorm on this turn as well.
Yep, and LoveStorm, first thing he did this turn probably was check for lethal. Awfully close, he was 2 off this turn, has 25 damage available, but it's not quite lethal, which means the next priority for him is figuring out what to do about a pretty likely Ziliax on the following turn, and in this case, he just needs to save his location click, which of course he will recognize, and has that click available so he can just, counter Zilly against the Zilly. Attack or copy offered? I think he went copy first and then attack. Let's go ahead and pull up that location real quick. Nope. Get it back up there. Yep. Copy attack on that 5-mana location. Super nice with Alakir, nice in general with the entire deck.
Yeah, it's the dream pickup, I think, when you are in this aggressive a position, particularly when your buffs are slightly smaller because you've gone with Turbulence instead of the Wish Upon a Star. That really compensates for the damage coming out with Alakir, with the copy, plus the Savage Roar effect.
Yep, and
interesting point in the turn to pause here, by the way, for LoveStorm, who has clicked to the location.
I can explain this one. I can explain. So he knows he's gonna Zilly. I think he paused really quick just to just to check if he had lethal with location plus something like pop-up book and static shock. I believe it was just a little off, but he knows that he's in a fantastic spot with the Ziliax, so he almost played it instantly and then just said, maybe I should wait 1 second. In this case, more than enough pressure to get the job done.
Damn, absolutely brutal beatdown from the Shaman. And I think you had a great shout in the middle of that game, pointing out, obviously sometimes you get this narrative throughout a tournament, one caster says something, a second caster repeats it, and it becomes a thing that everyone says over and over again throughout the whole tournament. And this idea of the linearity of Shaman is something that has been repeated over and over. I think we all stand by it. I think it is true. I think it's one of the more linear decks in the format. But you see the breakpoints there of what comes out of a World Championship caliber player who, I think it was on 6, well, Furious Fouls, that's the card that cost 6, but Furious Fouls on that turn was trash, so he found something else to do instead, and then getting the big Turbulence buff to come down instead, setting up the Shutter block, going fishing for it with the bird watching, getting the huge buffs, and then those buffs just carried away with the rest of the match. So very, very nicely done there for LoveStorm. However, having just poo-pooed the abilities of professional Hearthstone casters to set up narratives throughout a series, there is one narrative left to resolve, and that is the power of the CN Hunter that has now to come up against the Warrior. And this is the reason this version of the deck really exists. It's the reason why a lot of the China players really swear by it, because Quest Warrior is almost an ever-present in the players' lineups in this tournament. I think that was an easy read coming into this as well, that the power level of that deck is sufficient and the matchup spread is sufficient that basically everyone will be bringing Warrior. So the Chinese players present the argument that if this is going to resolve down to needing to beat Warrior, we absolutely want this greedy version of Hunter in our lineups. And now, even though LoveStorm has lost 2 games, that will all be for nothing if it does the job it's intended to do and picks up a win against Warrior.
Yep, absolutely. We'll see if it's able to get the job done. A lot of kind of useful, extra greed in this deck. That's basically, I think, to explain a little more about why the Elise version is so much better in that matchup, or at least in theory, is you have a little less aggression maybe, your curve is a lot higher, but playing Ysera against a deck that you know the game is going to last quite a few turns, especially if you can maybe get it out earlier with Parrot Sanctuary. Something to look out for is you can go for copy on Elise on a 1-mana location sometimes, or even a 5, maybe if you have it on curve. Copy your Rangari Scout and make extra, copies of, let's say, Grift to deal 6, maybe a potion from Mixologist, stuff along that line. A lot of potential, extra damage that you can make with this version.
Yeah, and I think the experience of playing the faster, kind of more face damage focused, more combo heavy version of the deck that the European and APAC players have favored a little more in this tournament against Warrior is, it's not a bad matchup. Like, it's not a matchup you're miserable to queue into on ladder, for example, but you do reach states in the game where you sort of go, okay, like, I can probably just leave now. Like, this plan hasn't worked out. I can't really reset for the long game from this position, where this version of the deck from LoveStorm just never really gets into that position. You can be so down bad in so many positions against Warrior, and you're still only like a couple of good draws away from just getting that snowball rolling and really digging yourself back into the game. So it is all coming down to this. It could not be set up more perfectly. LoveStorm 0-2 on Hunter in the series, but now with the matchup he craves, and just dropping the Scout on 1, Banter. What do you make of this?
This is an incredibly interesting point in the game already. I mean, Definition doing a little happy dance as he top decks his new heights on 3 with an Elise to follow up. I was pretty surprised to see the Scout draw. LoveStorm cannot catch a break in this match with his Hunter.
Oh no.
It's hard. I mean, there are a lot of cards that we could name as bad draws. It's hard to imagine a worse draw. It just doesn't do anything.
Yep. No Exarch, no Mixologist, 3 Sisters that haven't been found, no Elise that could have been coined out there, no Discover effects whatsoever that would start discounting the alien encounters. Just a huge 10 to 15 card package of the deck that has not been found. Birdwatching, tracking. Okay, a card. A Hearthstone card has appeared in the hand, Banter.
It has, but it still doesn't do anything, I think, is the more unfortunate realization probably for LoveStorm. Is it is generally a very good card, right? It buffs your Sylvanas, all that stuff, but the size of your minions right now, the how much damage your Sylvanas deals really is not relevant. His problem is he is just so slow to get his game plan going. And in fact, he's so slow that Definition could just take a turn to Bob draw. Picks up maybe a Yor. How about 3 copies of Marin?
That sounds delightful. Sign me up. Okay, a card that finds more cards.
Does this card find the card? Looking for a Niall right now for LoveStorm. He does
there
pick
we
up
go.
a Niall.
Dead center. Send it right down the middle. There you go. All right.
Yeah. And he is now hit with the realization that Definition has access to 3 copies of Aaron, which, to be fair, hard to actually play the other copies, but Definition instantly sensing blood in the water, he just picks up a crown.
We crowned. We crowned. We didn't even wand.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense here, right? LoveStorm has not gotten an Incendius down, which he does top deck right now. I'm actually kind of a little surprised to not. I kind of assumed he would just play the Incendius here, to be honest. Chooses not to, though. Gonna get some taunts down, but he will end up getting crowned on the following turn.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think? So, was that Incendius tempting to you, or just me?
So obviously, like, I'm looking at the hands, right? To me, this is Incendius or die. My only counterpoint is maybe LoveStorm is not thinking that Definition has picked Crown, because no one ever picks Crown. They always pick Wand. So maybe thinks he has a little bit more time and doesn't need to react to the board that quickly. I think that's most likely exactly what is happening right now. I think he's going to be a little annoyed to find out that there is a Crown. It can low roll, right? You can hit maybe a couple 4/4, something like that, but there are some devastating minions you can pick up from it. Yep. Did not even take note of the text on Niall when it was offered from the Xavius, by the way, but Divine Shield Wind Fury, fairly reasonable. In terms of stickiness, oh, it's 2 rags! It's 2 rags! Definition might just be sensing. His name is on the World Championship trophy right now, and LoveStorm sinks into a pit of despair. Oh my goodness, it's brutal.
And as if it couldn't get any worse, there's also a copy plus Raptor in this location. If he ends up needing to copy another one from hand, I don't think it's going to get to that point. There is a Grift atop deck. I mean, we can get Steel, but then we need to have something on the board after. Okay, we do have a Grifted discount turn. These can get pretty fun. Small problem is we don't run Brewmaster.
We do not run Brewmaster. But we do have double tracking, so we can now reduce once more to take the trackings down to 0. And then open up the trackings, which puts 2 more cards in hand. We can get the amulet back from the pupil. Make those cost 0 as well.
Yeah, LoveStorm is getting a lot of animations in. He knows he has a ton of stuff he needs to do this turn. He needs to, 1, deal with the rags, 2, probably gain some armor, and then there's still the issue of the extra location on the board, knowing that there's a 3rd rag in hand for definition.
Armor and health were both available there. Yeah, that ends up being the pickup. Reduces again. Sylvanas in play.
Yeah, and so, I mean, the Invader just sticks because the Sylvanas was only dealing 4, so the Invader's still there. He can deal extra damage with it as well. Although, the Rags are at 2 HP. The question is,
the Rags are at 2 HP, yeah.
Can he actually deal with the board? I mean, there's a Dracorex, but, wait, there's a Dracorex plus copy.
You can make a 5/5 copy of a Rag that doesn't die to the hostile invader, or just a 5/5 copy of the Dracorex, right?
Yeah. So he can copy the Dracorex. It's a 1/1 copy, but he copies the Dracorex. He has
it's
6
a 1/1
AoE.
copy. Right.
It's a 1/1 copy, but it still works, right? It still does the damage. So he goes 5+1. Can deal with an extra minion with the 2/1. Needs to not play a spell, and then I believe he ends up with a like, it's not quite guaranteed, but he has 2 rags. He needs 1 to hit face with 2 minions on the board. Is there I don't see a guaranteed lethal here, but that's the best that I can come up with, which looks pretty good to me.
It does look pretty good, yeah. I tried to ignore you as you were explaining that and look for something better, and I could not see anything better, so Definition seems to agree that that is the line. 1 more minion to take down here. So the only outcome that does not win the game is 2 shots to 2 minions. Rag,
first one
you
done.
know what to do. Oh, he's alive! He's alive!
And incredibly, having survived, the game suddenly feels winnable. I mean, there's still a rag in the hand, right? We are at 6 HP. That part is a little bit of a problem. However, this deck does run Zodiacs.
Details. Yep.
Yeah, not important right now. He's got freezes. He's got Incendious. What he needs to happen is build another board, deal with your opponent's board, or, I mean, yeah, you have to deal with it, which can basically just be Sylvanas plus a freeze. Make another board so that they can't clear it and then play the rag, and suddenly he's just back in the game.
So there was, during one of the trackings, during that crazy turn on the previous turn, Ziliax was offered, which I did make my eyes perk up just a little bit. I think everything that was taken was used on that turn, so I don't think if Ziliax had been taken and discounted by 1 to be playable on this turn, I don't think LoveStorm would have been able to survive in the way he did. But just worth pointing out that Ziliax was looked at on the previous turn, but still, it is incredible that LoveStorm is still surviving in this position. Ceaseless is still not playable. The actual counter at 39, LoveStorm's has been discounted in his own hand by 4, so still a long way away from making that happen.
Yeah, probably worth mentioning that, like, the ability and also, you know, to be able to like collect yourself when you're facing down 2 rags and you're thinking, wow, like my opponent is so lucky to pull off that discount turn and end up in a situation where you don't die is pretty incredible from LoveStorm.
It is. It absolutely is. Yeah, like, you know, I know the mechanical basis of how to execute that turn in just in terms of just like having a scout, a pupil, and the amulet from Grifter. In terms of actually looking at each discover box and picking the right option every single turn, I do not think I would have done that turn at anything like that level of efficiency. Landing. Oh no! Oh, that's brutal. The Dracorex winning the brawl as well is going to give LoveStorm additional options, but I think he is just delighted to be alive for another turn at this point.
Yep, now LoveStorm is able to maybe stabilize, can go for an Elise for a 5 here, maybe pick up Armor and Raptor, something along those lines. We see Raptor, he picked that incredibly quick. He actually gets Discover a Spell and Raptors, which is a little scary. He's still at 6 HP with a rag in his opponent's hand.
Yeah. It's going to have to be a Glacial Shard on the Dracorex again as well. He does have a 0 mana bird watching. Oh, he's going to trade in. Okay, interesting. I was expecting him to stay wide here to try and protect even further against the rag and just use the Glacial Shard.
Yeah, I think... Okay, he does pick up this. He just needs to... I think now we might see him freeze, potentially.
You have to freeze, right? Yeah.
Because he also needs a target for the minion.
He needs to guarantee a target on the board, exactly, yeah. Otherwise, Definition has an angle to just play around it by not playing minions of his own.
Absolutely. And Definition now, he has some free draw available. He has Wand in hand. Needs to figure out if he can find a lethal here.
Shield Slam, Croc, Cobalt, Shield Slam helps, but not enough.
Not quite. Do you
take it? Do you take the roll again?
I think having seen the bird watching, it might just be your best play at the moment. It's a little weird because they don't heal that much from the Ziliax. I think he might just go for another brawl, right? And try to, but yeah, he's just gonna go for a brawl. Hope that he loses the brawl. He can just shield send his own minion. No, he can just shield send his own minion as well.
Yeah, great point. He
just board blocks. Yeah, and then next turn he has Ceaseless plus Rag for lethal, and his opponent just can't do anything. At least, not much. Yeah, I mean, it's a good spot from Definition. Depends on how much mana it's going to cost. Right now, that Eruption makes Ceaseless 1 mana cheaper as well. It's just going to be enough. There's nothing for LoveStorm
plays a card this turn, oh no, it's just even going to pass on the next turn. The card draw off the top on the next turn is going to be 5+7. What a spot from Definition. We praised LoveStorm for navigating his way into this, but that is a lovely 2-turn setup for Definition as well. Board locking, shield slamming away his own minion, playing the Dormant, which having the Dormant minion in play is relevant, right? Because that's a card that he played that discounted his own Ceaseless by 1 as well. And then just saying, yep, no Ziliax, no healing for you. I have the guaranteed setup on the following turn with the Ceaseless Expanse plus Ragnaros. This is the kind of game I feel we've been waiting all tournament for, Banter, and it's coming out here in the semifinals.
Okay, but it is not over yet. LoveStorm picks up the Mixologist, and if he can get armor...
he doesn't get it! He doesn't get it! He missed it twice!
That is so brutal for LoveStorm, who did everything that he could to stay alive, and he knows now, he knows what's coming.
Oh, almost as if BMing. We have to wait for the quest to go off when it couldn't matter less. Ceaseless Expanse. And in 2025, good old 2014 Ragnaros comes out to play. Emotional support quest reward as well. Golden Kobold hits the board. Definition going out in style. What a semi-final. and Definition is going to march on through, preventing the All-China final. And my goodness, the lowest heartbeat in the building right now is Definition, who looks entirely unbothered by that whole process. Banter, is there anything else to add? But what a game of Hearthstone that was.
Crazy game, crazy way to end. I don't think I could ask for a much better first semifinal to cast in Hearthstone than that one. Super intense. I think the first 4 games felt more like kind of, somebody's dying, somebody's getting beaten down, like that's fine. That last game was just, I mean, I have to feel bad for LoveStorm, the way that it panned out. The look on his face after the rags, the ability to stay composed and stay alive to that, I thought was incredible. Still ends up just missing on the armor. Brutal game from him, but well piloted by Definition, especially on that last turn. Tough way to go out.
Final question before we were going to go. If we were going to do a Derek Brown top 5 plays of the tournament, is number 1 the LoveStorm turn with the miracle discounts, or the 2-turn setup for Lethal to win the game from Definition?
So, I personally, I would say that discount turn so much harder than, I mean, from Definition, you do have to spot it, which of course is important to, pay attention to it. I think as soon as he sees the ceaseless and all the armor he can gain, not the most, like, I don't think he would take credit for that being a super complicated setup. Still important to spot, but I think that LoveStorm just mechanically and just figuring out the right discounts to do much harder.
That's what we love to see. High-level Hearthstone coming out as we get towards the business end of this tournament. We have 1 finalist locked down. We have 1 more to decide, and then a grand final to bring you to decide the world champion of Hearthstone for 2025. We are very much into the business end of this tournament right now, so you do not want to go anywhere. Go grab yourself a glass of water. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes with semi-final number 2.
Welcome back, everybody. I have no idea how we are going to follow that one. Definition has got one more match to go from having the most to being the most in Hearthstone. But we do have another semi-final lined up to find out who he's going to play. It's going to be Shouti, it's going to be Phil. Edelweiss, we were watching that in the virtual green room. How do we follow that? Any ideas?
It's probably going to come down to the egg lock, right? I think that's where we're going to get the most excitement. Really hard set to follow. LoveStorm struggled significantly with that Hunter and had some incredible play to come back from what seemed like a sure thing for Definition, and really had to make Definition fight for it at the end there. But an excellent spot on the 2-turn lethal setup, and we'll see if Shouti is able to fare a little bit better than his countrymen.
I don't know how the players cope with it. I am shaking. That turned the LoveStorm under the biggest of pressures, managed to do 8,000 actions or something and get them largely correct. And then to find all the, the lethals, the counter lethals, the ways to stop it, it was incredible. We are getting on with this one really quickly. Shouti queuing up the Shaman, and we're going to get to see the egg lock straight out of the traps. You cast this as much as anybody, I think. How do you feel it's holding up? It's in the semi-finals.
I think it's been unexpectedly solid, right? As long as you can get the egg early, right? And that is a big if. Phil struggled with that on first day of groups. It feels like there are just certain decks where you get out the 2020s and there's not a whole lot they can do. You have this sort of staying power to make things really complicated for controlling decks, but it's almost seemed like some of the warriors have more game against it than a slower shaman draw where suddenly there's a 2020 and they just can't do anything about it. They're stuck.
Right, that's something I've been talking about actually. The shaman is very bad at dealing with a single 2020. It's not ideal to just go for one 2020. But if you are desperate as the Warlock, you can just make a 2020 and hope it gets there against Shaman. They don't have a Hex or anything like that to deal with it. They do have to put sort of their chunky minions in. They do get chunky minions, like it is a thing they can have. And Shouti does have a choice of some good cards here. Phil having to throw his hand away. No egg fetching. He's also back at his dancing best, so he's up for this match. But he hasn't hit. He hasn't eat the imp though. That's usually going to have a target by turn 2 with the smaller minions in this deck, like the Wisp and the Sergeant that are needed.
No Wisp, but you do have Glacial Shard along with Abusive Sergeant.
Yeah, that's why I said like, because it wasn't just the whole extensive list.
Right, sure.
I think. Thank you for saving me, because I was getting worried that there wasn't another one for a second. All right. Shouti does draw into the buffed Murloc for next turn, but that
there it is.
Elise. There's an egg.
Easy peasy. Egg on 3. And I think Cursed Catacombs is one of the reasons that this can be so consistent, right? Having, egg itself, of course, but then Holy Egg Bearer, Cursed Catacomb, to be able to find one of those 3 cards, right, makes it much more consistent than you might expect.
Yeah, and Hellfire really good in this spot, as is Table Flip. It's kind of the best way to develop your board. A lot of the order removal, you have to choose, do I use it on their minions or do I use it on my minion, because both are needed sometimes. If Shouti throws the 3/3s into the fray here, Hellfire clears up the board and advances the egg 1 spot, and he dodges that at source, and now he has a chance for some bellhops next turn, which are going to be substantially bigger, backed up by the Murlocs, which is fine because the bellhops would still be alive and start pushing that damage.
Double Mortal Coil picked up as a potential just continued cycle here on the 1/1s.
Yep, quite like it, but yeah, just going for the fast egg. He does have the Archdruids in hand already, so if you get the egg to kind of closer popping and then play the Archdruid next turn, he can do a lot. And next turn, actually, he has the whole caboodle, right? He has the Abusive Sergeant and the Bomb, and he can play the Archdruids as well, and the Egg will be one step away from blocking with Hellfire in hand. It would be a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this early in the game where you haven't taken a ton of damage, there's, no 5/5s yet. They can come down now. But Egg very close to proccing, and Philfield will have just a couple of 2020s or near enough that a Hellfire on the follow-up turn will just create this unkillable board for the Shaman.
Yeah, the Shaman's reach is Philfield's own Hellfires, which he doesn't have to cast. They've got their Furious Fouls. Let me just double check Shouti's list. They usually have the 2 damage as well. But there's not a lot of reach that gets through the Egg. Yeah, there are the 2 pop-up books, of course. So, there is, 12, 14, 16 from hand available maximum over the whole course of the game. The course of the game isn't very long when you're staring down a wall of 2020s.
Yeah, and good spot here from Shouti. A lot more value in taunt from the bellhops, being big enough that they are out of range of a single Hellfire, a single table flip.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's built this up over a couple of turns to get to this spot, right? He's done a nice job of this, as you would expect from someone we're touting as one of the best to ever play the game.
I think Dark Marrow too expensive here. Yeah, it is going to be a Drain Soul pickup just to get double activation here on the Egg. I would expect, followed by Archdruid.
Yeah, he's decided if he drains Soul, he can just take this. And then next turn he's got Hellfire for the 2020s, and that would be very close to game. He is only facing down 14. That leaves him on a nice 12, which is dangerous against double fouls, one of which has been picked up by Shouti now.
There's 14 damage represented from Shouti, so certainly nothing to sneeze at, but that would set Philfield down to 12, which is still not quite close enough to just get there with a sequence of Furious Fouls. The fact that the big turtle, I always forget the name of it, Kelos, has taunt, like that change, giving that minion taunt, is sort of the reason that this deck can exist, right? Because in these matchups where your opponent is more aggressive, you're able to sort of shut them down, and by presenting just this huge wall of taunt.
Shouti's got a plan. I haven't divined what it is right now. The bellhops will buy him some time in terms of eggs hitting him, so his plan will be to fouls in the face twice and then hope that there's no healing in the hand, which is a long shot because there's quite a lot of healing in this deck. There needs to be. Yeah. Setting up for the Hellfire to create some 2020s.
And
bring down some 9s.
Yeah, at this point, Philfield is going to want to focus on, using that health drink to sort of top off, just to prevent any sort of shenanigans from burn from hand.
So even if Shouti kills one of these 2020s, if he has no taunt left, because he can kill one with the Furious Fouls, if he has no taunt left, Philfield can attack for 20, and then play the U's, and then put it on the 0-3, and then attack for 20 more. And then he's in a good spot anyway.
Well, and actually though, Philfield says, you know what? The most damage you can do burn-wise in a single turn is 6. So Philfield's just going to go ahead and make the extra 2020, refills with the second copy here of the, is it Archdruid?
Yeah.
And they're in good cleave position, but I think there's not enough buffs, or any buffs really, on Nomelia for it to be a meaningful amount.
How can he get possibly to doing 9 in a turn? He would need Furious Fouls and double pop-up book on the same turn, which would be turn 8. Frosty Deckle buys him 1 turn, as far as he's concerned.
I remember this place well.
Going for 1, I would guess the hope is for Discover a Spell, pulling something out of the hat.
Yeah, the old triple hex. That's the card we need now.
Yeah. Able to make 1 more taunt with Summon a Copy.
Not enough.
But yeah, that's just it with table flip.
Yep.
All 3 connect, and very quick, easy game for the Egglock.
Yeah, 1-0 to Phil, and not messing around. None of that intricacy stuff that we saw in the game before. Just hit people for 60 on turn 7. That's the way you win games of Hearthstone. 1-0, Egglock out of here. Wow, Egglock in the semi-finals and getting it done. Down to just the Death Knight and the Warrior. It's getting so close.
Yeah, and you know, should this make it to the finals, I think this lineup is going to be sort of the big surprise of the event. No one was really prepared for this Egg Warlock, and it looked like it was going to struggle when Phil had it in the groups. But if you're going to be unlucky at a certain point in the event, day 1 of groups when no one's getting eliminated is the day to do it. So,
absolutely, yeah. Get it out of the way and bank all that luck, because that's definitely how it works. Okay, so now we're into the normal phase of Hearthstone. Now the Egglock's done its thing and won it again convincingly. We were discussing how Shaman looked like a bad matchup for it, and so far, on this massive sample size of 3 or 4, it's looked pretty good for the Warlock. But it does often come down to, do you draw the egg or don't you in this match, in this deck. So he's drawn it now, and when we've seen him draw it, we've largely seen it win. Shouti's Hunter has been banned as well, even with the Warrior in the lineup for Phil. We saw Sottle and Banterface talking about the pros and cons of that. Would you ban the Hunter, or would you leave it up and take your chance?
yeah, I mean, based on, you know, sort of the performance of the slower Hunter in LoveStorm's lineup, and, you know, Shouti, I think, has kind of a similar build there with the Sarah, the Ceaseless, Shaladdersill. I kind of would maybe be inclined to take a chance on it. Perhaps, you know, Phil figures that the decks that he has besides this Egglock, right, in terms of Warrior and Death Knight, he'd still rather not send it into there, because theoretically the slower build of the Hunter is sort of intended for those slower matchups. And, you know, you can't always rely on someone's different build, meaning that they're more likely to get unlucky.
It also means you don't have to mess with Grifter too many times. It's hard work. You can very much play around the Grifter hitting you in the head and you lose with your own 2020 coming in. That's the level 1 thinking when you first play that matchup with the Hunters. Like, oh yeah, I'll steal their 2020 and I'll kill them. Even if you hit, there's quite often like 4 2020s there, and that just doesn't do anything apart from get rid of 2 of them. Woo. So yeah, it's interesting, but maybe he just didn't fancy dealing with all that. It can be quite irritating. But Shouti now, queuing of the Shaman again into the Death Knight, and again we've highlighted it a lot today. The Death Knight being the underperforming deck of this tournament by a substantial margin. I think that's not just the results, that's just how it's looked as well, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Flight of the Firehawk for Shouti. I don't know if you keep the second one just because it's so important to pick up something like Hagatha, but the first is what really gets your early game flowing. You know, you hit Bellhop, you hit Grofin, and you're sort of off to the races. And those sort of doubled large stats are just more overwhelming typically to the Death Knight than they are as to the Warriors, right? Like Warrior gains enough armor that they can get the time to be able to play Ceaseless, which a lot of times is when you can actually flip the script on the Shaman.
A lot of annoying stuff here for Philfield. He's going to get quite a chunk of corpses. He's got the blob to slow things down, and then he'll hope that the rest of the hand fills in, as decks are supposed to do when they draw cards as the game progresses. So, okay spot for him as well. But Shouti getting the good stuff now.
Yeah, some options here could go for just coin bellhop, right? To get out some stats. They're not that impressive, but you know that without Creature of Madness, 3 is often a weak turn for the Death Knight, so just having something in play frees you up a little bit. Also respectable to just go ahead and play Flight of the Firehawk, try and hit the other bellhop, which will be, much more impressive to play. And I understand not going for it, but a sort of Voltron play you can try is Sanctuary there, and then you've got the activation plus the coin to do just the turn 3 Muradin, right?
Okay,
and
yeah,
say, okay, deal with that. I think because Death Knight has got the Blobs of Tar, probably for the best, Shouti didn't take that line.
Yeah, it would have been fun to try it though, but we're not here. Well, we are here for fun. We had a lot of fun in that definition match as viewers. I'm not sure it was so much fun for the players to go through that, but we are here to make the best plays and win the world title, of course. And these turns are so awkward, right? Like, you've got to realise how your buffs interact, your Turbulus. You really want this Parrot Sanctuary in play. It's mana you're not being able to spend. You want to challenge the board immediately with your Bellhops, with your Murlocs, but it doesn't really, they're not that big. Need to organise this the best you can. My instinct is to play Turbulus now and then Sanctuary and use it twice next turn and just bank one version of it. One use.
That's my inclination as well. Then you just guarantee the value out of the buffs. It means that this Grofin is a 4/4 going into the turn 4 of Philfield. That way you can, get a lot of work done next turn and then have a nice turn 5 lined up with Muradin.
Yeah. On the other side, obviously, we can see an extra Blob of Tar, a Renovator. Philfield trying to work out what he should do with these attacks. They're not the most trivial ones ever, but he's going to keep the board under control. Figuring if it goes a bit longer, he's okay. You don't have to use the Parrot Sanctuary here if you don't want to just play it. You're basically gaining 1 mana if you play it and press it twice. So that's plenty.
I never make 2 trips. I never make 2 trips.
Might be an important 1 mana in the bank later on.
Yeah, it can be very crucial for, just skipping the curve a little bit, getting out that Murloc Grofin on 7 instead of 8.
Yeah, absolutely.
And yeah, the hold on the rush, so as not to, generate the extra poisonous for Philfield. With the Static Shock in hand, he's figuring, okay, we'll force Philfield to attack in with the Blob of Tar to utilize the poisonous, and then Shouti will be able to, use the Static Shock to clear up the 1/2. If he trades in, then Philfield gets to sort of use both poisons effectively.
Absolutely. He's being presented with a wealth of lovely decisions here. Second Blob or Elise. When you want to husk next turn, so going Elise into location doesn't feel so exciting as normal. It's still pretty exciting. Could also take a 1, but I don't think he will.
Nope. Good for 5. Ooh, that's tough. You usually don't want to see all 3 of those at once. You want to pair them together, but let's go ahead and take a look at that location. Discover Spell and Raptors.
Yeah, which is fine. Bit of clear, and the Death Knight spells in particular are very good at dealing with boards, so nice one there. But Shouti is starting to connect with a lot of damage. As you pointed out, this Static Shock can now take down this Poisonous and protect a chunky minion. And there is no corpse explosion on the other side.
Yeah, and this is kind of why I understand a lot of people's draw to Shaman. You know, not the most incredible of hand, no Hagatha, but just having that Flight of the Firehawk, you know, having the Turbulus to get the double buff effect on these copy minions.
So,
it's a lot of stats.
Do you want to put 8 damage into a 1-1? I don't think you do. It was under 9 corpse as well. Yeah, I'm just working out how you can avoid being husked next turn on your 7-3. When Shouti takes a time, I always sit there thinking, right, what's the other stuff that could possibly be done?
Yeah, Philfield just gonna hope for a good discover. Eternal Layover, actually. Pretty solid here, potentially?
Well, yeah, right?
Yeah, you just don't attack with the Raptors. They'll still have Rush when they're resummoned.
Yeah.
And then you get to clear 3 minions.
Yeah. Seems good.
I don't know if this gives Shouti an extra hammer. Not sure how that works.
Wait, what's happened? What's Phil? Can he not attack? Is it bugged? What's going on? No?
I don't know. Not sure what that face was about. I think he's maybe also not sure if this gives an extra hammer, but yeah, it's not attached, so.
Anyway.
Yeah, removing the stat bonuses, right, means that only leaves a 1-1 up, which is about as good as he could possibly get there.
He has Maladar, Isira, Blob next turn.
Pretty good follow-up, you know?
With Shaladrisil in hand, with all that extra mana that will then appear, yeah.
Yeah, without the Shaladrisil, you say, okay, that's a powerful turn. You know, I hope my top decks are kind to me. But with the Shaladrisil, that just means you've got a lot of resources to now turn up the counter pressure. And with, you know, still having the regular Ghoul hero power, you know, not having played his hero card, Shaladrisil is always going to be able to be, you know, +5 from the buff to a creature, and then 5 damage from Awakens.
I was getting excited there as well because of the absence of the second blob. There was a 2-turn lethal potential there. If you play the hammer, attack twice, and then next turn, press the button. Alakir, attack twice with that attack with your weapon again. That was the full 18. But there's too many ways that 18 isn't enough, so he does go with the more sensible board option for now. That
yeah,
18 isn't going anywhere.
Sets up the taunts, right, to protect these littler minions for a good Wish Upon a Star turn now. The blob complicates matters, but it's still probably as good as Shouti is going to get.
Yes. And then he still has, you know, Alakir. He still has the weapon for future turns. Elise is also tempting. He's just making sure he likes his trades here. The Poisonuses are really hurting.
It may be, once again, just go for the buff and hold. He does have access to that last location tick to be able to play Ziliax next turn.
So many plays here look kind of good. None of them look particularly inviting, but you can also just push some damage if you want to here and just ignore the fact that something's going to get poisoned.
Yeah, gonna use the 3/4s to clean up the little minions. Oh, yeah, just pushing. Okay. Yeah, I like this.
Got the buffed Alakir, remember, from the initial fire thing. So that does represent lethal if Phil is just messing around, gaining mana, you know, playing Shaladrisils and stuff. They're lethal from hand.
Phil maybe looking at counter lethal here with Shaladrisil. I think he's doing the math right. 19 attack on board. I believe he is either one off or just has it. You can, dream away the 6/7.
Yep.
Frost Strike isn't a damage. I believe he's 1 mana off and...
5, 6, 7.
Wait,
11.
no, isn't it just... enough, right? You can shuffle the taunt, play Awakens, and buff a minion. 5? Well, Corpsicle certainly. A little bit confused there. I think
so, yeah.
Phil will still be okay, but
Let me just...
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong number. I was looking at 19 cards in deck, not 19 attack. This is the disadvantage to having the numbers down for you.
Yeah.
You're looking at the wrong ones, and yeah, unfortunately, no more taunts. Alec here, just gonna get the job done. Not sure where my head was at. It was just.
It's fine. I was trying to count them in. You said 19, like 11. So, but it was 5 more with the Awakens, 5 more with the buff. That was 16. That was 21, which was getting me close.
Yeah,
but
close,
I was running
but,
out of
but
mana.
not quite. 3 off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
If he had gotten damage off of the initial Discover, not the Frost Strike, but the location, then I think he still could have had it with the Shaladra Cell, right? Because it's a total of 10 you can get from the Shaladra Cell. And then if you pick up that Cryo reduced by 4, then that's your 4 damage.
Got it. Yeah, that makes sense. But it does still have to get through again. The Death Knight not getting through is a big deal. We've picked on it a lot today. Shaman getting past it there with the buffed Alec here. And Shouti will be glad for that. He's got the Rogue left, he's got the Warrior left. Things have definitely turned the corner after that first game. I would back Shouti in a Warrior mirror against anybody in the world at the moment as well. I think he's played more than anybody in the world, unless somebody's been testing them massively behind the scenes. Shouti has just played that Warrior so much at a high level. So, obviously, any given game, Phil feels capable of winning as well. But I think Shouti's experience and slight lineup edge now as well, for me at least, with not having a Death Knight, is making him a slight favour here to go into that final against Definition.
Yeah, we have not seen Death Knight perform very well into the Control Warriors and the Rogues. I feel like it's come up several times that it's had sort of in the 30s of win rate over the course of the event. And, it's just one of those where, maybe this was the deck 5 that should have been cut, right? It's hard to say.
It's very hard to say. We've cast a lot of Hearthstone in the last 4 days, and I'm still not quite clear. If you pick 4 from the 5 and you don't pick Warlock, which is obviously in the debate, if you don't pick Druid, which I think is in the debate, it got banned a lot, which 4 would you pick? I would drop the Death Knight, but I don't necessarily think that's absolutely set in stone correct, but that would be my choice right now.
Well, that's what Shouti has done. It may be what ultimately rewards him if he's able to pull through in the rest of this match.
Yeah, just there we go. We've got the next match lined up. It's going to be Shouti on the Rogue. It's going to be Phil on the Death Knight. And a big deal, obviously. What happens here, the Death Knight quite often can just get enough health to get slightly out of range, but not necessarily.
Well, already a good-looking curve for Phil in terms of Creature of Madness gives a 3, especially if you can get a kind of chunky 3, or as we've seen a couple of times earlier in the event, if you're able to steal something like a Customs Enforcer, or, well, not for this matchup, but the one that made everything temporary, that caused some problems.
Clumsy Steward?
Clumsy Steward, that's the
Look at me. I know card names. Don't let the haters tell you otherwise. I always feel like the picture on that is a language hacker.
Yeah, this is as good as it gets for the Death Knight curve.
It is on that side, and on Shouti's side, it's not as good as it gets, but you'll take this hand as well. You have the recurring damage from the Phoenix, you have the Eat the Imp, the Tusk for combo, EMG stuff going on, you have the Shadow Step for, you know, general purpose, and he's in that position again where he can decide how he wants to plan out his next couple of turns.
Choose soon.
Does take down a minion. Always tempting to go all face in these situations, but the damage just adds up, the board adds up, pressure adds up, and suddenly you can't deal with anything. It also makes your dubious purchases so much worse if there's stuff in the way.
Absolutely. Let's see what the picks are here. Okay, nothing exceptional. Frostbitten Freebooter is, you know, interesting. Plucky Paint Fin charge on the poison is nice, and it does draw you a card. That would probably be where I would lean. But Philfeel says, you know what, I've got another of Creature of Madness. Maybe we just go wide with the Stranglevine and second creature, take another roll.
Yeah, I agree with that. The roll wasn't particularly good, so get the free one. And like you say, go wide, do some stuff at the same time. Shouti's having a look. See what he gets. He's got double Shadow Step in hand. That can generate all sorts of mana in some situations.
Ooh.
Oh no, now I think you end up swinging because you hate your hand, or maybe you just chill. I don't know what you do.
Then you wait a turn.
Ah, I guess you have to wait. Yeah, you're right.
It feels rough, though. I think Shouti is determining whether he just needs to high roll. So far at 4 cards drawn for the turn, so EMG still at 5. Would need exactly, you know, prep second Eat the Imp to be able to get an EMG down.
Yeah, I think a lot of that time spent is just like, what do I need next turn? What's my plan next turn? You know, depending on what I draw. Yep. I think he's just making time. Phil about to go for the re-roll, we think.
We have some lifesteal, which is not bad. And then, of course, the time-shifted card of Pyromancer.
Shatter. Yeah.
Shatter. Is that ever going to be a mechanic? Who can say?
Yeah, I'm sure they'll do it. Everything, by the way, here, Edelweiss. Absolutely everything. Got double Shadow Step, Weaver, Doobie. Surely he finds an EMG here, right?
Oh, there was one in the map.
Okay.
So opportunity even to maybe pick up a second. I think deciding whether or not he wants to step the Platysaur?
Do it. Use the Oracle. Find the other EMG.
Yeah, Oracle is interesting. At certain points in the game, Oracle would be kind of the nuts.
Yeah. Hits EMG here. It is.
To hit rocks. Prep is good. Map.
It's got to be there. There's only 11 cards left.
There
He hits
it is.
Now what does he roll? So much stuff happening here.
Woo.
Yeah, they're good.
Wow.
What a board.
And this is the thing, you know, it was looking like a really good curve for Philfeel. And then suddenly, you know, this happens, and without a corpse explosion to clean it up, you're just facing down, you know, way too much damage.
He has Blob, he has Pterodax. He can definitely do stuff here.
The Messmaker, I didn't see what Dark Gift, Reborn, and Enchantments. Quite nice to be able to sort of remove a lot of this.
Yeah, he's going to put everything down to 2 health that he can, so that thing will go off once, do 1 damage, Reborn, go off again, do 2 damage.
I do wonder if he might have wanted to get the 4/3 down some so that it'll die on Shouti's turn and not his own, but... Kindrel, Sage Swift, right?
Yeah.
Does 1 damage to all enemies if it dies on your own turn, but then 4 if it dies on your opponent's. So if it dies on Shouti's turn, it'll just be 1. Dies on Philfield's, will be that 4. Yeah, and so gonna go ahead and use the Infested Breath to that effect.
Got a point somewhere.
No, just gonna weaken the board generally.
8 cards left. No Maulers played yet. 1 Shadow Step left.
I
O Manager
think
in
no
hand.
preps either. Yeah, so you can set up O Manager to be able to coin out Incendius.
You've got spell damage on the board right now, so that's a good time to use it.
Yeah, geez, the spell damage lived.
Just make sure you get as much damage from these as you can. Okay.
Choose soon.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, that 3-drop pull was quite important to slow things down, but still able to push 7 and representing another 4 in the Tindril Sage Swift.
Is the damage with the Oracle in play? With the O Manager? Uncharacteristic.
Yeah, yeah. Could be just Sanguine here. You know, it's kind of a bummer. Maybe you have to rush into the Tindril first, and then Sanguine to kill off the 3/2, just so that you can keep the leeches up.
Huh?
But I would guess we're looking for... I'm interested in the draw to have something to Maladar next turn.
Yeah, he knows that the setup is here for the Incendius. You assume your opponent has everything at stage, because there's 9 cards left in the deck.
Oh, right, except using the Pterodax eats into your corpses, so most you could do is 6. That does still leave the possibility of, you know, if both of these died, you know, Exarch into Bob into 3 would make a big board, but doesn't matter into Incendius.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? You want to kill it. Potentially. If it gets 1 tick and you don't draw a ridiculous number of eruptions in the meantime, that can be a big deal, or it probably isn't. It usually isn't. Work out whether he wants to swing here or not. It's nice to have the swing for free next turn in the world where you've got the Thalnos, but you haven't got the Thalnos, so you might want to look for it now, so that when you swing, you're not hitting eruptions that aren't buffed by a Thalnos.
Yeah.
So he looks for it now.
Step, Phoenix. And yeah, just gonna wait. Worth considering that, you know, I liked the draw, but maybe it should have been either, you know, no Pterodax, just to try and set up some kind of big swing, or maybe it should have been the Blob of Tar, no draw, just to have a clean answer to this Incendius.
Yeah. Yeah, I always say it doesn't matter if the Incendius sticks around for a turn, but this might be a game where it potentially will matter. If you don't deal with it and Shouti just decides to have a bit of a minion-based turn, and then just tick them up 1 more point, that's an extra 5 damage. We're talking, it's a very close thing. There's going to be a maximum of 9 asteroids, which is 27 damage. The Incendius represents 10, that's 37. That sounds like a lot, but yeah, it's all got to go to the right place. The Thalnos isn't in hand, so ticking up 5 more would be nice.
Gets another Messmaker, which does represent, you know, some lifesteal. Probably not enough, but it means that if Shouti kind of goes in here and makes a wide board, and the, you know, Messmaker doesn't die early, it's going to be gaining sort of even more life.
Yeah, he really wants to find that
one.
Thalnos.
Probably will want to attack in with the Incendius here, just so that the Messmaker doesn't lifesteal even more.
Yeah.
But it also may not matter.
Oh my goodness. This happens so often that you don't want it to happen. Okay. Just got to put him in there and not have the Thanos by the look of it. Still has Thanos for the end of the last turn. He's just putting them in now. Getting the damage while the board is clear. The eruptions have not behaved themselves. There is the Thanos finally.
Do you hold them? No, just gonna go for it.
Huh.
So there's 6 more here.
Is it just lethal? Has he just got the lethal again? Yeah, he's just going to use the web.
Quite possibly, yeah. It takes a while for things to catch up when you're just dealing at instances of 2, but I think that is going to be just enough. Yeah, exactly enough asteroids. And Shouti up, 2-1.
Yeah, I missed it because I was too busy concerned about the maximum damage, but as soon as they've cleared the board, he has to switch plans, give up on the Thanos and just kill them that turn, which is what he decided to do, strangely enough. And he is down to the Warrior. He has a mirror, he has a Death Knight back, and then he gets to play Definition if he wins them both. If he doesn't, then Phil will get to play Definition, and we'll have an egg lock in the final of the World Championships. And I don't mean that as scornfully as it came out. It's incredible to see that somebody can build a lineup like this. Incurro backing it up, really showing that this lineup wasn't just a fluke, where they both get to the top 8, where they both do so well. It is a lineup to be reckoned with as well. But will it get over this final hurdle? At the moment, it looks like it might not. The Death Knight in particular looking weak. And also Phil looking a little nervous. I don't blame him. He's come through so many tournaments to get here. I've talked extensively about the Chinese system. Phil qualified for the playoffs, which is the sort of, I think it was 67, that might be incorrect, and it's funny if I'm wrong anyway. But it's 67 player event that he had to get into the actual Masters Tour from and then qualify from the Masters Tour. So he's come a long way, and his journey is only 2 matches from being the world champion. So whatever happens here, fantastic, but he has got to get it done with these 2 decks into Warrior.
Yeah, and honestly, if I were having to face someone in a Warrior mirror, Shouti would not be the opponent that I want. I feel like the China players have a lot of experience on these mirrors and are prepared for it in, quite a lot of ways. Shouti does not have the Brewmaster, though. So, skills aside, it could be that Phil feels tech of the steam cleaner maybe is able to get some work done. It's not in Phil's Warrior, but it is in his Death Knight. So, wouldn't be surprised to see the Death Knight queued again.
Yep, absolutely. If you're going to leave Warrior up, you need something to deal with it, and then you just take your chance in the mirror. That's fair enough. Phil also does not have the Brewmaster in his Warrior, so that's just going to be a clean fight. But yeah, the steam cleaner in his Death Knight, he may well queue that first.
Yeah, I'm looking, and I feel like their Warriors may actually be card for card the same.
I'm not saying it. Every time I do this, I get down the list, say they're the same, and then there's 4 cards different. But they do look the same.
They each have just the one precursory strike. They each have all you can eat, which is, I think, basically only been used to pull Barnabas post-quest. And then they each have Demolition Renovator. Yeah, and those are sort of the flex slots.
Yeah, so they are going to be card for card the same if they end up playing it. But first, we are going to see Phil on the Death Knight, as you see there on the left. Oh, I pointed the whole screen away. Getting powerful. Drew his 1-drop into the Lost City. Seems to do that a lot. Can't understand why. Steam Cleaner in hand. Wish you needed this early, but, you know, there you go.
Yeah, well, you know, it's a nice security blanket. You get to know you've got it for when the time comes, but yeah, could do with maybe some other early drops. And Bob as well, right? So
it's your curve sorted. Yeah. When create it into a lease.
When the reward comes down, you just you bob it and then Steam Cleaner. That's the way to do it. Oh yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's it.
Force that bulwark to come down.
Yeah, I've taken this against Warrior multiple times. We've talked about it all tournament. Like, the Warrior can't do much. He's got that one precursory strike, but basically that thing's coming in. You're right. He might have to bulwark on turn 3. And if he had New Heights in hand, he just would not want to do that.
Off the top, the shield slam.
Bam.
Yeah, you know, I think unfortunately for Philfield, not the best Dark Gift, right? Would have loved Reborn, would have loved Elusive, right? As a 9/4 Elusive, but you know, just presenting that threat and forcing out an early shield slam means it's not there for something much bigger later on. And still gonna have this location on curve.
Yeah, the curve filled out nicely. It's a 2-card curve to turn 5 when you've got Creature and Elise. So
Double check location, 5/5 +2 attack.
Okay. Good with the current board. Will peter out a little bit later. Obviously the copy's fine, but the +2 attack is looking for that early kill, if anything.
Yeah, I mean, when you use it with the hero power, obviously, you know, you don't get the staying ability, but just threatening from an empty board, 10 damage, right? Because you get the 5/5 copy, you give both the 1/1 charge and the 5/5 charge +2 attack. Yeah, I guess that's a little bit more than actually, right? You get, let's see, because you have the 2 on your hero as well. So that ends up being, you know, 12 burst damage from an empty board.
Yeah, very worth it against Warrior. Shouti taking an age over this turn. Okay. Size the bulwark will do.
Yeah, setting up to defend from the potential Savage Roar. And Philfield says, you know what? It's still worth it.
Yes, a lot of damage coming in otherwise.
Does get another 5/5 in play.
Got away how much damage he's willing to take.
There's the Renovator immediately. So, I know Shouti able to feel much less threatened by this location. Could go for it this turn, could just wait, right? Since the location is going to be closed for Philfields next.
These turns are really tough, right? He's got Crocodilus of Brawl on 6 if he wants it. He's got Renovator, which he might need. He's aware of the danger of that location. And he'd really like to get his Ancient down, which for me is the hardest part of playing this Warrior deck, is knowing when to get that Ancient down and when to just cut your losses and stay alive and just find a more convenient time. And what I found is that the players who play this really well just mix it up. They find the right time, and it's so difficult. Because I just want to play my Ancient right now and close my eyes.
Yeah. Shouti says he agrees.
Good. Feel sorry for him.
Gives Philfield the opportunity to play another minion so that Shouti can get that free for glory.
Yeah, free for glory into Crocodilus, into Brawl, gain 10 on the turn, have your little location, and it's just silly 12 damage. might well be the solution here.
Wow. And Philfield just going for the Bob. You know, a potential tool in the long game to use on the quest reward or Ceaseless, you know, some other high impact minion. Philfield just taking a chance at draw a minion, get 2 copies. Certainly not going to be wanting for corpses with these blob of tars, but I doubt that was quite what he was hoping for.
I think he set his stall out right from turn 2 that I'm going to play this as if you have no removal, and if you don't have any removal, you die, and if you do, I've got Steam Cleaner and I'll work it out.
Right, yeah. Which is fair. You know, when you are able to sort of Steam Clean as soon as they play the quest, and pretty likely because the games go long, you don't necessarily need to try and have all this value for the late game. You know you've got Headless Horseman, which a lot of Death Knights don't have. You know you have Marin.
Yep. I do wonder if, with that in mind, Shouti will try, if he can, at some point to gather card draw. So far, he's having no option in the matter at all.
Yeah, I expect he'll be looking to blow up the location this turn, just because it is Roar Copy, but no, decides to go ahead and Brawl instead. It was a pretty big board, so you're sort of gonna struggle a little bit either way. And now Philfield can choose to get good value out of that copy here on Blob of Tar, on potentially a Leech if he wanted to do that with the Hideous Husk.
Yeah. Bank some damage now, but obviously your minions die at the end of turn, so you don't generate a board, so that's no good. Yeah, just have a fairly poor looking turn.
Is it even that poor? I think it's pretty alright. You know, the blobs are good into Draco Rex, which Shouti is, you know, able to coin out on this turn.
Shouti has kind of got it together here. That 12 damage of burst no longer looking quite so terrifying.
Yeah, I've sort of gotten to enough stabilization, right? That if he has to, he can pull the trigger on the Renovator. Is coming up on the Ziliak's turn. Has the Brawl to deal with what's here.
So
if you coin Draco Rex, it doesn't stick around, but at least you leave your opponent with only some 1-attack minions.
Okay, that's both Brawls gone.
Yeah, that's a big deal. When you consider, like, potential corrupted Shaladrisil things later in the game. Shouti making some hand space, getting rid of the location. Setting up for a better Draco Rex.
Yeah, no thoughts at the moment of how to turn it around. You don't need to think about how to turn it around. He will need to work it out later, how to play around the Steam Cleaner. You don't just complete your quest and sort it out. But for now, your mission is to have a reliable health total for now and see how it goes when you get there. And yeah, Draco X into Ziliax is obviously when you get that, which seems to be always, by the way, whenever you play against Warrior, whenever you watch Warrior. A way of just not taking much damage at all for a while. He has lost that Bulwark from the early attack, though, which as the minions ramp up in size might become an issue. We did see Maxi get choked out by these husks by Philfield.
Yeah, losing Bulwark and both brawls early on to, you know, sort of middling-sized boards leaves the potential for Philfiel when he picks up some of his bigger threats to really threaten Shouti unless, you know, the Ceaseless comes online.
Yeah, didn't want to get bobbed here, I think was the reason. No, he missed a damage there for some reason so as not to fill his board. I'm going to assume it was deliberate. He wanted to make sure that the maximum health total came down, which is why he cleared off that minion with the poison.
Yep.
Shouti now down to 24. Can get really annoying, but it's not going to get so annoying with this Draco Axe that you've been mentioning for a couple of turns, the setups he's been doing for it. That's all cleared up.
Does clear both ends, but Philfiel doesn't have to worry about the Draco Rex sticking around. Ooh.
Mega Receiver.
It is nice, but it might be more interested in the Chill Fallen Baron from this position.
Yeah.
Yeah, gotta go ahead and go for that.
Why won't you let me have nice things, Adel? I wanted a 917 Mega Receiver and I wasn't allowed it.
Still just, you know, gonna keep going wide, right? Throwing out a couple of ants.
Yeah. Yeah, got license to do that as well. The brawls are gone.
Hostile invaders still there, and one is indeed picked up.
Yeah, they're good, but if they're killing ants with a hostile invader on turn 9, they're playing a 3/5 on turn 9. That's fine. And also, it doesn't deal with the 2/4 and all the parts of the 2/4 unless you do, kill it off. So, should be fine with that. If you play Elise, you've got to decide whether you're going to take a 10 or not. If you play Ziliax, what are you doing? Things are getting poisoned.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying that Philfiel was maybe hoping for something higher impact, but honestly, getting 3 extra copies of Blob of Tar has been very, very annoying for Shouti. A lot of the warrior minions get their value from being able to stick around.
Yes. Yeah. Philfiel has just set out from the start to just keep hitting him, and that's what he's doing now.
Sanguine picked up. And Foam Render is the card to look out for in this matchup. Certainly the best form of consistent damage that the Death Knight can have. Philfiel, plenty of corpses to fuel it.
Yeah. Might be looking at 2 apiece. Then I always think that when I watch Warrior, but yeah, watching this health total, the maximum health total come down. Obviously, Warrior 22 is plenty. Obviously, they get a lot of armor. But it is scary watching it tick down like this. The maximum health represented in the top right there with the little tear on the 22. The blood drop. Never quite sure which.
Yeah, and importantly, no new heights from Shouti, so hasn't been able to get any kind of mana advantage over Philfiel. Will still gain mana crystals over 10 because of Philfiel's Ysera.
Only 8 cards left for Shouti as well. And again, the Steam Cleaner's lurking, so he can't just jam the Quest Reward when he gets there. You have to find a way to do this.
Yep. Would expect either, Elise or Ancient of Yore. I'm guessing Ancient, given the timer.
Yeah, and that's a big deal because now he's got the shield block in hand. He's got the Ancient down. Then when he plays the Quest Reward, he'll get the instant 2, and he'll get to draw 2 of them. One from the Ancient, one from the shield block. So he is at least trying to set that up now. So if Philfiel now decides to put down a monstrous board using the Exarch that he just picked up, Shouti might not be able to just mess around with Quest Rewards and draws, and he'll miss the potential to hit something nice from the Ancient.
You say that like Philfield has the capacity to put down a monstrous board. Yes, there's Exarch, but you know, nothing really terrifying.
True.
To cheat into play. Just gonna keep setting up fours, picks up the amulet. I think Philfield would have liked to find some giants at some point in this game. Actually, just gonna toss the Pterodax for extra pressure. Both hostile invaders used, both brawls used. And Dracorex as well. So Shouti running very, very thin on clears.
So facing down 4, 8, 9, 10. Not a lot from hand. He missed on the Grifter, at least from the deal 6 he was looking for. It might be time for Shouti just to empty some stuff down, see what he can get from this. It's such a tough decision. Steam Cleaner making his life so awkward. Just take his time. Just gonna use the cards in his hand for now.
Yep, goes for a 5.
Discover or gain armor. Depends how you're feeling. Copy for Ziliax available.
Oh, then you're waiting a turn, leaving yourself vulnerable to demolition. So yeah, just gonna go ahead, get the armor now. Summon a copy. Safety goggles.
Okay. But suddenly Shouti is on 36. I think you mentioned at the time this amulet will give Shouti another card for 1 mana when it matters, because the ones getting burnt won't matter because they're getting steam cleaned anyway.
Right, yep. Headless, pretty good pickup. Able to remove the largest minion, equip the foam render. You know, since the board's stuck around from last turn, can just push all of this forward.
Yeah. 15 more. Plenty of corpses available. There is Maladar, Shaladvasil do a load of damage in 1 turn, looming at least at some point as well. Plenty of corpses for that.
Not corrupted, but it can do the same amount of damage, corrupted or uncorrupted, if it's the turn that you're gonna kill them. So.
Yeah, if you're killing them anyway, yeah, that doesn't matter, right? It's later. Sometimes it's even better uncorrupted. You might want to bounce your Grifter and have another look and that sort of thing anyway, rather than put it into your deck. Just occasionally, in those lethal situations, the fact it's uncorrupted can actually help you. Shouti needs to gain a load of armor, make a board, get his quest reward down, draw the quest rewards before they get burned. Sounds easy.
Yeah. Ziliax with mana available for Precursory Strike and Shield Slam if Shouti wants it. Finally able to, get these down without having to worry about the poison too much.
Yep, again, can only go to 22 health, so this is more about the board than the health. Obviously getting out of range is nice, but is mainly a control mechanism at the moment with a nice little upside. And we're getting to the business end with only 4 cards left. He's 2-1 up, but he has got to navigate a way to win this game. He isn't just going to win it with the stuff he has on board right now. There's Corpse Explosion, there's Shaladvasil. Philfield's on 43 effective health. Shouti is going to need more stuff. He is going to need to Marin. He is going to need to get the quest rewards, and he's going to need to force Philfield to steam clean in a way that he doesn't want to do.
Yeah, and notable Shouti has been saving the Marin, right? The last thing you want to do is be forced to use Marin early on, and then now you've got both Marin treasures and Latorvius quest rewards in your deck. I think Shouti wants to keep those separate, knows that the Steam Cleaner is there for the Latorvius. You just let it happen, hope that you get Time Warp in the first 2, or maybe off of the Amulet, and then have still sort of parity with Philfield in terms of your own Marin treasures at the end there.
Yeah, there's also the thing now that if Philfield needs to steam clean now, from Shouti's perspective, it might destroy some of Phil Field's Marin rewards.
True, and I think the head has not been drawn, right? So
Another one that goes, yeah.
If there's a time, now would be sort of the most awkward for Phil Field.
Yeah, as long as you can do something with it yourself. Has his own Ceaseless to start the turn if needed, and that's most likely. Has Bob for freeze is another option. Although he may want Bob for drawing cards, you know, draw 3 minions from your deck after he plays Quest Rewards is another choice.
I missed it. The head was just drawn there, so.
Oh, okay.
Phil Field has at least gotten over that hurdle. Toland's Goblet remaining, Creature of Madness, Ziliax, Dreadhound, and Ysera, so both ways of corrupting Shaladricel.
Yeah.
And yeah, gotta go for the burn here from Shouti, picking up an extra copy of Ceaseless, just because he's low on clears.
Plays his own Marin. Shouti's, Phil Field's got to decide now what you're going to do. This is a really powerful card. You can get rid of them, but you can't get rid of the quest rewards. You're facing 16. Yeah, you can see the pressure from the top half of what we can see of his head.
Does have plenty of corpses if he wanted to rip the Corpse Explosion here and then follow up with Crown, Hideous Husk, something like that. Basically has pretty full information on what is in Shouti's hand, figuring that there's a Ceaseless there.
What are these?
They're not great. That's what I'll say. They are not great.
No, that is not the time to get a crown like that. You need to get a crown like Definition does if you want to get the world crown. Oh.
Gonna discover an undead. Brittlebone Buccaneer can do some interesting things. Just gonna take a taunt though. Sort of set up his own board, and this is, you know, an advantage to having the Headless Horseman, right? Is it lets Phil Field kind of catch up on value, particularly with the capability of steam cleaning away the quest reward. Doesn't have to Corpse Explosion, right? It's all just a couple of minions. He can set up taunts. He can, you know, continue to find things out of this hero power that will, you know, let him sort of take control of the board, plan for big sort of sticky boards, do damage, you know, if he picks up some of the frost minions.
Absolutely, but time is running out for both of them. The decks are getting thin, so this game of chicken is going to come to an end. Shouti setting up for that now in terms of, you know, how he wants to empty his deck, how he wants to play things. Draws a new height. Wow. Finally gets some mana.
They were both buried.
Yeah. Still one left in the deck. Absolutely unfortunate for him. He's had to do this the hard way. But look, he's emptying his hand out. Look at the planning here.
No, it's a 1 in 3 to eat the Ziliax here and leave Phil Field with no way of corrupting Shaladricel. Quite important because with the shuffle of Shaladricel, something that you can do is hold on to it to shuffle something in and then immediately draw it off of Goblet.
Okay, yeah. Which would be, yeah, really helpful in whatever regard. Plenty of choices that would work for him there.
But yeah, I'm starting to wonder if Shouti maybe would have wanted to, you know, just try for the Latorvius amulet, right? Set up whatever draws he could, get as many of the treasures before they all get steam cleaned away as possible, in hopes of, you know, getting some kind of game plan together, maybe rolling the Time Warp, Galvadon, just sort of by chance. And, you know, then you can still fall back on the Marin later on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's what he's going to do. He thought last turn about the shield block and didn't use it. I think that's in his mind, is make the space that he's making and then just get so much stuff out of his deck. And I've really been impressed with how he's emptied his hand out with the wand. He had to count the shield block space because there might not be enough space anyway later. Here we go. What's he going to end up with? This is what he's waited the whole game for. His whole 2025 campaign may depend on these next few draws. He's going to pick up a lot of his deck with this wand.
Yep. Wand, shield block, amulet at the end.
Okay, so he dumps the new heights. He's going to draw another one. He's largely whiffed here in terms of what he would have wanted.
Still 8 mana remaining and a few draws.
Yep, let's see what else he gets. Okay.
Galvadon.
Okay. He does have the 1 mana draw that Phil gave him. Yes, 2 will be discarded. Doesn't matter. They're going to get eaten by Steam Cleaner anyway.
Oh, and that's the Time Warp discarded. Crown as well. Barnabas, much less valuable when you're not actually reducing anything. However, has Goblet. So options are 50-50 between Queen Carnassa and Crystal Core. And I think you just have to go for it to get multiple Queen Carnassa.
Sure. And he does.
Gets a pair of them. Might have liked more, but that still will stave off fatigue, right? And I almost wonder, you've seen the Time Warp burned. Is it, is it still worth steam cleaning, or do at that point you go, well, they've got Carnassa, we'll wait for the Carnassa, Shouti drew so many of those, discarded a bunch.
Yeah, he played that very quickly, Phil. I feel like he didn't consider necessarily the things that you described. I don't think he necessarily thought that through as much. So Shouti now can get to 40 health. That's a lot of health in one turn. He can get the Sulfuras labelled up. That's pretty handy. He can use the Carnassas to manage his board side. He's got imps every turn. He has like as much time as he could need. He has a lot of damage. He has a lot of health. But Phil, as you've described, could also end up with having a lot of stuff. He does have infinite Ziliaxes. This might be the most ridiculous game.
Ooh, unfortunate getting a good roll there at a time when his hand is full, but...
I think Phil is favoured now with the infinite Ziliax. I feel like that's a good spot for him, but it might not be easy at all.
I think without the Ziliax, it gets a little dicey, right? Because Shouti is able to sort of not fatigue for a while still presenting a bunch of boards. One thing is Phil playing the Steam Cleaner did deal with the Crystal Cavern, which would have made this portal a lot more threatening. And so maybe it's just sort of like, well, yeah, you can have Raptors every turn, you can save off fatigue. Are 3/2s really going to be good enough when I have a Ziliax every single turn? And whenever Phil decides that he doesn't really like what he's got, he can start just sort of hoarding minions in hand from the hero power to turn into legendaries from the Kobold.
This is one of those stupid puzzles that people set you that I can never do. So he can have, after he gets rid of the Lapis was so annoying. He can have the board the shape he wants every turn, but like you just said, they can only be 3/2s. With the Carnassas and stuff. On the other side, Phil can play 1 Ziliax per turn.
Indeed. So
he will stay on maximum health until those Ziliaxes are expired, but he will start taking bigger and bigger fatigue. He has infinite cards from his hero power, but Shouti's got much more management over his fatigue and over the trades for the next few turns. This is silly.
Yeah, Marrow was an option there. Think, oh, that's some nice burst damage. Why not pick that up? Well, this weapon is starting to wear down Phil's corpse count, so something like the Nesting Golem, a little nice to be able to just keep that corpse count high.
And they will fall.
Particularly when the Marrow Manipulator, you can't always dictate where those shots go, whereas the the 5 damage from the weapon he can send face every single turn.
I think we'll know over the next couple of turns how this is going to pan out, but the corpse count obviously becoming significantly less useful really now, but still nice to keep them up a little bit. Not much use for them that we can see until you suddenly get a card that we've never heard of that comes out of the undead that eats corpses. Just go for Galvadon immediately.
Yeah. Shouti will have available a sort of final push of playing Megafin into Golden Kobold. Just because on average, hero legendaries are probably going to be better than whatever Murlocs you hit.
He really needs stealth, I think, here in Divine Shield, right?
Yeah.
No, he's not hitting them. +1/+1, get yourself some health. If you don't hit stealth, it's not going to matter, but yeah, try and protect this card. It's your win con in a way.
Well,
oh.
yeah, Wind
Wow.
Fury not so relevant on effectively a big taunt.
Yeah, he did think about it for a while, and one thing about taking the Wind Fury is the opposite to the normal reason for taking Wind Fury. Like, normally you take stealth to try and get an extra chance of Wind Fury. I think he took the Wind Fury not only because it's good, but also it gives you an extra chance of getting the stealth, which you can hide away this big minion for some time.
Just trying to maximize odds on the rag shot hitting a relevant minion. And yeah, cleaning out the hand before what I assume will be a Megafin Golden Kobold turn. But the endless parade of Ziliax continues.
Yeah, they're going to take a while to stick. There are only 4 Ziliaxes left in hand.
Yeah, Philfield does need to make the hand space to be able to actually play this Shaladrisil.
Yeah. At some point, Shouti as well does have a Kobold option, right? You can just have a go, see what happens. It's ridiculous. We've seen 2 ridiculous semi-finals for totally different reasons. But yeah, the Ziliaxes are taking control now.
All right, if Shouti gets another Marin, gets a Druid Aviana, that
This
could...
is the Murlocs first, yeah?
Oh, yeah, but we're
Now
not.
this.
We don't care about the Murlocs. We care about the Legendaries. Gonna need something to clear the board and then something to sort of add win conditions.
That a turtle?
That is a Tortola. Yeah, it sure is.
Oh my goodness, that's going to sit there forever whilst the 3/2s chip away at the Ziliaxes, right? Well, forever being like 2 turns, but that's a long time in politics.
I think this is actually kind of a... maybe a bit of a low roll. The Marithra is probably the best of the bunch. Summons a lot of big minions, particularly. Party Planner Vona not active. Shouti would have to swing the weapon into 2 different things that deal at least 4 damage each to be able to activate the Vona. And yeah, the Aceras don't really do anything. The Hagatha doesn't do anything. The Nabundo, there's no spells remaining. So, you know, a couple of decent hits and then quite a few bad ones, to be honest.
Wait, we've got Marithra with the Tortola, right? Resurrect all different friendly minions that cost 8 or more. So the Tortola has got to be killed twice.
Yes, I'm not sure how many... Yeah, cost 8 or more. There haven't been a ton of those. So Marithra will resurrect Great Draco Rex, will resurrect Ziliax.
That's decent. That's really good. Ziliax and... I mean, it'll only be the one Ziliax, but even so. Ziliax, Tortola, and... Shit again. Ah, come back. Stop it. Ziliax, Tortola, and Draco Rex seem like really good things to get. But on the other side, there's so much damage coming in. I'm excited, Adel.
All the quest rewards are 5, so they won't come back. Trying to see if there's anything else. Yeah, unless he plays the Gigantified of this mech. I don't remember the name of the card. Let's see.
How much is coming in?
Replicatorinator. right? That would be another thing that could get resurrected.
Just so close now to lethal.
Probably has to be Marithra right now.
Yeah. And that might not be enough. I can't maths it quick enough. But
Now, Replicator and Nader is play, not summon, so not able to get an extra Tortola that way, but... oh, the Ceaseless. Yeah.
Phil feels reaction. He's like, oh, I've got to keep playing this game.
Yeah, I mean, the
This
Draco Rex
silly
is
game.
quite significant, right? Alongside that Ziliax, you can rush Draco into one of the 6/1s, clear away most of this. Ziliax cleans up the large Ziliax. You've got the 8 damage Rag Shot.
And this 130 is a lot harder to kill than the last one because the Ziliaxes are starting to run out on the other side of the board.
Yeah, and you can only play one a turn normally if you're Phil. And that means that Draco Rex probably going to stick around unless Phil wants to take a gamble on shuffling it into the deck. You know, then it is sort of trapped amidst a whole bunch of raptors.
Oh, it's so silly, and it's such an important moment. I'm getting all shouty, it's ridiculous, I can't stop. Okay.
And yeah, meanwhile, Phil continuing to take fatigue.
Yeah, and he's going to start taking some 8s to face soon as well. Like, Shouti's board can deal with at least one wave of Ziliaxes. They're going to have to go into a 130 and lose their Divine Shields. The minions will trade back into them. They're going to be gone. And Phil's going to be down to what he can pick up from his hero power. One massive Drake or two that came from the Isira. And Shouti, okay, the cards he has left in his hand are not very functional, but they have numbers in the corners. There's a 7/7, yeah, there's a 6/4. They do something. They can fight. He may just pull this one out. The Ziliax is going to gain him some more health unless he gets shot.
Yeah, shuffles the 8/8. I think just because, you know, if it's redrawn, it's sort of an expensive do-nothing card, but it removes some power from the board. Meanwhile, though, Draco Rex is going to be able to push quite a lot of damage.
There's quite a lot of, like, it's not there, I've already checked, but there's quite a lot of face damage. Shouti isn't that far from just winning the game in one push now.
Yeah, and I think, you know, it's worth noting, I was like, oh, this isn't that great on average. One good hit, right? And when you get a handful of legendaries, sometimes can just crack things wide open. And the fact that Marithra could resurrect great Draco Rex, I think just completely blindsided Phil.
Yeah, Shouti now as well, having to decide whether he wants to press the Sulfuros button now. I think I would, because killing the 14/7, protect my 10/10 seems good. It misses, sure, now you can just get rid of it anyway. And load up with some more stuff. You've got 21 available mana this turn. So these legendaries, again, they are not very good. They don't do anything, the ones that are remaining, in terms of affecting the game with their text. But they still have chunky numbers, and there's only 2 Ziliaxes looking a bit woeful on the other side. He may have got out the other side of this. He may be going to the World Finals. He's happy taking 14. That's a sign, I think, of how he's feeling about it.
Well, it's necessary to activate this Party Planner Vona, who you have to have taken 8 damage on your turns to be able to summon that 8/8. Death Rattle on that 8/8 is that it puts a Death Rattle on a minion in your hand of, you know, summon the Ouroboros again. And now Phil suddenly under pressure in a way I think he never expected to have to feel, with a handful of Ziliax. And
yeah, these Ziliax now.
I don't see a way out of this.
I don't think he can. I think Shouti, we were saying if he gets through the Ziliaxes, which seems incredibly unlikely, might get there. That was several Ziliaxes ago. There's still another one left. There's also a Gnome Muncher, which might just be a bit trappy towards the end if he's not careful. other side, but the end is nigh. These Iliacs are defensive Iliacs now. They're not pushing anything. The fatigue's ticking up. The Sulfuras is ticking up. It's not ticking up, but it's becoming more and more effective as the board gets smaller and smaller. And this could just be lethal. Not quite. He pushes 14. If the Sulfuras hits one, you do a double trade. Plus the fatigue. You want to be careful here.
Yeah, nothing really to search for in the deck. It's Raptors all the way down. So just gonna go ahead and Pure Power to start. Removes one of the life steals.
I think Phil is going to have to play his own Kobold, even though his hand is good. Like, it's a nice set of cards in his hand. I think his out is to get ridiculously lucky.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Again, Hagatha doing nothing, but it has numbers on it.
It has numbers on it. It has the Ouroboros Death Rattle.
Okay, yeah. Keep me straight and on my toes on those ones, because I will have missed that. How many mana crystals does he have? It's all of them. And
Wondering
sets up lethal
what
on board.
I'm talking about. Party Planner Vona. Oh, sorry, not Ouroboros, just Ouroboros.
Sure. I will send in the message to not have you fired immediately.
Yep. All right, gonna add something to hand. Could do a Pterodax, but you're probably re-rolling it anyway. No, Phil feels gonna fight to the last here.
You've got to re-roll. This is futile if you don't re-roll. It looks nice and all that. It staves off dying for another turn, but
I don't know. The last Celiacs, with that clearing up the 6/4 and the 10/10, you know, you look to be in a much better spot. This is, you know, a pretty good minion in, you know, your 6/10. You've still got the foam render pushing amidst all this. So in some respects, you can just, you know, keep trying to stave off the opponent, keep trying to not die, and then hope that you can set up some kind of lethal between foam render, the hero power, and probably not this gnome muncher, because there's always 3/2s to get in the way.
Be fair, I hadn't factored in actually that 6/5s don't go badly into 4/12s.
It's true.
This might have gone the other way. May have called this too soon. It's been known before.
There is a Nithendra in Shouti's hand, which is a taunt minion he's been holding on to.
Yep.
And Ouroboros, also a taunt minion.
You're...
Yeah, I kind of think now might be the time to drop that Nithendra.
I think so too. Yeah, he's going to. Don't worry about the Beetles, just have it for one turn. One turn should be enough. Teague's up to 7.
Yeah, and if you don't clear the beetle, then you know it is going to come back as a 1/1 taunt every single time.
Which will be so annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Travel security might be able to do something.
Yeah.
No muncher. It's time to shine. Clear up that 1/1 beetle. And gain a little bit of life. Gonna need a really good roll off this travel security.
There's a lot of them available. Don't ask me to name them. I just know I face it enough times to know there's a lot of them available. I'm too excited to name them right now. That's my excuse. I am sticking right to it. So, do you trade the 2/2 first and see where you're at, and then you worry about your Sulfuras play?
Yeah, I think so. Right, just throw the Raptor in. Or, well, yeah, or one of the 4s. At this point, Shouti is kind of on the control. I guess I suppose sort of has been a while. But you know, the fatigue count for Phil is so high that Shouti can just try and hide behind taunts as long as possible.
That's what he needs to do, yeah. The fatigue is 8 next turn. Well, I mean, this is over now in the world where Phil doesn't roll absolute ridiculous off the horseman.
So there's Magtheridon would be... Oh, wait, no, we already saw the hit, right? Califero was the hit. So, yeah, it's got to be something new.
Which is possible, like, it looks like he's going to get to go face with the Foam Render one last time with the combination of Hero Power and Califero.
Oh, you know what? Meadow Strider would have been a hit that Phil could have gotten, right? Which is a taunt that shuffles into
Good luck, everyone!
Oh!
Stuffy with Rush!
It is
Does that do it?
Kobold time, I think. Well, let's see. 4 Rush.
It's not enough.
No, you're 1 off.
5 Rush.
Yeah, so this sets up a taunt, and then you turn the 1/1 into a random legendary and pray.
Yes, that's the ordering, yeah. But then your random legendary, you won't be able to play it unless it costs 5 or less.
Right.
So you've got to work out how... Does that ever work? You've got to work out if you just want to go for a 10 drop and hope for the best that way. It's a tough call.
Or maybe you say no legendaries, I just want 3 taunts.
Sure. I think that never gets there. Does it never get there? I don't know.
I mean, it's 5 face. Shouti no longer has an armored hero power. I think the question is, I think Phil's just taking too much fatigue, right? Because Shouti can clear up all of these taunts potentially.
It's going to come down to Phil's hero power, right? Next turn.
You mean to Shouti's?
No, I mean Phil's, but it could be Shouti's as well, yeah. I didn't mean Shouti's, but that also is relevant.
So, I mean,
Phil gets to get another random card to do 1 damage with if he gets a next turn.
Shouti can definitely set a 50-50 up.
So he sets the 50-50 up, and if he
I
misses,
think it just comes down to a 50-50. Yeah, Shouti's entire deck is Raptors and then 1 8/8 Replicator-inator.
Phil will be short, right? He'll be 1 short, unless I'm missing something.
Why would he be 1 short?
He has 5 damage. Oh, it's 3 damage from hero power. Yeah, sure. I was thinking it was just draw a card. I'm losing it in the pressure.
Yeah. So he's got 8, and the thing about Ouroboros is it puts the death rattle on, right? So Shouti isn't going to be able to kill off the Raptor that has that Ouroboros death rattle. So yeah, Shouti takes 50-50, hits it, and Phil gave him the best out opportunity. It was the best he could do. I think it was correct, setting up maximum number of taunts rather than rolling on a legendary. And Shouti gonna eke his way into the final here. To be fair, he was up a game already, but really making him fight for it.
Shouti reaches the final, and I think the first thing I would do, actually the last thing I would do now before I leave the camera is say, yes, I would like my 10 minutes, please. It's absolutely insane game. Edelweiss, thanks for keeping me straight at the end there as well. Phil had a tremendous run in this tournament, all the way through the playoffs, all the way through the Masters Tour to get here. Fantastic work by him, picking up that top 4 finish. Shouti, again, still had the warrior mirror if he loses that one. I'm not sure I could have coped. That was,
been here another hour.
So well played by both of them. Like, I feel like Phil had it set up to win. He ran into Tortilla to get it all back and do it again. And then he did find a way at the end there to take that, what must have been a 40-minute game, at least, down to a 50-50 shot. But it is going to be Shouti definition. I've just shouted for a minute. Give me your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, Banter was talking about earlier how you need 3 things. You need to play well, you need to build a good lineup, and you need a little bit of luck. And sometimes it's that 50-50 that you're able to win that gets you over the finish line.
That was thrilling. The other semi-final, if you didn't see it, was also thrilling. And hopefully that is setting us up for a thrilling final. Obviously, Shouti is going to need a moment to get himself composed. That was an absolutely ridiculous Hearthstone game. But we're going to take a break while they get set up. I imagine will be about 10 minutes. And we will see you then for the final of the 2025 World Championships. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We are getting ready to get into the finals of the World Championship, and what a journey both of these players have just been on, with both semi-finals absolutely incredible, and I think most of us are still mentally and physically recovering from that last game. I'm Raven, and joining me for the finals is Banterface, and we are ready to take you through this one. Banter, I mean, we were all just talking, watching that last game anyway, but what did you make of it? What a crazy way to make it to the finals for Shouti.
Just pure chaos. I mean, I cannot even imagine being involved in a game like that. Like you said, we were watching it and we were freaking out. Like, just such a hard spot for every single turn. Like, the pressure for both players. Everybody's trying to calculate stuff. There's, obviously some random elements with the different minions from the Kobold. Just pure insanity, but an incredible game to watch.
Yeah, and I think, although I think both players played well throughout the whole series, of course, I think that one really just highlighted Shouti's ability to just make things work, right? Like you said, you cannot prepare for those kinds of games. That's not something that's going to come up in practice or anything with teammates or whatever. Like, that is something you have to just play by feel. And Shouti looked like, although there were some spicy moments, of course, looked like he was just in control for all of that. Just had the plan, worked with what he had, kept adapting to the scenario, and it paid off massively. And after multiple tries and multiple World Championship attempts, Shouti is going to be in the finals. But his opponent, Definition, has also had maybe a bit more time to recover, but also had quite the wild semi-finals versus LoveStorm as well. So both of these players must be maybe just praying for just a slightly more regular game or match of Hearthstone right now, because to do all that all over again in those kind of ways must be a little bit intimidating for these players in what's probably the most important match of their lives.
Absolutely, yeah. I think Shouti will definitely need a few minutes to calm down and relax after that one. He'll definitely be relieved, but then there's the realization, oh, I've got 5-10 minutes, jump right back into now the biggest game of my career again. So it's huge stakes. I cannot imagine how both of them are feeling. Definition, like you said, he had his own crazy game. The nice thing for him is maybe, at least from his decision-making point of view, a little less mentally taxing in terms of the, kind of game that he had to go through. For Shouti, he's just got to collect himself, calm down, and say, all right, I don't think it can get any crazier than that. So this one should be a piece of cake for him.
Yeah, and just talking about the lineups as well as the players, like we said, we're just making sure the players are all completely good to go before we begin. The big key difference here is the Psycho Rogue, is the Shaman in Shouti's lineup, right? Which is huge, and no DK, which is the big one here. So just looking at lineups and where we've ended up now in these finals, what do you make of them both? Is there any player you are leaning towards just purely from a lineup point of view?
It's very close from a lineup point of view. I hate to go back on what I've been talking about Shaman this whole time, but we do have new evidence, right? We have the stats from the tournament. Not sure exactly what the numbers look like now, but Shaman's been looking better than I thought. DK has struggled a little bit, so like you said, I think it's so close, but I might lean towards Shouti just a little bit.
And are we expecting any big surprises from the bans here, or are we just getting the usual suspects, because a lot of these lineups have been played across the across the past 3.5 days, I guess?
Yeah, I think they'll just be sticking to their own plans. Sometimes there's some mind games with, maybe I can change up the ban based on what my opponent does, but they both got here for a reason. They're in the finals. I don't think this would be the time to get too experimental.
Yeah, for sure. It's probably it's one of those things where you could try something, but if it didn't work, you'd probably feel quite bad afterwards in such an important game. Just a reminder, if you have just joined us or joined us recently or any point in during that last game, which lasted, I think, upwards of an hour, this is going to be the final of the 2025 Hearthstone World Championship. these players have had different routes and different roads to get to this point, but either way, both players have worked extremely hard for a long time now to get there, and it's all coming down to this moment, which I can't wait to get going once these players are ready. But we can check them out here and see what's going to be going on with the bans when they are locked in. Let me just triple check if they are yet or not. It looks like we've got one ban locked in. We're just waiting on the other one just to confirm. Again, very important that the players are comfortable, good to go, and ready. But what do you think is going through the minds of the players now right before this kind of match, in terms of, is it just trying to calm and stay focused? Is it, you know, the energy that's come with, because you know everything, there's arguably everything to gain and kind of everything to lose at the same time?
Yeah, I think everyone handles it differently. Some people might say, you know, well, like, I've gotten this far, whatever happens, happens. Other people might be a bit more, you know, like, I'm here, I have to win now. I think it definitely depends on the person, but like you said, the most important thing is just to calm down, focus up. Everything that happened for the past in this tournament, it's done now, regardless. Any mistakes they've made, any crazy games they've played, it all is irrelevant for the next, you know, 30 minutes, an hour, however long this game lasts. So just need to focus up.
Yeah, and based on the recent series, who knows how long it's going to go, right? We'll have to find out. It does look like Definition's ban was Warrior and Shouti's ban was Hunter. Looking at this, so we'll see if we'll just wait till it's confirmed visually for us, and once we start getting into the first queues and everything. But yeah, pretty reasonable bans, I would say. Nothing too crazy going out there, and it does look like the standard lineups ended up doing it right. Phil Field got very close. Right, the Warlock almost made it to the final. I still think fantastic performance from both players that had the Warlock, of course, getting into top 8 and then obviously the semis. But it looks like these are the sorts of decks that are going to get there, as we saw the most success from in these finals. But of course, it does come down to the players. And for you now, I've asked about lineups, I've asked about the decks, but when we look at the players from what you've seen over the course of these 4 days, who do you think has an edge, if any of them?
Yeah, so it's interesting because they've both had their good moments and their bad moments. I think that's pretty expected in a tournament like this. I would still have to lean towards Shouti. He's a player that I've personally been a fan of for a long time. I really enjoy watching him play. So methodical, so careful with everything that he does. And I feel like every time I watch him, like, yeah, that play looks good. Sometimes I'll be casting his matches. I'll say, oh, like, this is what I would do. He'll make a different play, and I'm like, yeah, it's probably Shouti's play. That just makes sense. So he's an incredible player. Definition, of course, in his own right, also a very good player. But I would give a small edge to Shouti.
Yeah, with multiple super strong performances, and I do feel like Shouti, at least in the last few years, has definitely been like, if you ask players that aren't from China, like the pro players in Europe and Americas, of course, say like, who's name some of the best players in the world, or name the best player in the world. Shouti has come up when we've interviewed players. Shouti's come up often, right? It's not like it's a one-off or anything like that. Shouti has come up fairly often, and I think definitely holding the respect of players from across the world, never mind in China, of course, where I'm sure that's magnified tenfold to an extent. So yeah, I think I would probably join you in this, in that just looking at results, overall performance over the years, Shouti is looking very good. But as we have seen in the past few days, anything can happen, right? Like we've seen the most extreme cases of having to just juggle these outcomes that you weren't expecting in any given matchups and making them work. We've also seen the other way, where players have just been blitzed 3-0, or just had those, a run of games where you feel like everything's against you, right? And it can snowball out of control. So we really have seen it all. So even though we feel the favorite is Shouti, literally anything could happen in this series. These players, you don't get this far, you don't even get to the World Championship without being an exceptional player, and you definitely don't get to the finals. It looks like we are getting closer though, as the players are getting ready, locked in with that first matchup. We've got the Warrior on the side of Definition, and then we've got the Rogue on the side of Shouti. So again, both players will be looking to just get the work done, right? Get the early wins. Are there Are there like key decks from either player's lineup? Like, what's the deck where they have to get over the line, do you feel, now that we've seen the results? Because now you're a Shaman fan. So that might not be the problem for Shouti now.
I'm still going to call it the problem for Shouti. Okay. It keeps coming back to those other two decks, right? We always have the situation where, or at least pretty frequently, we've had, Warrior, Hunter, and Rogue. And then generally, they kind of seem to get there, especially just the way that the bans work out. I always feel like they're in kind of a fine spot. And pretty often, I think we're even seeing it here, you kind of have to ban for your fourth deck a little bit. Definition has the DK as his fourth, Shouti's got Shaman, so I think that's why the bans differ. Happened in some previous sets as well with these exact lineups, where Shouti kind of needs to protect his Shaman a little bit, give it an extra chance, because that matchup against Hunter is just not great. Meanwhile, Definition, probably also expecting a Hunter ban, he ends up just banning Warrior. DK, usually not great against Warrior. Of course, we saw an incredible match in the last game with that. Not often that it looks that close, though. Sometimes Warrior will kind of just do their thing, especially without the Steam Cleaner tech to help.
Yeah, and what do you think about that? Like, in the sort of use or not use, I guess, of tech cards in the decks that have been submitted over the weekend and have played, now that we can see that the majority of the matches, of course, have been played out. Because for Philfield, I feel like the Steam Cleaner and some of the other tech choices we've seen on stream multiple times in these matchups. Obviously, you've got to hit the good matchups. But what do you think of it now that we've seen the results?
Yeah, I think it's been a pretty reasonable choice. And we'll see if... I guess there's not really many tech cards in this matchup, but we're getting into it.
Yeah, here we go. Game number 1 of the finals of the Hearthstone World Championship. We've got Definition on the top on the Warrior, going up against Shouti on that Rogue. And again, it's all just about these early starts. We can see Hostile Invader is an option for Definition, one of the better ways to fight back versus those early Rogue boards. But Shouti, nothing looking too amazing in that opening hand.
Yeah, sometimes you might see prep kept, at least pretty often, but I think Xiaoti's really looking for a 1-drop to push a lot of early chip damage against Warrior. Meanwhile, for Warrior, we won't see the quest kept. Hostile Invader, as you mentioned, much more important.
Okay, both players actually ending up post-mulligan with pretty decent hands, having the 1-drop into potentially Eat the Imp or even out Cultist Map as an option. Not bad at all for Shouti, but Definition, having some armor gain, some card draw, and the Hostile Invader, that's kind of ticking the majority of the boxes for the Warrior, right?
It is, yeah. There's one box that's left unticked, which is New Heights, getting that extra ramp, allowing you to play Invader maybe without having to coin, getting to Dracorex and Ziliax as well. That is going to be what Definition really wants to see next turn. Shouti, meanwhile, with, sometimes you might just eat the Imp on 2. I think in this case, he doesn't want to kill his minion off because he knows that this minion will push chip damage. It's a big part of the matchup, getting your minions to actually deal damage. Instead, he finds a Wisp, is able to eat that, but he keeps his 2-1 on board, which may very well push like 8 more damage this game.
Yeah, not looking too bad at all. Really nice. I don't want to say going all in, but just the early confident prep go. I can find something to do with this turn. Pretty nice. And yeah, I like this a lot. Just having that 2-1 is going to start chipping away at this armor gain from the shield block from Definition. Very quickly back over to Shouti though.
Yep.
Just dubious, just thrown out, right?
Yep, don't really need to save it for destroying a minion. It can be nice against Hostile Invader, but generally, he's just looking for Tusk at this point, try to get a decent turn. And just to continue cycling his deck, he does pick up an O Manager with an Incendious in hand, so that will definitely be key this game.
See Shouti just very focused. Really planning out the turns, because again, this is one of those moments where you can just take a bit of time. These rogue turns, you do really want to have a bit of a roadmap to go down, right? And just sort of plan out how quickly you can cycle through the deck, what the setup looks like, as you mentioned with O Manager. So Shouti just taking his time, working out if he wants to do anything else this turn, but also what do the next few turns look like? Got to look at the hand size as well, not to get into any too much trouble, which shouldn't be too difficult with the Shadow Steps and Wisp in hand as well.
Yep, and he does have a Wisp in hand, which you could just play out, but that is also a draw off of Webweaver later on because he's already played his first one, so he's going to hold on to it. And there is the top deck New Heights that every warrior seems to have against you on ladder, and it turns out they have it in tournament too. That is the perfect draw for Definition.
Yeah, Definition either looked very happy or very sad about that, but I'm gonna assume that was very happy because it was the best draw I could possibly think of. So
I think it was. And speaking of best draws, not a bad one for Shouti, picking up the Tusk to get that going. It might be a little bit late for an Everything Must Go turn, unfortunately, because Warrior has access to Invader now. So already a bit of a tough turn. I would probably lean towards a turn with the Tusk. See what he spends his remaining 2 mana on. He also can just spend the mana on the O Manager. Of course, he cannot play Incendious next turn, but could just get the mana spent.
I think I like this overall, yeah.
Yep, I do
no
too.
rush, as you said. As long looking to play the Omage next turn, no doubt. So you may as well just preload everything you can, right? And again, if the hostile invader comes down now, it's not like Shouti's gone super heavy on the board or anything. Like, yeah, these die, but who cares in the grand scheme of things? There's no big EMG all in that's going to get cleared or anything like that, or anything hyper important at this point of the game. Still frustrating, but not the end of the world.
Yep, and I imagine Definition is now thinking about if he can just play out this invader. One dubious purchase is already gone, and that's kind of their best answer to it. The nice thing about playing it out is not only does it, destroy their current board, it also makes their future board really awkward to deal with. But he does end up just armoring up. He's going to skip the invader, has the quest in hand, which he will hold on to, and he's able to go invader plus quest.
Okay. Straight into another New Heights.
Yep.
This ramp's going to start to really pay off soon.
It will, but he does need to find some top end for that ramp, like the Great Dracorex, like Ziliax. At the moment, he basically has Invader, not much else, right? That Ceaseless is a long way away from playable.
Meanwhile, Shouti did find an EMG. Does have Webweaver now as well.
Yep. And picks up the second Shadow Step.
Go on.
No, it just picks up the second Shadow Step, so now he is able to continue to cycle these asteroids while also getting the Everything Must Go down. Probably hoping that he ends up hitting a particularly big minion with more than 4 HP here.
Yeah, because this Mauler lived, this stacks up to be a nice extra amount of damage, right? Not only being able to attack face, but also be a Shadow Step target, which saves the mana from using the other Mauler instead, if that was going to be one of the options Shouti was looking at. So here's the MG. Okay.
2 5 HP minions. I don't think he will be upset about that at all, and then is going to go ahead and Shadow Step that Mauler, just get it back in his hand for 0. Oh, he actually just replays it as well. Sure.
Yeah, card draw and more asteroids now, right? Just lock them in and get it done. Does still have access to that coin as well for the Incendius. So this is, for Shouti, lining up very nicely of just ticking all the boxes for, okay, asteroids in, big board forcing removal. Normally, if removal's done, then there's not much sort of overall warrior progression, right? They're not doing the annoying things like gaining tons of armor or messing with you too much. So this ask is now on Definition as to how he's going to choose to remove this. Does have the invader, but as you said, 5 health is a little bit annoying.
It certainly is, and pretty interesting decision from Shouti at the end of the turn that you could maybe argue about, where he ends up playing the Phoenix, which was free. The only potential punish for it is if Definition were to go Bob here, it would deny you being able to coin Incendious. So I would have probably just not played the Phoenix at this point, just to leave that board space open. Because if they clear the board, then the Phoenix isn't really doing anything anyway, right? But certainly a decision point.
Yeah, with both Shadow Steps gone, it's not as if you can even say, oh, I'll draw into Shadow Step to play around that or anything, right? The Shadow Steps have been used. Shouti does get the information, though. It's going to be Bulwark and the Hostile Invader sort of clear.
Yep, but crucially, he does get to hold on to a couple extra minions on the board, and these are just bulwark food, right? You can just punch these into the bulwark, start to chip through that. Very important to do so. I don't think he's going to be too bothered with the 3-5 on the board. His board is already essentially cleared, right? So seems like a very convenient turn to just coin Incendius and get his game plan rolling.
Would you not like the look of trade in, clear the board completely, and then coin Incendius, so it's sort of just sat on its own max health?
Yeah, so you could. The only issue with it is it's sort of just missing a lot of damage because 4 Bulwark charges is quite a few to get through, right? And he has the Thalnos in hand as well. So he does want this Invader off the board, but I think he would much rather do it while also getting rid of the Bulwark charges. And he has a 3-1 taunt, so it's not even that easy to get to the Incendius.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. And low armor as well at the moment, right? So Shield Slam not really on offer outside of a Croc as well.
Yep. And he does indeed push a couple of the charges through that Bulwark. Definition needs some help here from his deck. Picks up an all-you-can-eat, which of course that draws some pretty crucial cards like Dracorex or Ziliax. Sometimes.
Well, this brawl is going to be very interesting. It could go very right or it could go very wrong.
Yeah, he is looking at it, just kind of double checking, and
it's the only real choice he's got, right?
Yeah, it is. I mean, dream scenario, you win the brawl, but disaster scenario, he just wants to avoid the Incendius winning. And if
the win,
he wins the brawl. That is potentially a huge deal because that keeps his AoE on the board.
Yeah, and he's going to soak some of these asteroids, which isn't too shabby either. Yeah. Luckily for Shouti, to an extent at least, it wasn't one of those follow-up turns where you just go eruption, eruption, eruption off the top, right? And it's just like, oh, it's all gone now. So it does have a little bit of leeway here, but he does have that Thalnos, does have the option of more Maulers as well.
Yep, now just needs to figure out the best way to sequence this turn. Has still got a lot of cards in deck to go through though. So taking a look at what Shouti has left, he's got 5 eruptions, 4 asteroids, and then 4 real cards still in deck. But the problem is there's also this Invader, so he just can't get the Thalnos down because it will immediately die. Very awkward for him now.
Is it? I'm just thinking, is there ever a world where this gets daggered down? Is that just I'm pretty good at silly suggestions, Banter, just so you know.
No,
so,
it's not silly at all. I think you're actually forced to. It doesn't really have another option because he doesn't want to draw the rest of his damage.
Exactly.
And suddenly, Xiaoti's able to just play his Ziliax that is quite likely in hand.
Okay, if the Ziliax does come down now, some annoying minions to trade into, and they will lose their shields, which could be quite clutch for next turn for Shouti. Definition doesn't have to play the Ziliax right now, though. The board isn't super threatening. Could save it and try and go for a different route here.
Yeah, it is math time for Definition. He does need to calculate how much potential damage there is here, because I'm sure he would prefer to hold on to the Ziliax.
Right.
If you play it, it's just going to die to eruptions. He might need more healing. Of course, so Shouti has 5 eruptions, 4 asteroids, and the big concern is the Thalnos, as well as the Mauler in hand. So I think Definition can't really afford a Ziliax here. Just going to clear the board with this instead. He also gets another Invader down, which is a pretty big deal. For the same reason it was before, you just can't play the Thalnos now.
Or maybe, depending on how many of these pop. He can.
That is good enough. Ooh. And that dagger that you pointed out last turn is going to come in clutch here. He can just kill off this Invader and then draw the rest of his deck with Thalnos. Just needs to do the math, make sure he can get every card from his deck, but I believe he just can.
Yep, just showing the remaining cards left. 3 eruptions, 4 asteroids, and of course there is a Mauler to add even more asteroids in here as well.
Yep. So
and access to a little bit more card draw.
Yeah, and it's actually just enough card draw. He goes Mauler, Thalnos, Dubious Purchase, and a Platosaur to guarantee that he draws every card in his deck, and it is just enough damage.
Wow. Just taking a quick drink break, as I believe, yeah, he's done the math, and it's looking pretty good so far.
Yep, there's always that kind of sad feeling as you see all the asteroids hit your face and you realize, yep, this one is over, but very clean from Shouti.
Yeah, 100% some great decision making earlier on in the game, set him up for success. And also just the earlier shadow steps with the Maulers, getting a little bit of damage through with the minions, getting that early Mauler repeating then, and you can see those extra asteroids that were shuffled in from the first Mauler helping clear some of those, the Hostile Invader off, for example. So really, really nice overall for Shouti. Very clean game, and Definition just couldn't quite get there, right? And the problem was with that Ziliax option, sure, you only heal 3, but would that have even been enough? If it's not enough, or if the game goes a bit longer, you've then wasted potential healing. So Definition was definitely put in some awkward situations, even though the Hostile Invaders were very, very good. But I just think Shouti just had good setups turn after turn.
Yep, absolutely. And I would say, especially on the last one, not much Definition could do at that point. The only thing he was really missing from his draw was all the armor, because that healing only goes so far. You go to 30 HP, and I mean, the way that Shouti ended up drawing his deck, the sequence that he drew it in, was pretty fortunate for him, but he did set himself up well for it. Getting those 2 eruptions, and of course the dagger that you pointed out on that last turn, super, super vital at that point to be able to clear off the invader. So yeah, very well played game.
Yeah, it is one of those things that to people who don't really play that rogue, or maybe don't run into it much on ladder, or maybe a lot of people just watch more Hearthstone than they play, it is a little bit surprising the first time you realize, or it clicks, how much extra damage Thalnos does and how vital it is, especially in certain matchups, that you can put Thalnos down and then start cycling, because that damage ticks up very, very quickly when you've got multiple waves of asteroids in, and then you've got the eruptions as well. It really does become really, really strong, and we only ever see Thalnos sort of thrown away when there's no other choice, right? When we've seen some games this weekend where it's like, I can only Thalnos on 2 or dagger, and it's like, okay, well, I'll need the card draw. But other than that, normally vital to try and keep hold of absolute max damage, especially, as you mentioned, when you're getting something like a warrior that can actually have more than starting health due to that armor. But it looks like we are ready to get into our game number 2. Shouti going to be locking in the Shaman, the now confirmed best deck in the world by Banter, as he's changed his opinion, going up against Definition on this rogue.
Yep, and this definitely a much quicker matchup rather than the warrior. I mean, every matchup with rogue can be quicker, but in general, you want to get on board. You're not going to be as worried about like that Thalnos damage. Rather, you just need to make sure you're not exploding early on. So getting some early minions on board, like the Space Rock, has a Tusk in hand as well to help deal with maybe some 3/3s in the future.
Yeah, open hand for Shouti, not so bad. Does have the Growfin available. And even though there's nothing mind-blowing yet, Birdwatching is a very good card at solving that problem, right? So Birdwatching turn 2 into either 3-4 drop, depending on what's on offer, could be quite strong indeed. Definition, though, does have some options as well. It's going to go for the Mauler early on. Not going to bother with the Crystal Tusk.
Yep, hand is a little bit empty, I would say, at the moment to play the Tusk this turn. Hard to get a turn off where you draw enough cards, so instead he's just going to get the Tempo on board. And those minions, not really what Shouti was looking for, especially with this hand in this matchup. I would say highest priority probably would have been Bellhop, would be the best minion to hit. These probably don't even crack the top 4. Not ideal at all.
Yeah, like even initially, like Bellhop, Hagathor, of course, just anything immediately playable, right, is all you really want. These, whilst powerful cards, not quite ready early enough when you look at the rest of the hand. So a little bit rough here for Shouti.
Yep, but as you said, they are powerful, and I definitely like this pick the most. His next turn is looking weak, but right after that, he's got a Muradin that is buff, so it'll go up to 8 attack. 8 attack Wind Fury minion maybe has a few extra minions on board if he's forced to hero power and totem. Really, he's just going to be probably in a spot where he's forced to play it and just hope that there's not a dubious purchase.
Yeah, and you can very quickly see Shouti's mindset here. Could have traded into the Mauler. Mauler's one of the stronger cards in the Rogue, of course, for getting those asteroids, but nope, damage to face. This is how this matchup's going to go. This isn't Warrior. Rogue isn't really likely to heal much, so just get him killed. Turbulence, a very good pickup to fill out this kind of bad turn from Shouti. Not bad at all.
Yeah, not too bad, but I will worry that Definition, especially having picked up an Ethium, has so much card draw this turn. Already 6 draws between the natural draw plus the Ethium. Already with the Shadow Step now, if he picks up an Everything Must Go in his next 4 draws, it would be playable.
Yeah, it has map as well now.
Yeah, we might see him not play the map and forgo it for the... well, now there's a second map as well. Has to decide between that and the Ethium at this point. Prep, something he would be searching for from his deck right now.
Yeah, why not draw prep and then play them all? How about that? that could be pretty useful.
That sounds perfect. It looks like he is going to start with Eat. Really hoping that he picks up, I mean, at the very least, and Everything Must Go, if not a prep. He does not hit, though.
And now, is the High King going to come out to play?
Yeah, it's one of those scary spots where it's by far the best play you have on the surface. The scary part is if it gets dubious purchase, suddenly you're in a pretty tough spot, but it is by far the most pressure. I think Shouti knows that he needs to get aggressive, and he does that. He also is able to kill off the Platosaur, so Definition loses a card.
Yeah, it's that weird one, isn't it, with Muradin, where the card's fantastic, but when you play it on 5, if it can be dealt with, you realize then you have, if you want the weapon like quickly, you then spend in your whole next turn just equipping a weapon. And with the pace of a lot of the matchups in the game right now, that feels quite slow sometimes. It's not really what you would need to do.
Yep. And Definition, I believe, should have a 2-mana dubious purchase, right? He's got both of those Space Rock Collector discounts already banked, so he's going to be searching for that from the map.
Okay. Well, the asteroid helped out with a few little things.
It did. Oh, there's the
there
dubious.
Very clean from Definition here. Good setup. Already slicing through the deck very quickly, as we're used to in seeing Rogue. And now Shouti is going to be a little bit slower again. It does have Frosty Decor, but that pass does not feel great in this situation with Definition so deep in the deck, so many tools in hand, and potentially ready to go off a little bit. There has not been a no manager though, so Shouti knows he's at least relatively safe from an earlier Incendius.
Yep, Definition just choosing to float the 1 doesn't see the value of playing the Platosaur here. Could have gotten a couple extra minions on board, but doesn't necessarily help out a ton, and he does have access to 2 Web Weavers for a potential pop-off turn. And I think Shouti's going to be looking to get aggressive at this point, right? He's got fouls in hand, he's got his weapon, just needs to figure out the best way to apply the pressure. So I think on the surface, Frosty, pretty solid turn. He could deviate and go for Bumbling Bellhop plus Pop-Up Book, though, if he wants to try and make a stickier board against Asteroids, and he will do that. Actually, they're 4/4s as well, they're both from Turbulence, so I think you would always prefer to do this.
Yeah, just more stuff, and it's the asteroid tech, but also if they do stick a little bit, you know, maybe that's going to pull out some level of removal or trades you don't want. And if they're kind of ignored or survive the asteroids, there is the Wish available for some extra damage. A little bit awkward that everything's a turn too slow to an extent, but still, not too bad here for Shouti. But here's the turn Definition's been waiting for, right? Like the first turn he can really get going.
Yeah, this is the crucial turn, and Shouti, I'm sure very well aware that he has Hammer into Fouls available, so what Shouti is hoping for is that there's no taunts, that some minion is able to stick because he needs a little extra damage to connect, but as Definition draws more, it's getting a little scary. He might not be able to stick anything.
Yeah. Dubious already getting rid of one of the 4/4s.
Yeah, the asteroid did go face, meaning that there is potential that a minion will just stick, right? There is still the everything must go. Definition going to kill off his own minion to make space for a 4-drop, try to hit a rush or a taunt. He doesn't hit one though. So now Shouti has to ask himself, how do I win from here? The first thing that comes to mind for me is just let weapon all face, because you put them down to 17, push 6 with the weapon, put them to 11. Suddenly you have a 2-turn setup. All you have to do is not die.
Yeah, the goal of most people most of the time, but we'll see if Shouti can pull it off. It's difficult though, because basically both players have more or less done what they wanted to do, right? Pushing damage, weapons, as you said, that there is just a lethal setup we can see for Shouti, but Definition just cut all the way through the deck down to 2 cards, which are just an Eat the Imp and the other Everything Must Go. So really not much left, so Definition can do whatever. The benefit, I guess, for Shouti is that there wasn't that fast Incendious, which means if there's an Incendious, well, there can't be an Incendious pass if the weapon's the route he goes for, right?
Yep. And now the problem, like, I think that this looks like the winning play. Unfortunately, I believe the Definition will just kill through this because he has Mauler Shadow Step in hand, Thalnos in hand as well. He can make trades to allow for, I mean, he only needs 2 board space anyway, but yeah, he can just double trade and it's just lethal.
Yeah, there's just a lot of damage on board. That's the problem. Shouti doing his best to set up, but with all these minions sticking in the 4/4s, yes, they weren't taunts or they weren't any sort of shenanigan style minions. They're still 4 damage, right? And there's Shaman again, not got tons of health available.
Yep, and I think it's probably good to know that I think a lot of people would look at this turn and they say, oh, well, why didn't he play the Frosty Decor? It would have kept him alive, but the problem that you then have is you have no way to win the game. You play the Frosty, Definition just trades off the 2/4s, and he'll play Incendious, and suddenly you're in the exact same position. So definitely think it makes sense to make the play Shouti made. I'm probably hoping that there was like a bottom 1 Mauler maybe at that point, but overall just a tough spot for him to be in.
Yeah, it's the problem, right? So if Shouti did the Decor or whatever earlier, then great, he's got some armor, but then Definition can just play Incendious, right? Because he's not dead. So then it just kicks the problem down the road to a certain extent, right? So yeah, Shouti set up as well as he could, but this is going to be more than enough damage required from Definition. Evening the series up 1-1 now. And both players just doing pretty well so far with those Rogue matchups. Rogue just ticking the boxes nice and early, getting them out of the way. And I do feel like maybe this is a bit of an assumption, but I feel like this Rogue deck is one of the most played decks among the pros because it has the mix of it's a good deck for a start, but also it's very rewarding for good play, right? Once you lock in with the combos, lock in with the decision making, it seems very rewarding if you can handle it well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those decks where you can kind of squeeze out that extra %. Sometimes that's just due to a little bit of easy math that maybe somebody on ladder normally wouldn't bother with. They'll say, whatever, like I'll just, yeah, exactly. I'll just play my cards. That's me too sometimes, you know. It's easy to get lazy, but in a spot like this, in these big tournaments, of course, everybody is carefully tracking, you know, what they have left, what their opponent has left. So you can definitely get that extra, you know, couple percentage points for top players with this deck. And I think that's why we're seeing it do pretty well.
Yeah, and it looks like Definition just going to have the Warrior and Death Knight to go up against the Hunter and Shaman. So we've found ourselves in a what feels like a bit of a unique situation where the last 4 classes are actually all different now between the 2 players. Yep. So we are going to see who's just going to get at the better end of the stick. Shouti, as we go into game number 3, is going to be on that Shaman once again, and Definition going to be on the Warrior. So both players now queuing the deck they've lost with so far in this series. So one of them is going to be a little bit happier than the other soon.
Yep, absolutely. And this is a matchup we have seen a few times. I think we talked about it earlier in the cast. It's one of those where, like, you got to get off to a good start. Both decks have the potential to play a really long game, but overall, I think Shaman would definitely prefer to be ending it early, right? Those early 5/5s. And because of that, this hand for Shouti, the only card he might consider, which he actually does keep, is the Shutter Block. What do you think about it?
Yeah, it's a tough one. I'm very much a full mull for the aggro stuff and go, but Shudder Block is definitely one of the cards that can really rip open a game, right? Because it allows you, I'll say it allows you to cheat, you know what I mean. It allows you to do some very, very powerful effects. And I'm guessing the idea here as well is, if you're going to do the rest of the mulligan, you're maybe not expecting the perfect start because it just feels a little bit unlikely. So then Shouti is just going to be building up for that sort of more mid to late game push, because that's still fast enough to beat like the Warriors end game of the quest, right? You're still doing Shudderwalk things faster than they're doing their end game.
It can be. I would say it depends a bit on what the Warrior's doing. And right now for Shouti, this is not the hand he would have been looking for.
No,
sure,
it's
he kept the
horrible.
Shutter. The rest of it is just not what he wants to see. There's no Hagatha, no location. We had a couple games like this previously that we saw in the tournament, and the Shaman had a really hard time recovering. One of the ways that you can recover, as you mentioned, is that Shutter kind of mid-game push. But if you're passing every turn until then, I'm not sure that'll be enough.
Yeah, you do slide further and further away, right? Because these are the turns where Shouti would want to be putting on pressure and chipping down health and or armor, right? Whereas this is just giving Definition time to pre-build up armor. And we saw even against in the Rogue matchup, we saw how close Shaman has to get sometimes, right? Like you really have to maximize damage. It feels a little bit face huntery to an extent, this Shaman deck. Yes, it can go late, which maybe wasn't the case for Hunter back in the day, but you do really want to maximize that early damage in this matchup. And yeah, you're right, this is not looking good. We might see some, what do you think, tempo frogs coming out here for the big zero attack board builder? Probably not going to be the case.
I definitely think that Shouti will avoid the frogs. However, the Growfins do just spend the mana. But yeah, the frogs not looking good for Shouti. Of course, you do generally want to avoid going too wide on the board. I think he might pass up on a totem as well. He does indeed. He didn't forget to play it. He just decides that he doesn't want too many minions on board. Makes Definition's draw a little bit cheaper, so decides to hold off.
Yeah, and the lack of pressure now is really rough because it's just letting Definition do whatever he wants and getting zero punish for it, right? Like, drop the Elise, okay, cool, take 2 damage, can freely drop the location almost regardless of what the location ended up being, right? If that's what he wants, because again, it's unlikely there's going to be a huge push right now. Then you look at Bob, Marin, there's Bulwark and Brawl as defensive options, even Rat to an extent here. So this is a lot of freedom being offered to Definition right now, and Shouti is not going to like that one bit.
Absolutely, yeah, and we just took a look at the location. It's not the best location, maybe not ideal for Definition. Discover a spell Death Rattle, but like you said, when he's got zero pressure, any location will do. You can have Death Rattle spell damage. Hey, I'll just take a turn to play it, and he can start to accelerate the Death Rattle on it. And Warrior has some pretty good spells, right? You pick up a Brawl, maybe another Shield Slam, so many different removal options, and he will almost certainly just play that next turn, try to pick something up for the future.
Yeah, for a lot of the classes, once you start testing out the Discover a spell, it costs less, you realize that one, classes have some really good spells in certain situations, right? And then you realize when they cost 4 less, a lot of spells are quite good, right? Like, believe it or not, spells get a lot better when they cost 4 less mana than they should. So yeah, definitely a lot of good options here. For Definition right now, though, maybe not the best, actually, after me talking up the Discover spell.
I think you jinxed it. Yeah, these are not the greatest options. Shadowflame Suffusion is a fine removal card. Sometimes you get a decent Dark Gift. He does end up going with that. I think the only other option he would really have considered was Champions of Azeroth. Some kind of funny cards to use from that, but a little too expensive, I would say. 6 mana, however much mana on an expensive minion, not really what he wants to be doing. Does choose to just play it now as well. Few options. There's a 2-mana Stadium Announcer, kind of a bit weird for a defensive deck. There's also that is an incredibly large armor, a 7/8 Latorvian Armorer if he wants to gain a bit armor. The downside of that is he would miss a card draw and decides in the end that's a little too valuable.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I was looking at bot face. Plus attack and lifesteal, like only because, right? I'll back this up a little bit. Only because this game, it feels like Definition can get into the position to just play that, right? Like I feel like he's in a good enough spot that could definitely be something that's gonna come down. However, going for the slightly more reasonable pick of just going for the weapon generation.
Yeah, I mean it is not crazy to say that he actually could end up in a spot where he wants to play that, but I think from his point of view, I would say, well, if I can play a 9-mana bot face, I'm probably in a good enough spot. So just take this as maybe potential, like you can try and scam another Bulwark for yourself. That is the major high roll for Definition. He can also get rid of his opponent's hammer. Not sure that's going to be super valuable, but that is probably what he's taking it for. After Muradin gets played and he equips the hammer, you just put it back in their deck, which at least means they don't have it equipped.
Yeah, and also, funnily enough, that with the effect on it being the mana reduction, you are only paying 2 mana for that effect, which suddenly makes it a lot more attractive, doesn't it?
Definitely, yep. And I think that's why I ended up going with that. Now, this turn, he did not have access to an invader, so Definition says, I'm not going to brawl this board, right? It's a super tiny board, don't want to overreact. Instead, he's just kind of accepting that if Shouti coins Wish, he'll take a little bit of chip, but it's not really the end of the roll.
Yeah, I believe that was a rewind, so we're just going to get these spectators switched over. Unfortunately, rewind does cause the old spectator issue, which will get fixed ASAP, so we'll get that done for you. But it looks like he did rewind the weapon and attack into one of the 2/4s, I believe. Do some radio casting for you there.
Yep, and I think we can also see Shouti immediately reach for that coin, right? He's still got 5 minions on board, a couple of frogs, and those frogs are going to help out here, just push through a bit of extra chip damage. And now suddenly, we can see the board coming back, 13 damage on board. He also got a foam render from the stadium announcer, and he's probably going to have enough corpses for a few turns of that.
Yeah, maybe regretting that rewind now. That is unfortunate for Definition. Definition still has Brawl, has Bob to Freeze, even has Dirty Rat Brawl if he really fancies it available for him. But yeah, this is not what Definition was looking for.
Yeah, not at all. And I think he might be a little concerned about the idea of Dirty Rat Brawl, because one side effect of that now is he actually gives his opponent the corpses for the weapon, so he may end up just going for a Bob. But he's got a Rye Cleaver equipped, not a very useful weapon for him. Oh yeah, you can just clear up with Invader actually, pretty easily.
That was a slight risk with dropping the weapons there, because there are high rolls for Definition, but you are giving your opponent a tool to deal damage to you, right? And yes, there's loads of, like, let's say, bad weapons for Shouti that you could get, but that option exists, right? You're giving your aggro opponent, basically, more damage. So it's definitely a little bit of a risk there for Definition. See if he can utilize the weapon enough to make it pay off.
Yep, and Definition picked up a Heart Scrapper from the Discover. If anybody has played any Mech Warrior in the last few months before the nerf to it, you'll remember this says lose up to 5 armor, next mech costs that much less. Of course, he's not playing a mech deck, but he does run Ziliax, and he has it in his hand, but he did just remove 5 armor from himself, which allows Shouti to kill him with fouls, which seems like a pretty crazy decision to toss away the Part Scrapper. Maybe he just felt that he was always in a bad enough spot at that point. But yeah, well, I think it was
the payoff where he had to do it then because he was going to take the damage and lose the armor, right? And so he wanted the Ziliax next turn, but that felt like a risk. Maybe it was just, I am literally only dead here to fouls, right? In that situation, I'm pretty sure it was literally just fouls. But that is scary because Shouti's opening hand, or at first couple of turns, was quite bad, and Shouti was holding cards from the beginning of the game, basically, all game. So you start to think, well, what are those cards that have not been played yet? They've been in hand from more or less turn 1. I can't quite remember when Fowls was there, but I think it was turn 1. So you think, well, what's being held? You've got stuff like Wish, you've got Fowls, you've got some of the more expensive stuff. And again, I'm sure, yourself included probably after this, but and all the rest of the pros will like look at that and work out, was that worth the risk to get Ziliax back, and so on, so on, so on. But at least the outcome wasn't great for Definition, right? It seemed a little bit too risky when you've given them a foam render as well.
Yep, absolutely. I think the biggest kind of argument against it would just be, like you said, he passed so many turns. There's only so many cards that he could have in his hand at that point. You know, there's no like Flight of the Firehawk far left, no bird watching, no bellhops, no Hagatha. So suddenly you remove all these cards and you think to yourself, well, how many cards can really be on the left side of their hand? I think he had like Bulwark Brawl for the next turn, so maybe regretting that decision, but still very much in this series.
Yeah, or Bulwark Ziliax maybe even for the next turn as well, right? Because it would have actually been cheap enough to play. But yeah, very. You would have to forego the part scrapper, so you wouldn't be able to play Ziliax on 8, but you would just be able to go Bulwark Brawl, assume that will keep you alive, and then play Ziliax on 9. Right.
Job's done.
Oh, here we go. Get into the next game. Shouti, maybe just this one game away from being crowned our new world champion. Definition got a lot of work to do, and he's definitely coming off a not the best ending to the previous game. A little bit unfortunate there. Must have felt a little bit rough.
Yeah, but he's kind of got to move on at this point, right? New game, still just 2 games away from himself becoming the world champion. And a usually favored matchup for the Warrior to start off. Of course, Shouti is playing this this different build of Hunter that we've talked about, which should give him at least a few extra % in the matchup.
Not a terrible start here for Shouti. Has the opportunity to curate that pupil nice and early. But we have seen some players struggle with that sometimes. Sometimes you actually don't want the pupil too early because you're doing more utility spells than you are damage spells that you'll probably be after.
Sisters, my instinct shall hunt down our enemies.
Yep, and Shouti going to get his game plan moving, plays the Illyria here. None of these are particularly great. Maybe an Ice Trap just to try and disrupt something later, like a Brawl. Any of these speak out to you?
I'm just staring at them. I'm trying to think, like, does Cower get us anywhere? I'm staring through the deck list quick just to triple check what and if any beasts are relevant or even in the deck. So that's not really looking good. I would joke around and say go for the frogs, but that's definitely not worth it. So I'm with you on the Ice Trap for sure. The more playable card, however, playing it at this point again can be a little bit spicy for the Tide Pool. So I imagine we're going to see it held for a little while.
Who could put a price on such powerful cards in that? I could.
All right, opening up the Grifter and does hit deal 6. That is generally a snap pick for most people. I think Shouti may be taking a second, thinking, well, you know, I could draw some cards. He's got a bird watching in hand and he's got a pupil, so I would be pretty shocked to see him pick anything other than the Amulet of Warding here.
I like this from Shouti though, because if there's ever a time to not sort of let yourself slip into habits, it's probably now, right? Just have a real think, like, yes, it's almost certainly deal 6. Are there any worlds it's not? What's the plan going forward? These are all good things to do, as long as you can keep just a level head with everything. Definition though, going to respond with this Elise and start to get going with these locations.
Yep, and we are looking for something defensive. He now has the knowledge of the deal 6. He is able to clear up the 6/6 as well, which I'm sure Shouti was, thinking of at the time. Picks up Discover Spell and gains 6 armor. Pretty nice location. Although Shouti also picking up his Elise on the following turn. I think we may see him go for a 1. Ends up picking a 5. There's some interesting options for this matchup. We talked about it on the broadcast a bit earlier. you can pick copy and get extra scouts just by copying it on the board. So I would imagine he will be picking that. Maybe attack. Raptors for some extra board. What do you like here?
Yeah, I don't mind attack because just there are worlds where you're just building up the board, right? And then it could just be that threat to your opponent and make them clear boards that they might not necessarily always want to clear. So yeah, going for copy and attack I do like. It just makes these things a little bit more threatening, and I like making my opponent feel a little bit more defensive than they would normally without that.
Yep, I like it as well. And there is also the possibility of getting your board space a little too restricted if you pick Raptors. I think in the past we've seen some people maybe get board locked. I think even in a semifinal matchup for these decks, we saw Definition board lock LoveStorm with just a bunch of small minions, and he was never able to get unboard locked properly. So not picking Raptors does avoid that. And just taking his time again, making sure that keeping everything in mind. I definitely like getting the location down. It's just a nice tempo turn, right? He's got plenty of minions on board to take advantage. Just needs to figure out how to make the trades. I think we'll probably see him trade the 4-1 in first because those 0-6s do grow in attack after they take damage. So assuming he wants to keep his minion, he does indeed do it that way. And can push 9 here if he wants.
Yeah, this is pretty nice, actually. Yeah, I was staring at the hand thinking, is there any reason not to play location? But this is sort of what I was talking about with the location choice. Is like, with that, any minions sort of just left around on any given turn become way more of a threat, right? And that's what you want to put on alpha, because it just means Definition has to deal with air. Like, this 2-1 still. If this lives for another couple of turns, it needs to be dealt with. We are going to see, of course, Hostile Invader clear up the vast majority of this. Still going to leave 5 damage on the board, though, which is by no means nothing.
Yep, it is quite a bit, and you can already see Shouti's plan coming together here. He's got this scout in hand, a copy on the board, and he put that deal 6 in his pupil, meaning that anytime he wants, he just has, he can just pick up 18 damage, which, of course, if he finds a Neri, becomes 36 awfully quick. So I think we'll see a birdwatching played in the near future, tries to find Niall or Neri, and he will be awfully close to just killing.
The big question here is, do you like Ice Trap first or bird watching first? Because that's the last thing to fill out the tide pool, right? So I was actually looking at whether you I mean, it's always going to be Amulet anyway, probably from the tide pool, but I was like, do you ever want the Ice Trap as a weird backup to cover the board? But very unlikely.
Yeah, I think if you want a backup, I would probably take the bird watching as well, but like you said, it's just never going to happen. It's always deal 6 from that, and he's going to be looking for a couple key cards from this, and he does pick up a Niall. But Definition is going to respond. He has this Demolition Renovator again. We talked about tech cards. That is a big deal. That is a lot of damage that Shouti does not have access to, and he gets some pressure going as well.
Yeah, and it feels like a lot of pressure too, right? 6-6, 3-4, 2-3, like pretty good, and not something that Hunter normally wants to be able to deal with. With that location gone too, that further reduces the ability to sort of trade down this board. So this is definitely going to be a little bit tough, just very suddenly quite difficult for Shouti when he was looking so comfortable earlier.
Yep, the good news for him is he does have access to the Sylvanas, so this one board, not going to be too big of a deal. He does have access to a Ysera if he wants it. He can also pick up another Pupil. Really, these are all interesting options. The Sanctuary would let you spend your mana this turn alongside the Sylvanas that I think we'll see him play. But if he wants to just start doing more stuff in the future turns, he could end up picking this Ysera.
Yeah, and even on the other side of that, the Pupil allows him to maybe start going a little bit earlier because he can use the Rangar Rangari Scout, with the previous pupil, generate the spells, and then have those spells in that previous second pupil as well. He's going to go for Ysera, so definitely comfortable playing the bit of sort of the bigger plan game, so to speak.
Yep, and he definitely will want that pupil at some point. The upside to not picking it is you can get an extra copy, which I'm sure he will be thinking about. He can go, Ysera, take a slower turn now, and then in the following turns with a ton of mana, go Scout, Hero Power, try to pick up some extra pupils, something along those lines. And Definition now, meanwhile, he knows that he's sort of on a clock. Either he needs to gain an incredible amount of armor, or more realistically, I'd say he needs to try and pressure a bit. The Great Dracorex will help him do that. Does end up trading off the Niall, though, still.
Yeah, the heal back up's going to be pretty nice after that. Bringing it all the way back up to 12. Going to be, again, just a touch awkward for Shouti to deal with. And now, if you can't deal with that, you know pretty much anything you're playing is going to die, right? Outside of this Ysera, really.
Yep, and the good news for Shouti is I don't think he's going to care. He can just go Ysera, Hero Power, and then probably just Ice Trap. Has access to 13 mana on the following turn, and he is getting really close to lethal. I mean, he could also just Ziliax down this Dracorex. I'm not sure that he needs to, but he's probably just going to double check, make sure of everything. We'll end up gaining that mana, and because he top decked the Neri this turn, we're really just 1 or 2 steps away from, a massive, let's say, 48 damage combo.
Yeah, and right now, Definition does not appear to have too many ways to slow that down or deal with it. No Bulwark of Azzinoth to cause some headaches here. But I completely agree. The Ziliax looks incredibly clean, but when you look at is that progressing the game plan, you realize very quickly, no. Let them deal 5 damage, right? For this turn, who cares? So yeah, I like this a lot. Very much opening up the options here for Shouti. And Shouti is creeping towards this World Championship victory here. This setup's pretty good. He's got the 6 damage. Grifter didn't whiff. He has the Pupil. He has the Rangari Scouts. It's all on Definition to try and defend against this push.
Yep, and he does have plenty of armor to defend with right now. He's sitting at 38. He has 12 more armor in hand, so I'm not sure we'll see the game end too soon, but it will be in the back of Definition's mind that he needs to continue to tank up or just get more pressure in.
And we see the Marion get pulled out there. Again, the Dragon could deal with this 5/5, so not too much of a big deal if the trade happens, but the Marion maybe not the target he wanted to see.
Yeah, I think he was probably hoping to actually pull out the Yor. It would pull it out and immediately just make it dormant on board. He does draw into it, naturally, but he would have preferred just having that one for free. And so that Pupil pickup, wait a 41, 4/6. He's getting awfully close to lethal here. I'm not sure, does he have quite enough mana right now? 7, 8, 10. Not quite enough mana, but he will on the next turn if he just picks it up. The danger then is, does Definition manage to get out of range? It doesn't look like enough to me here.
Yeah, there's 2 goggles just already in hand, right? That even if he has to pay for. That's one of the...
Oh, wait, there's a Sanctuary on the board.
Is this just enough?
It's exactly enough with, wait, is it?
Is this just this? Well, he's played the Neri, right? So this won't just be some kind of setup turn. Shouti has locked in the Neri, locked in all of the amulets in, and I believe that is going to be enough. The headset comes off, the game is over, and Shouti is going to be your 2025 World Champion. Absolutely incredible play, coming off the back of an incredibly tense game in the semi-final, and he's going to finish it all now. What an incredible game, surprising us all. And Definition just doesn't know what to do. absolutely incredible there from Shouti. It was due at this point, I think. There were some hiccups a little bit earlier on at the beginning of the tournament, but I think especially today, Banter, he's played exceptionally well. And again, all these players are fantastic that have made it here. Definition did a great job to get to the finals, but I don't think anyone is going to argue whether Shouti was the king today.
Yeah, he played very well today. I mean, even in that game, just recognizing exactly what he needed to do, keeping calm at the end, exact mana lethal, just enough amulets, knew he had mana to fit in the ice trap. I mean, it's such an incredibly high level of play, and he makes it look easy, but I think the way he played those finals especially, he'll be really glad that he managed to get that Shaman game through that looked like it was pretty much disastrous, but just gets the job done, and then that one almost did look too easy for him.
Yeah, I think for me, it's it almost looks like from turn one in these games, Shouti just has the laser focus. It's just, I know what the objective is, and it will be achieved, right? Like, no matter what. Especially in this series, you've seen every single game that Shouti has won here has just been locked in straight away. That Hunter game, we've seen countless Hunter of this at least fairly similar archetype, the Gold Right Neri, tons of spells, we've seen it all before. But the sheer lock-in of that strategy, as soon as that amulet was picked up to deal 6, it was like, right, excuse me, this is the plan. And it was just executed so well. And we were even like, okay, well, do it this turn. Do we need this? Do we need this setup? But it's like, no, I've already seen it, everyone. Calm down. Boom, boom, boom. Locked in. And there's the game. And Definition didn't really have much he could do in that game. It was just overran with Shouti on that Hunter. Just incredible play.
Yep, Definition did what he could. He nearly managed to get out of range of that 48 combo, but then I think we have to say that that deck list that we've been talking about a lot, the Chinese Hunter list, really came through that game. That extra mana Ysera picked up, without all that, he had access to 13 mana, could not possibly do that much damage, and essentially just as burst, like, kind of came out of nowhere. Definition would be aware of the possibility, but to even have mana for it all on that turn came awfully close.
Yeah, just really, really strong play. And again, you wind back to the other games. You mentioned the Shaman just going for it. You mentioned the rogue play as well, which I think rogue play is the sort of thing we've seen from most of the players that played in the tournament so far. But again, I just think Shouti has just had it locked in. There were some hiccups we've seen from multiple players throughout this tournament. The stress was high, but I think Shouti's recovery from that right at the beginning of the tournament has been exceptional, and since then has been the player we expect, right, from these years of Shouti competing. You will know better than almost anyone in terms of how good Shouti as a player, as you compete in the same tournaments, of course, as well. So yeah, just absolutely incredible play, and I think everyone will be very happy to see him crowned the world champion. I do believe we are going to try and get a Shouti interview, because we try our best to get players and get the interview. Obviously, there are some hiccups now and again, or there are some players who aren't comfortable doing an interview in English, because I'm rubbish and that's all I can speak. But we are doing our best to get Shouti on here for everyone, because I think we'd just love to hear from him, honestly, at this point. So we will do our best. We are just holding out just to make sure everything's lined up and we can get that sorted for everyone. But now that it's at least nearly over, Banter, how are you feeling? Like, what's it been like to join us on the desk as our very valuable guest, of course? And what have you just made of the tournament overall this year?
I thought it was an incredible tournament, an incredible final day, especially. Like, we had so many crazy games today. I definitely did not expect to be here in the finals. I had to sub in due to some technical difficulties. And somebody in my chat asked me, I think like last week, they're like, are you going to be casting Worlds Finals? I was like, what, me? No, like, why would I be in the finals? This is my first time doing it. Here I am. So pleased to be here. It was really enjoyable to watch these games, be able to discuss them. And yeah, I hope everybody enjoyed watching, because these really were some high-level games and some incredible entertainment at the end.
Yeah, you might actually, at least off the top of my head, I'm sure the other casters will tell me I'm wrong, but it might be one of, if not the first caster to cast the finals at their first Worlds. So that's pretty great, honestly. That is something most casters dream of, is casting the finals. Never mind doing it on their first go. So yeah, congratulations for that. And I think you did a great job as well. I think a lot of viewers really enjoy hearing the pro player side of things and what their thought patterns are, because you know, you've sat in those seats, right? You've been in those positions in these games, you know what it feels like, whereas I to an extent used to know what it feels like many years ago now, not really quite as recently as you. So it's been absolutely great to hear from you. But yeah, we are just still just checking on, let me just double check. Yeah, okay, checking where we are with this fingers crossed interview. Again, can't promise anything, but we're doing our best. But now that it's all done, Banter, what have really been the highlights for you? Did things go as expected? Were there any players that stuck out for you, maybe outside of Shouti? We'll put Shouti over here for a second, but anyone else really stuck out? Anything that really grabbed your attention, or any lineups or decks?
Yeah, definitely Shouti for sure. And then some other ones that stuck out, Incurro, we've talked about him a lot this weekend among the casters. I think he played super well, especially for his first appearance in Worlds. Shout out to Maxi as well. I think he played his games, had a tough run today, but he's been in back-to-back Worlds now, keeps getting better. He's definitely one to keep our eye on in the future. I'd say LoveStorm as well, maybe the last player that really impressed me.
Okay, and looking at how this tournament's gone as well, what have you made of the... this is not aimed at you in any way, or the Americas, but looking at the regions, did you expect the representation in the regions to go this way into the top 8, for example? Because China looking very strong, APAC as well, those two dominating the top 8, which, well, top 4 specifically, which was, you know, maybe expected, maybe not. How did you feel about this going in?
Yep. Well, on that topic, I did want to say, you all thought that there wouldn't be an American at Worlds. I made it to the finals. Apart from that, I would say EU maybe didn't do as well as we would expect them to. They have a ton of great players, but I think in the end, you know, everybody deserved to get where they did in the finals.
Okay, well, it looks like we do have an interview with our new champion, Shouti. So we'll just make sure they are here and they can hear us. So let's check it out. Hello, Shouti. Can you hear me?
Oh, hello. I can hear. Hello, Raven. Hello, Banter.
I can't hear Shouti. That's not good.
I cannot hear mine.
One sec. Let me just. We just have a tech problem. Just give me 1 second.
Hello. Hello. Hello, guys.
We're just having a tech check the audio because unfortunately we can't hear him over here, and that's not the best for an interview.
Hello?
Oh, there we go. Oh, hello. Hey, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can.
Okay, perfect.
Hi, Raven.
Perfect.
Hi, Banter. Yeah.
Hey, we can hear you now, so that's fantastic. So first off, congratulations on becoming our world champion for 2025. I just want to ask, how are you feeling right now?
Yeah, feeling so great. Yeah, it's amazing, man.
And after, when you was about to go into the final match, how were you feeling after your semi-final? Because the last game in the semi-final was crazy.
Yeah, that's actually a crazy game, and I think I misplayed somehow. But whatever, I won the half and half at last.
I'm curious, during that game, was there any point in that Warrior versus DK crazy match where you felt maybe that you probably weren't going to win? Not going to say give up, but was there a certain turning point in that match where you maybe thought, oh wait, I can actually win this?
Oh yeah, I always think I can actually win. But when he draws infinite Ziliax, I feel I probably lose that game.
And going into the finals against Definition, how confident were you based on lineups and based on your opponent? Were you feeling good going into it?
Yeah, I think I feel my lineup is favor into definition, but I played so bad the first day and lose to him 0-3. Yeah.
And we know you. Oh, go on, Banter. Go on.
Sure. During that first match, or right after that first match against Definition the other day, was it hard to kind of, settle down and say, okay, like, you know how good you are? Was it hard to get back into the mindset of the tournament, or was it easy for you to say, nope, that's fine, I made a mistake, that's okay?
Yeah, I think it's fun, but people think I'm really bad that day.
Well, I think people are going to think you are very, very good, one of the best in the world for sure. I do just want to ask you as well, your version of Hunter that you played, how did that come about, and were you really happy to bring it? Because especially in that last game against Warrior, the Ysera really paid off with that lethal.
Oh yeah, I think my version of Hunter is good into the slow matchups like DK and Warrior, and I also think my Hunter is better against like Shaman or something than the non-elite one.
Okay. And finally, just before we let you go and celebrate, are there any final words you want to say to everyone watching, or anyone you want to thank, or just any shout outs overall?
Oh yeah, I want to thank to my prep group, Gabby, LoveStorm, and Tianming, and the people helped me to practice, like Cai Miao, Fa Ge, Xiao Wang, and SYF. Yeah, thanks them a lot, and thanks all the fans supporting me. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you've got a lot of fans, and thank you for this interview as well and taking the time. We're going to let you go and celebrate now, but just again, huge congratulations, well deserved, and yeah, just a great job and have a great time.
Thanks, Raven, and thanks, Panther.
Thanks. See ya.
Congratulations.
Oh, so glad we got to hear from Shouti. There's nothing we want, as casters, there's nothing we want more than to talk to the players, as you will well know. So yeah, that is it. Just an absolutely fantastic end to the tournament. We've had 4 days of Hearthstone, and honestly, today, the matches just kept on coming, didn't they, in terms of quality, some crazy games that we were going nuts, sort of, I'll say backstage, we're all at home, but you know what I mean. So yeah, absolutely fantastic day. Banter, it wasn't expected that you're going to be casting the finals, but any final words from you to wrap up the weekend?
I'm very thankful that I was able to do it. Incredible tournament to watch. I do also want to say thank you to all the other casters and everybody who's had kind words for me, making my job easy to be here to talk about Hearthstone. I love doing it, so thank you guys.
Yeah, it was fantastic to have you, as well as all the other guests, of course. Derek, Cora, Rekvam, TJ jumping in for an interview. Again, just a reminder, we have our plans all out there now onto the Play Hearthstone website for 2026 plans for the Hearthstone esports system, so make sure to go and check that out. So thank you everyone at home for watching. We hope you had a great time. Thanks to production, and we're going to wrap this up. Thanks a lot for watching, everyone, and we'll see you next year.
Your